Magna Story Sound presents an unabridged recording of Death Wears a Mask, written by Ashley Weaver, read by Karen Cass. The moral right of the author has been asserted. This performance is owned by Magna, Skipton, BD23, 4ND. CD 1. Chapter 1. London, August 1932. It was amazing, really, what murder had done for my marriage. Not that I wish to speak flippantly of such tragedy, of course, but I couldn't help but marvel at the way in which a brush with death had done wonders to improve things between my husband and me. It had been 2 months since the events at the Brightwell Hotel, in which a holiday at the seaside had evolved into a double homicide and my nearly being killed. Murder was the last thing on my mind as I sat at my dressing table sipping a strong cup of tea in an attempt to fortify myself for the long evening ahead. Milo and I had been in town for less than a week, and I was still adjusting to the hours required by re-emergence into society after an extended period of quiet country living. A retreat to the country had been necessary after that dreadful holiday. Murder alone was enough to try anyone's nerves. But coupled with that awful event was the fact that my marriage had very nearly dissolved over the same period, not to mention that the entire thing had played out in lurid detail in every gossip rag in the country. Needless to say, it had proved to be a singularly unpleasant trip. It hadn't helped matters that I had very briefly and quite erroneously suspected that my husband might be a murderer. We all make mistakes. The mystery solved and misunderstandings resolved, we had departed for Thorncrest, our country home, and managed to smooth out the majority of our differences. However, such an idyll couldn't last forever. Milo's occasional visits to town, increasing in length and frequency, it had become apparent to me that he was growing restless. Though I suspected London society was not exactly the place to live down such events in quiet anonymity, I thought it better to accompany him back to our London flat, rather than leave him to his own devices. Things weren't yet perfect, perhaps, but I was happy. We were happier together than we had been in a very long time. I glanced at Milo's reflection as I powdered my nose. He was seated behind me on an ebony velvet chair, resplendent in his evening clothes, flipping through a magazine while he waited for me to finish dressing.
"Have you seen this issue of the Mirror?" he asked.
"You know I don't like to read that tripe," I replied. "Why, are you in it? I shouldn't think you've been in town long enough to garner any such attention."
"You are in fact wrong. But this time I am not alone. Allow me to read you this rather juicy bit of gossip."
He cleared his throat for dramatic emphasis.
"Mr. and Mrs. Milo Ames have been seen together in public again after the Brightwell Hotel affair, quelling, at least temporarily, the speculation that a split is imminent."
"Does it really say that?" I asked, horrified. Despite my hopes that things would have died down by now, it appeared the gossip mongers were still a-twitter.
"It certainly does," he answered, "complete with photographic evidence of our blissful reunion. It's a rather good picture of you, Amory."
He folded the paper and held it up so I could see the photograph of the two of us emerging from a restaurant 2 nights before. I turned from the mirror for a closer inspection. I was certainly not the person to whom the eye was drawn. That honour, as usual, belonged to Milo. He looked superb in his evening clothes, his smooth, handsome features in 3/4 profile, light from the flashbulbs glinting off his black hair. It was absurd, really, how well he photographed. "The Prime Minister went out just before us," I said. "I thought they were photographing him."
"Nonsense," Milo said dismissively. "Why should they want MacDonald when they could photograph you?"
"Or you, for that matter," I replied, knowing from long experience that my husband was a favourite subject of the society columns. His cinema star good looks and the endearing tendency to find himself in compromising situations had earned him that dubious distinction. I didn't add aloud what I was really thinking, that it was nice to be the woman in the photograph with him for once. Things had certainly improved. I turned back to the mirror and picked up the necklace of sapphires that lay on the dressing table, raising it to my throat. "Help me with this clasp, will you? It always sticks."
"Certainly."
He tossed the magazine aside and rose from the chair. Coming up beside me, he fastened the necklace, his fingers warm against my skin. This was one of my favourite pieces. The sapphires complemented the backless blue gown and emphasised my dark hair and fair colouring. Milo's bright blue eyes met my grey ones in the mirror.
"You're very beautiful, Amory," he said.
Then, his hands on my arms, he leant down to kiss my neck, sending a shiver right through me.
"Remind me again why we're going to the Barringtons tonight,"
he murmured against my ear. At the moment, I was having a hard time remembering. "Mrs. Barrington is an old friend of my mother's," I said.
"All the more reason to avoid her."
I ignored this remark and went on despite the fact that Milo was making it very difficult to concentrate. When she found out we were in town, she was most anxious that we should come and dine with her, and I think it was very nice of her to ask us. She had been rather insistent on it, in fact. I had been a bit puzzled by her eagerness to see me, considering we had not crossed paths in years, but I thought it could certainly do no harm to spend an evening in her company. "It will be a lovely evening," I said in an unconvinced tone.
"It would be a much lovelier evening if we stayed at home."
I turned to look disapprovingly at him, and he seized the opportunity of access to my mouth, kissing me even as he pulled me up from my seat and into his arms, knocking over the dressing-table stool in the process. I dimly heard the telephone in the foyer ring, and Winelda, my maid, answering it. A moment later, she tapped hesitantly on the door.
"She'll go away,"
Milo whispered. "You're quite incorrigible," I laughed, pushing myself back from him. He released me, somewhat reluctantly, and I turned to right the stool and smooth my dress and hair before calling, "Yes, Winelda? Come in." She opened the door the barest of cracks, as though afraid to look in. "Your car is ready, madam." "Thank you. We'll be right out." She closed the door, and I turned to my husband. "We'd better go." Milo sighed heavily. I couldn't have agreed with him more. Half an hour later, we pulled up in front of the Barringtons' home in one of the more fashionable districts of London and were welcomed into the marble-floored foyer, where my furs were whisked away by a silent maid as the butler led us towards the drawing-room. Before we could enter the room, however, Mrs. Barrington came sailing out of it, arms extended, the rings on her fingers flashing like flames in the light of the crystal chandelier. "Mr. and Mrs. Ames, I'm delighted that you've come." Mrs. Barrington was an attractive, buxom woman who looked remarkably hearty for her 60-odd years. Her features were strong and distinct, keeping her from conventional beauty, but she was striking nonetheless. Her Christian name was Serena, but it was hearty robustness rather than serenity that radiated from her. As she came towards me, I had the feeling that she might pull me into a tight embrace. Instead, she squeezed my hand rather enthusiastically. "Amory, my dear, I'm so pleased to see you. I feel as though it's been ages." "It has been rather a long time, Mrs. Barrington. Before my marriage, I think." "I believe you are right. And speaking of your marriage, this charming gentleman must be your husband," she said, turning to Milo. "Yes, Mrs. Barrington, my husband, Milo Ames." She held out her hand, and he took it.
"How do you do, Mrs. Barrington?"
he said. She gave him an appraising look, and her approval was plain on her features. "I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. Ames." It seemed that she had decided to like him, despite that fact, for she smiled brightly at him. "It is a pleasure to meet you at last."
"The pleasure is mine, Mrs. Barrington, I assure you. You have a lovely home."
"I'm sure it's nothing compared to your house in Berkeley Square. Are you staying there now?"
"No, the house is closed for the time being. We're at our flat. It's much more convenient."
"Yes, I'm sure it is. I'm sometimes of a mind to get a flat myself. So much less space to look after. Well, if you'll come this way, I'll introduce you to the others." The drawing-room was a large, lovely room with dark panelled walls, high moulded ceilings, and parquet floors covered with very good rugs. There were several pieces of quality furniture scattered about, many of them occupied by our dinner companions.
"Delighted to see you again, Mrs. Ames,"
said Mr. Lloyd Barrington, rising to greet us. He was a stout, mustachioed gentleman with greying dark hair, warm brown eyes, and a winning smile. There was something calm and steady about him that complemented his wife's exuberance. Mrs. Barrington introduced other guests in turn. They were Mr. Douglas Hughes and his American wife, whose names were familiar due to the sensation their marriage had caused the previous year, the tennis star, Mr. Nigel Foster, Mrs. Barrington's nephew, James Harker, pretty blonde sisters, Marjorie and Felicity Eccles, and a stunning dark-eyed woman named Mrs. Vivian Garmond, whose name I had heard in some capacity I couldn't quite recall. In my head I counted off the guests and realised that we were still one gentleman short. I was only vaguely curious who it might be, which made the answer all that more surprising.
Mrs. Barrington, I must insist that you introduce me at once to this lovely stranger in our midst.
These words were spoken in a low, pleasant tone by a gentleman who had just come in from the foyer. "Oh, Lord Dunmore," said Mrs. Barrington, and something in the way she said it made me feel as though his sudden presence was not quite a pleasant surprise. "I didn't know you had arrived." Lord Dunmore. The name was very familiar. The increasingly outlandish exploits of Alexander Warrington, the Viscount Dunmore, were currently an excessively popular topic of London gossip, proving a welcome distraction from my own little scandal. A recent string of lavish parties had resulted in some particularly sordid rumours. I didn't pay much heed to the details, so I was not certain of all the social improprieties of which he had been accused. I knew enough, however, to be slightly surprised at his presence.
Only just, Mrs. Barrington, but I see I've come at the right time.
He walked to where Milo and I stood with our hostess. His gaze flickered over the gathering, encompassing the other guests, and I took a moment to appraise him. He was indeed handsome. Though there was nothing in particular that made him so, it was just an overall attractiveness, a combination of well-formed features, a rather nice figure, and an unmistakable air of confidence. His dark brown hair was neatly parted and fashionably slicked. Eyes of a pale blue that might have tended towards coolness were warmed by a pleasant expression. I could see at once why he was successful with women. "Lord Dunmore, allow me to introduce you to Mr. and Mrs. Ames."
Mr. Ames and I know each other. How are you, Ames? Lord Dunmore answered, glancing at Milo by way of greeting before coming back to me. But Mrs. Ames and I, he took my hand in his, have not yet had the pleasure.
How do you do, Lord Dunmore? His eyes stayed on mine for a fraction longer than was customary, and his hand had not yet released mine when Mrs. Barrington spoke. "I suppose, now that everyone is here, we may as well go in to dinner."
You have assembled the usual group, I see, Lord Dunmore observed, relinquishing his hold on me to cast his gaze around the room once more.
He seemed to be looking at one person in particular, but when I turned to follow his gaze, I could not determine on whom it had rested. "Yes, I suppose I have," Mrs. Barrington said absently. "Shall we?" Everyone began rising from their chairs, preparing for the migration to the dining room. As a general hubbub ensued, Mrs. Barrington suddenly clutched my arm, pulling me slightly aside, and leant to whisper in my ear. "Watch my guests, Mrs. Ames. I should like your opinion of them." I looked at her, my surprise and confusion apparent on my face. "It's a delicate matter. I'll explain later," she whispered, as Lord Dunmore approached to escort her into the dining room. I glanced at Milo to see if he had witnessed that rather strange interaction, but he was talking to one of the Miss Eccles and didn't seem to have noticed. I took Mr. Barrington's proffered arm somewhat distractedly. Very much perplexed by my hostess's mysterious appeal, I cast a look around at my fellow guests, feeling vaguely uneasy as we all went into dinner. Chapter 2. Seated at the table, and pondering Mrs. Barrington's strange request, I found myself, despite my reservations, trying to detect within the dinner guests any hints of illicit conduct. I really couldn't imagine what it was I was meant to observe, for the company was excellent. Mr. Nigel Foster sat to my right. As befitted an athlete of his calibre, he was fit and trim. Wavy dark hair and bright blue eyes resulted in the boyish good looks that his legions of female fans adored, and the quickness of his movements gave the impression that he contained a great welling of energy just below the surface. "I'm a bit starstruck sitting beside you," I told him. "I've seen you play many times and have always greatly admired your tennis game." That was an understatement. His skill on the court was exceptional, and despite an unfortunate loss at Wimbledon the year before, his name was usually mentioned among the greats of the sport. He offered me a ready smile as he waved away the compliment. "I play because I love the game," he said. "It has afforded me the opportunity to travel a great deal, another of my passions. I've been fortunate in that respect." "You've been on a tour, I believe." "Yes, and afterwards I had a rather long holiday in Greece and then Italy. I haven't set foot in England for nearly a year, so it's been nice to be home." "It's been rather a long time since I've been to Greece," I told him. "I've always longed to go there," Felicity Eccles told me quietly. "I'm sure you'd enjoy it," Mr. Foster said with a smile. "Felicity and I both long to travel," Marjorie, her sister, added. "We've never been outside England, but one day soon we shall see the world." Though they were similar in appearance, it had not taken me long to distinguish between the Eccles sisters. Felicity was a sweet, somewhat vague young woman with wide green eyes and glossy golden hair. There was something bolder, sharper about Marjorie. She had clear blue eyes and a quick, lively manner that I expected could turn boisterous given the right occasion. Her words were spoken with a decisive air that was in marked contrast to her sister's soft, somewhat breathy voice. "I wouldn't care to go to Greece just now," said Mr. Barrington. "What with the political situation there?" "Oh, Lloyd, let's not talk politics," Mrs. Barrington sighed. "Well, Mr. Douglas Hughes will agree with me, I'm sure." "The political situation has certainly been a bit unstable as of late," answered the gentleman in question cautiously. "What the elections will bring remains to be seen. If Venizelos is not re-elected, it is difficult to say what the effect will be." Connected to the Foreign Office, Mr. Sanderson Douglas Hughes was quite well informed on political matters, I was sure. However, it was not solely in that capacity that his name was familiar to me. I had been interested to meet him and his wife because we shared the unfortunate distinction of having our marriages publicly picked apart by society columnists. Mr. Douglas Hughes came from a very old and wealthy family, and I well recalled the sensation it had caused when he had married an American dancer named Mamie Allen. The gossips had played up her occupation as a dancer, lending its sordid undertones as if to imply she had spent her nights dancing the hoochie-coochie in some New York burlesque. But I had heard that she had, in fact, been a ballroom dancer on Broadway. She was tall and extremely thin, and there was a calm gracefulness about her that I was sure must have pleased even the stoutest defenders of the Douglas Hughes legacy. She was a lovely woman, pale, with a halo of striking red hair that could only have been a natural hue. There was something very warm and open about her, and I found myself liking her at once. "There are so few places Sandy will take me, for fear of sudden rebellions or uprisings," she teased. "I am really beginning to believe that ignorance is bliss." It took me a moment to realise that she was referring to her husband. It amused me to learn that the elegant Mr. Sanderson Douglas Hughes had been given the pet name Sandy by his wife. "Bliss is being married to you, my love," he returned with a smile, "which is why I find it prudent to be cautious." As his wife had done, Mr. Douglas Hughes impressed me favourably. In addition to his obvious affection for her, there was an easy friendliness in his manner, a sense of calm that matched her quiet poise. I imagined a pleasant demeanour and a cool head were assets in the Foreign Office. "Mr. Ames, I understand you're acquainted with Hélène Renaud. A friend of mine said he'd seen you together last weekend. She's a lovely woman. I've never met a film star. What's she like?" This abrupt and rather startling speech came from Mr. James Harker, Mrs. Barrington's nephew. Like his aunt, Mr. Harker was also robust and lively of manner. He had a round, pleasant face that lit up when he smiled, which he seemed to do often. He had reminded me of a happy and amiable child upon introduction, and the impression was strengthened now as he waited with apparent guilelessness for the answer to his question. It seemed to me that conversation faltered a bit as those around me tried to listen without appearing to do so. I had no knowledge of Milo's acquaintance with the French actress, so I was as curious as anyone to hear what his answer would be. Schooling my features into polite disinterest had become habit when discussing Milo's behaviour with strangers, so I fancy there was no expression on my face as my eyes rose slowly from my plate to look at my husband across the table. His gaze was awaiting mine, and I could read no sign of discomfort in it.
"I don't know her at all well,"
Milo answered with perfect ease.
"We've met once or twice at social events."
"I was certain someone told me that the two of you were quite good friends."
An awkward silence descended like a veil over the table, and I felt suddenly cold. A sad sort of sinking feeling that I had not experienced as of late seemed to hit me squarely in my chest. It seemed Mr. Harker was the only one at this dinner unaware of the fact that this entire conversation was extremely uncomfortable for everyone, except perhaps Milo, who remained completely unruffled in the face of Mr. Harker's clumsy interrogation.
"I'm afraid you were misinformed," he replied smoothly.
"Yes, but—"
"This crème anglaise is quite delicious," Mrs. Vivian Garmond said suddenly. It was almost the first word I had heard her speak at the dinner table. So calm and natural was her delivery, however, that her deflection seemed the normal course of conversation. "Yes, it's wonderful," Mrs. Douglas Hughes put in. "The entire meal has been lovely." Conversation ensued again as the guests sent their compliments to Mrs. Barrington's chef, and I breathed an inward sigh of relief. I had no wish to air out the difficulties of my marriage before a room full of strangers. Everyone went on as though nothing had happened, though I saw Lord Dunmore looking in my direction, a vague expression of amusement on his features. Mrs. Garmond was sitting directly across from me, and when she looked at me, I thought I detected something like understanding in her expression. I was curious about Mrs. Garmond, for she did not seem to be on particularly friendly terms with any of our fellow guests, let alone our hostess. If anything, it seemed that Mrs. Barrington had avoided her throughout the evening. I had noticed, however, the way her dark eyes followed Lord Dunmore when he wasn't looking. I could not help but wonder if there was some sort of connection between the two, although I had also noticed that the Viscount had not glanced at her more than once or twice throughout the course of the meal. What Milo thought about the incident with Mr. Harker I didn't know, for I studiously avoided his gaze. Though he was technically not responsible for my current embarrassment, it was not the first time his conduct had subjected me to a dreadfully uncomfortable moment, and I felt no inclination to be gracious in the face of Mr. Harker's implications. I was all too aware of the plausibility of the story. As to the question of the true nature of his acquaintance with Mademoiselle Renaud, that was something I didn't care to ponder at the moment. There would be time enough for that particular discussion in the privacy of our home. I forced the issue from my mind, determined to think instead of Mrs. Barrington's puzzling request that I observe her guests. As I wondered what could be so mysteriously noteworthy about someone seated at the dinner table, I had no way of knowing that Milo would soon be the least of my worries. The last course finished, we stood to move back to the drawing-room for coffee. Mrs. Barrington came to me as we entered the room, distress evident on her features, and spoke in a low voice.
"You must forgive James's faux pas, Mrs. Ames. He's always saying the wrong things."
"It's quite all right, Mrs. Barrington. You needn't apologise." The less said about it, the better, in fact.
She shook her head. "Well, he doesn't think before he speaks. It's always been an unfortunate habit of his. He doesn't mean anything by it. He's a sweet boy, but so gauche at times. I'm sure he didn't mean to imply that... I'm sure your husband isn't... Well, most of the time, James doesn't even realise that he's said anything offensive."
"Milo knows rather a lot of interesting people," I replied vaguely. I was not at all offended, truly.
It's good of you to say so, dear." She was frowning, looking not at me but at her nephew, who was talking animatedly to his uncle. "And yet, I worry sometimes that his tongue will get him into trouble." Still looking preoccupied, she moved away to see to the coffee. People naturally fell into little groups for conversation, and I took a seat on a burgundy-upholstered divan near the fire with my cup and saucer in hand. I would do my societal duty and mingle in a moment, but I needed a bit of fortification first. The incident at dinner had thrown me a bit more than I liked to admit. I had been certain my marriage was improving these past 2 months, but perhaps I'd been mistaken. I had been wrong before. I hazarded a glance in Milo's direction. He was engaged in conversation with Mrs. Barrington, who was no doubt repeating her apologies. He laughed at something she said, touching her arm in a reassuring manner, and she smiled, clearly relieved. There was no sign of discomfiture in his demeanour, and I found his imperturbability to be highly irritating.
"Are you by nature a solitary soul, Mrs. Ames?"
I looked up, surprised to see Lord Dunmore standing before me, drink in hand. I hadn't noticed him approaching. I could hardly deny it, as he had caught me in an isolated reverie. "I do find myself enjoying solitude upon occasion, my lord."
"Perhaps that explains why I've never had the pleasure of your company before tonight. I'm surprised we haven't had more mutual engagements. But perhaps you are often abroad with your husband."
He indicated the divan.
"May I?"
"Of course." He took a seat beside me. It was not a very large piece of furniture, and I felt his nearness at once. There was nothing at all improper in his manner, but there was a certain sort of pull about him, a confidence that I suspected stemmed from his rumoured popularity with women.
"I was delighted to meet you this evening, Mrs. Ames. Had I known that you and your husband were friends of the Barringtons, I should have urged them to invite you long before now."
"Oh, are you an old friend of the Barringtons?"
"Yes, my father and Mr. Barrington were at school together. They'd meet up for drinks or to go to the races, and my father would sometimes bring me along. Mrs. Barrington sends along the odd invitation when she's in need of another gentleman."
"I should hardly call you merely another gentleman, Lord Dunmore. I imagine your attendance at dinner is something of a social coup." He smiled.
"You flatter me, Mrs. Ames. I am not as intriguing as all that. Besides, I rather like Mr. and Mrs. Barrington. Dinner with old friends is often so much less tiresome than dinner with a group of strangers. Although I will say that the Barrington dinner parties usually include many of the same people, so I was delighted to see fresh faces this evening. Your fresh face in particular. I suspected the wife of Milo Ames was likely to be a beauty, but you surpassed even my high expectations." It seemed the Viscount's reputation for excessive charm had not been exaggerated. "Now it is you who are flattering me, Lord Dunmore," I said. "Not at all." His eyes flickered over my face, and he smiled. "One cannot flatter with the truth, after all." "Mrs. Barrington was kind to invite us this evening," I went on, trying to divert the conversation back along a more suitable course. "She and my mother are quite old friends. I'm not much familiar with any of the others, however. Are you very well acquainted with them?" "I know them all in one way or another." His gaze travelled around the room as he detailed his connections to our fellow guests. "Well, like your husband, Mr. Douglas Hughes belongs to my club. We cross paths occasionally. He's a very proper gentleman." I suspected that, coming from the Viscount, this remark was meant to be disparaging. "James Harker and I were at school together," he continued. "The man's a thorough dolt, though I suppose you realise as much. Even at school he was a snoop and a tale-bearer. Mrs. Barrington adores him, of course, but he's always in one awkward scrape or another." I digested this bit of information without comment. "And Mr. Foster?" He hesitated ever so slightly. "Mr. Foster I don't know well, though I've long been an admirer of his tennis game. We're often thrown into society events together. I believe he and Mr. Barrington have bonded over a love of sport." I noticed that the Viscount made no mention of the ladies present.
Given his reputation, I wondered if he knew any of them better than he let on. It was a wicked thing for me to think, but it did cross my mind. I looked to where Felicity and Marjorie Eccles seemed to be inquiring of Mrs. Garmond about her dressmaker. They were examining her gown and motioning to it occasionally, in deep conversation. Mr. Harker sat a short distance off, watching the conversation with apparent interest. I wondered if perhaps one of the ladies had caught his eye. Mr. Foster appeared to be surveying the scene with amusement before he moved to Mrs. Garmond and struck up a conversation. "Are the two of you conspiring?" asked Mrs. Barrington as she approached us.
"I certainly was,"
said Lord Dunmore, rising until Serena Barrington had seated herself in a nearby chair.
"I was just about to ask Mrs. Ames to come to my masked ball, and was trying to think of sufficient inducement for her to accept."
Mrs. Barrington smiled.
"Oh, yes, the masked ball. Oh, you should certainly come, Mrs. Ames. It's going to be quite an event. We've been talking of it constantly."
I was surprised at the urging from Mrs. Barrington. From what I had heard, Lord Dunmore's parties were not the type of thing I would expect her to attend, let alone enjoy. Then again, I was well aware of how gossip and gross exaggeration went hand in hand. Perhaps there was nothing so very wrong in his parties after all.
"You see, Mrs. Ames,"
he asked, turning to me, his eyes alight with amusement,
"Mrs. Barrington insists. Do you enjoy masked balls?"
"It's been ages since I've been to one," I replied, "but I very much enjoyed them in my youth."
"Come now, Mrs. Ames, you still seem very much in the full bloom of youth to me,"
he replied in a voice that was just low enough not to be heard distinctly by Mrs. Barrington. It was not so much the compliment that was inappropriate, but the intimacy he ascribed to it. "You seem rather young and carefree yourself," I answered tonelessly. He smiled.
"Perhaps too much so. I expect you've heard rumours about me."
It seemed there was a vague challenge behind the words, as though he knew that I was thinking of what I had heard about his parties. "I don't listen to gossip, Lord Dunmore. I find there are so many more worthy things to occupy my time." He lifted his glass.
"Well said, Mrs. Ames."
Mrs. Barrington had watched our exchange with apparent interest, and some other emotion I could not name.
"I can see we shall get on splendidly. You'll come to my ball, won't you?"
"When is it?" I asked, not entirely certain I cared to encourage him.
"Tomorrow night, in fact. But you needn't wear fancy dress. Many of us wear evening clothes with our masks. I can recommend my costumier at Friedrich's. Batelli is his name. Many of us use him. He can make you a mask in no time."
"I'll speak to my husband about it."
"I expect he'll agree, if you want to go."
"Perhaps." I wasn't certain, however, that I did want to go.
"It's short notice, I suppose. If you can't make it, I plan to have another party in 2 weeks. If you're like me, however, short notice is much better. I hate waiting for things."
He smiled as his eyes came to mine.
"I find that lengthy anticipation is highly overrated."
Before I could formulate any sort of response, he had risen to his feet.
"If you charming ladies will excuse me now, I'll just go and have a word with Mr. Barrington."
Her eyes on his retreating form, Mrs. Barrington leant towards me.
"Have you encountered him before tonight?"
I thought it an odd choice of words, but I supposed encounter was an apt enough description. "No, tonight was the first time I have met him."
"He's handsome, don't you think?"
I was not at all sure what this was leading up to, so I ventured a hesitant agreement. "Yes, I suppose he is."
"Of course, you'd do well to have little to do with him."
Under other circumstances, such words might have caused offence, but I had the feeling Mrs. Barrington was merely trying to offer a friendly warning. From what I had seen of Lord Dunmore, it was probably warranted. "We haven't crossed paths before now, so I doubt we shall see much of one another in the future," I replied. Her gaze came back to me.
"You think not? I'm afraid you don't know how persistent he can be. I've seen him look that way before," she said vaguely.
"You spoke earlier tonight of my watching your guests, Mrs. Barrington. What was it I was to watch for?
It was something of a non sequitur, perhaps, but I was very curious, and our secluded seat by the fire presented the perfect opportunity for quiet conversation. This captured her attention. She leant closer.
I will speak plainly to you, Mrs. Ames. Someone has been stealing from me.
I was at a loss as to how to reply to this bit of information, and I could not immediately perceive why it was that she should choose to share it with me. I didn't have to wait long to find out.
I knew at once, of course, that you were just the person to help me.
Her gaze met mine expectantly.
I want you to find out who it is.
Chapter 3.
I did my best to hide my considerable surprise.
Mrs. Barrington, I said carefully, I don't know how I could possibly...
You investigated that murder business on the coast. Theft should be quite a simple matter.
So there it was. I was taken aback that she should choose to connect the two crimes, if indeed this was a case of theft.
Well, that was a very different situation, one I undertook out of necessity. If someone has stolen something from you, you should contact the police.
I don't want the police here, she said quickly. I rather think this needs to be kept quiet.
I really don't think... I tried again.
Well, let me tell you the facts before you say no. If you cannot or will not help me, I will accept it.
Very well.
I had to admit that I was faintly curious. It could do no harm to listen to what she had to say after all. She looked around as though making sure we wouldn't be overheard, and then began speaking in a low, unhurried voice.
My husband has always been fond of giving me extravagant gifts, though he knows perfectly well that it isn't necessary. He does spoil me so, the dear. As a result, I have rather a good collection of jewellery. It's only the last few months that I've begun to notice that things are missing.
Missing?
Yes. It started first with the loss of a ruby earring. It disappeared from my jewellery box, and I turned my dressing room upside down looking for it. A week later, I found it in the drawer of my bureau, though I'm certain I had searched there.
Or perhaps you overlooked it.
I thought so too, at first. But now I don't know. The next thing to disappear was an emerald ring. It happened a month or so after the incident with the earring. It was a bit large for my fingers, but I wore it to dinner one night, here at home. When I discovered it was missing, I assumed it must have fallen off and one of the servants would discover it. But it has never turned up. Then, not 2 weeks later, a diamond bracelet that I wore disappeared.
Were you dining at home that night as well? I asked.
Yes. As with the earring, I thought I might have misplaced it. I was certain that it would come to light eventually.
Perhaps it still will, I said. I was harbouring the hope that Mrs. Barrington might merely have misplaced these things. It would be the simplest and most satisfactory explanation.
I hoped so, but I'm rather certain now that that is not the case.
As everything was lost here at your home, do you think perhaps one of the servants... I hinted delicately. I did not like to insinuate such a thing. One had to be careful when suggesting wrongdoing on the part of the domestic staff. Even the whisper of suspicion could ruin a domestic career. It was unfair to assume that they would resort to stealing merely because they were in a position to do so. But one had to concede that such things had been known to happen.
Yes, she agreed. At first I thought that was the most likely thing. I'd instructed Fenton, my butler, to keep watch, and I fully expected that the culprit would eventually be caught. Until last week, that is.
She paused dramatically, raising her eyebrows for added significance.
What happened? I prompted, sensing this was what was expected of me.
While I love everything that Lloyd has given me, the prize of my collection is a diamond brooch he gave me when we became engaged. It was a replica of the Eiffel Tower, in gold, encrusted with diamonds and tiny pearls. We met in Paris, you see, and it was a little reminder of how we came to be together. He had it designed especially for me with our engagement date engraved on the back. It's one of a kind.
It sounds lovely. I, too, had diamonds I associated with Paris, a necklace Milo bought me when we honeymooned there. Almost without thinking, I glanced in Milo's direction. He and Mr. Douglas Hughes were speaking, but he happened to look my way at almost the same moment I looked his. His eyes caught mine, and I looked away. "I had a dinner party a fortnight past," Mrs. Barrington was saying, "and, as it was our wedding anniversary, I wore it. But it seemed the clasp was loose, so I removed the pin and placed it in that little ivory trinket box on the mantel." She nodded towards the fireplace. "I meant to collect it later and have it sent to be repaired. However, after I had bid all my guests good evening, I went to retrieve it and found that it was gone." As much as I had harboured hopes to the contrary, the circumstances certainly were suspicious. This business was becoming more intriguing than I had initially believed. "Of course I was frantic," she went on. "The thing is very valuable, of course, but it has far more sentimental worth to me than anything else. I searched the room, then the house, hoping I had misplaced it somehow, but I knew perfectly well that I hadn't. I put it in the ivory trinket box, and at the end of the evening it simply wasn't there. But the servants... There had been no servants in the room all evening, save for Fenton, whom I trust implicitly, and even if I thought him capable of such a thing, I'm quite sure he was nowhere near the mantel all evening." "Then who?" "Don't you see?" she asked, with a conspiratorial whisper, her eyes making a quick sweep of the room. "It must have been one of my guests. My dear, who else could it be?" My impulse was to dismiss the entire thing at once as some kind of misunderstanding, but my instincts told me differently. I thought for a moment, digesting all of what she had just told me. She was quite right, of course. It didn't seem it could be anything but deliberate theft. Nevertheless, it seemed absurd that anyone wealthy enough to be included in the Barrington circle should be forced to stoop to pilfering from their host. Certainly none of the guests here tonight seemed capable of such a thing. I seem to recall that Lord Dunmore, for example, was in possession of the Dunmore diamond, a jewel of some renown. I thought it unlikely he would have use for Mrs. Barrington's Eiffel Tower brooch. "Did you ask any of them about it?" "Oh, certainly not," she said, obviously horrified at the suggestion. "I didn't like to make a scene. You know how poorly people react if they think they are being accused of anything." I did indeed. If she thought accusing someone of theft was bad, she had never been forced to confront a murderer. That had proved to be an extremely disagreeable experience. "Who was there that evening?" I asked. "The same group that is here tonight." And then I understood. The sudden invitation, the insistence that I accept, had all been part of the ploy. The truth of it was that I had been invited to dinner under false pretences. It was perfectly obvious that Mrs. Barrington had lured me here under the guise of a simple dinner party in order for me to ferret out a thief in our midst. I didn't think it was at all a nice thing to do, yet I couldn't keep myself from asking a pertinent question. "Was that the same group that was there each of the 3 times that something went missing?" "Yes, I believe so. I've been over it in my mind, and I think it was the very same group each time. Well, all except Mr. Barrington. He was called away on some business the night my brooch disappeared. He was so upset, poor dear, when I told him my lovely anniversary gift was missing." "I find it difficult to believe that any of your guests would do such a thing," I said carefully. "But it seems one of them must have, doesn't it?" she asked pointedly. "I don't like to accuse anyone, naturally, but facts are facts." "Perhaps." I didn't quite know what to think. It was all so fantastical. "Well?" She looked at me expectantly. "Well, what, Mrs. Barrington?" "Are you going to help me?" As intriguing as this is, I'm still not sure how I can be of help to you. She looked disappointed, as though her expectations had not been met. "You haven't any ideas as to how we may catch the culprit?" "I'm afraid not." I hesitated to venture my misgivings as to the guilt of one of the present company. I thought it much more likely that one of the servants had escaped her notice that evening, though, admittedly, Mrs. Barrington did not seem to miss much.
"Well, we shall think on it," she said. "I will come up with something. But you will help me, won't you? I don't expect you to catch the thief red-handed and wrestle him to the ground or any such thing."
Well, thank heavens for that.
"Another dinner party would do, I suppose, though it may be a while before everyone is free again. Oh, there are so many parties and such that are— Oh, I have it!"
she cried so suddenly that I nearly flinched.
"Lord Dunmore's masquerade ball tomorrow night. He's invited you to it. Mr. Barrington and I are attending as well. Everyone here tonight will be there. It's the perfect opportunity to lay a trap."
Mrs. Barrington, I felt I should try to dissuade her, though I had the impression that feat might be comparable to stopping a runaway train at this point.
"I'm going to wear some jewels to the ball, put them in the path of the suspects, and see if someone will steal them." "I don't think it's the perfect plan," she interrupted. "Where I'll need your help is keeping an eye on each of the suspects, helping me direct them, so to speak. And, of course, you'll serve as a witness when we catch the thief."
"What exactly do you intend to do if you succeed in your plan?" I asked, hoping to draw her back to the more realistic side of things. I wondered if perhaps she had not quite thought the plan through, but I should have known better.
"It's perfectly simple," she said with a wave of her hand. "When confronted, the guilty party will quite naturally be so embarrassed and eager to keep it all a secret that he will return all of my things. That's all I want, the return of my beloved brooch. Will you help me?"
I hesitated. This entire thing was madness, and I knew perfectly well I should distance myself from any involvement in her schemes. And yet, what could it hurt, really? If there was nothing to it, no one would be any the wiser. If she was right, perhaps I could lessen the damage if something socially catastrophic were to occur.
"I suppose I will, Mrs. Barrington," I conceded. "Oh, splendid! I just knew you would. Let me tell you what I have in mind."
She outlined a plan in which she would leave a bracelet in a spot where each of the suspects would be sure to know about it. Then it was only a matter of waiting for the culprit to take it. My part in the scheme would be to draw attention to her bracelet at some point in the evening so that the thief would know where to find it, and then I could take part in what Mrs. Barrington called the negotiations, that is, convincing the villain to return her purloined baubles. The plan was simple enough, but I was not at all convinced it was going to succeed. For one thing, I still had my doubts that any of the guests tonight were involved in the disappearance of Mrs. Barrington's jewellery. For another, the entire strategy reminded me of a very poorly written mystery play I had once attended in the West End.
"I feel so relieved that you've agreed to help me, Mrs. Ames," she said, grasping my hand warmly in hers. "I'm sure we shall straighten this business out in no time, and you'll be glad you agreed to assist me."
I highly doubted it. Against my better judgment, I had agreed to help Serena Barrington catch a thief, and I could only imagine what sort of trouble would come of it. Lost in various disconcerting thoughts, I was silent as we walked from the Barringtons' home. Milo's hand rested lightly on the small of my back as he escorted me to our waiting automobile, and I wondered if he could detect the tension in me. As Markham, our driver, pulled away from the curb, Milo sank back against the seat and began pulling loose his necktie.
"Well, that was just as dull as I imagined it would be."
"Really?" I replied, looking out the window at the darkened streets. "I thought it was a rather interesting evening." It had certainly been more than I had bargained for. My mind was still spinning.
"What did you make of the Viscount?" he asked. "Were you dazzled?"
"He's invited us to his masquerade tomorrow night."
"Ah, so it's you who've dazzled him. I might have known. He certainly seemed to be enjoying your company."
I said nothing, and after a moment the silence seemed to grow heavy. I could feel him looking at me in the darkness.
"What are you thinking about?" he asked at last.
"Nothing in particular."
"Yes, you are. You're thinking of what that idiot James Harker said."
I glanced at him. It was of no consequence. My tone said otherwise, and Milo knew it.
As I said at dinner, I barely know Hélène Renaud.
I'd rather not discuss it now, Milo. I glanced pointedly up at Markham, who could hear every word we said. Milo took the hint, but rather than letting the subject drop, as I had wished, he slid closer to me on the seat, his arm slipping around me, and leant to whisper in my ear.
It's simply another of those nasty rumours.
I didn't trust myself to reply.
Look at me, darling.
I turned to look at him, not taking into account how close he sat. My mouth nearly brushed his as I looked into his eyes, so very blue even in the darkness of the car.
There's nothing to it, truly.
I knew that I wanted very much to believe him. Perhaps I could. I had doubted him before, and it had very nearly been disastrous. I sighed. Very well. He smiled and lowered his mouth to mine. Milo, I whispered, pulling back after a moment. Not now. Milo shot an impatient glance at our driver before turning his attention back to me.
I am sure Markham is aware there are occasions when a man would like to kiss his wife.
If he wasn't, I'm afraid he was well aware of it by the time we reached home. Chapter 4. I had not found the time by morning to tell Milo of my strange conversation with Mrs. Barrington. Very likely he would have brushed it aside as the far-fetched imaginings of a bored society doyenne. And perhaps I was the least bit afraid he would attempt to dissuade me from getting involved in an affair that was, admittedly, none of my concern. That did not prevent me from deciding to attend the ball, however. Milo, though not especially enthusiastic, had agreed to accompany me. The day was a whirl as I made preparations. Though I was the first to admit I had a very serviceable wardrobe, I could find nothing that I thought suitable to wear to a masquerade thrown by the Viscount Dunmore. Though my modiste had promised to try to find something appropriate, I had not yet heard from her by the time I began to ready myself for the ball, and I had determined that I would have to choose a gown from among my own things. Winelda, my maid, stood behind me, watching my preparations in the mirror, her head tilted slightly to one side. She was a petite, pretty young woman, and her reflection reminded me of a woodland pixie standing over my shoulder. Your hair looks lovely. She leant to examine it. Just like a cinema star. Thank you. I had had it freshly waved that morning, though I somehow doubted the effect was as glamorous as she seemed to think. I've always longed for dark hair like yours, she continued wistfully. But both of my parents were pale as winter way, so I suppose it wasn't to be. And I don't suppose I'd look quite right if I dyed it. Well, not that I'd do such a thing. Your hair is quite pretty as it is, Winelda. It was true. Her natural colour was a startling shade of platinum that would have made Jean Harlow envious. Thank you, madam. I reached for my perfume bottle, and she rushed to hand it to me, fairly pushing my hand away in the process. Here you are. Thank you. And which gown have you chosen? Will you wear the blue silk? The black satin, I think. I nodded towards the dress draped across my bed. Though not extravagant, it was a striking dress, and would not be out of place at Lord Dunmore's ball. Winelda didn't care for black, it seemed. I was certain I saw her grimace in the mirror, but I ignored it. It was best, I had learnt, to pay no attention to her frequent opinionated responses. She was not strictly speaking a lady's maid. In fact, she had been hired by Milo in my absence to look after the flat. Before her arrival, we had made a point not to have domestic staff at the flat. A woman had come in to cook and clean, and we had enjoyed the absence of domestics observing our every move. Since our return to London from the country, however, Winelda had inserted herself into my daily routine in a manner that was all-encompassing, if not completely effectual. I had found that her enthusiasm was undiminished by any of my tactful attempts at discouraging her, and she had assumed the roles of parlour-maid, cook, and housekeeper with undisguised zeal. I hadn't had the heart to advertise for another lady's maid, mine having left my service 2 months before to be married, and so here Winelda was, making a likeable and well-meaning nuisance of herself in every imaginable capacity. I picked up the dress and moved behind the black lacquer changing screen. Milo entered just then, and Winelda slipped from the room. She was, it had become plain, somewhat overawed by Milo, and made rather obvious attempts to stay out of his way.
Darling?
There was something in the way he said it that roused instant suspicion. He had been on the telephone in the hallway, and I knew instantly that no good had come of it. "Behind the screen," I answered. My instincts were confirmed as he continued,
"I'm afraid something's come up. I've got to dash off. Make my excuses for me, will you?"
"It's a bit late to cry off now, isn't it?" I asked the question mildly, for I knew perfectly well that there was little chance Milo would be convinced to change his mind. He had never been very reliable, except for when it came to doing just as he pleased.
"Yes, I know, but it's rather urgent. Rumour has it that Frederick Garmond is in rather dire straits financially. He may be ready to sell off his Arabian. I've been trying to buy the beast from him for a year, and Kelvin's just rung up to say Garmond's arrived at my club. I need to speak to him before someone else does."
"Can't it wait?" My dress fastened, I came from around the screen.
"I'm afraid not. I can't have someone else buying that horse."
I bit back an angry retort, turning instead to the mirror and powdering my already powdered nose, determined to give every indication of indifference. "Very well."
"I may be able to drop by Dunmore's ball later this evening if all goes well."
"Don't inconvenience yourself on my account," I answered, almost managing to keep the edge from my tone. He came up behind me as I smoothed my hair, but I refused to look at him in the mirror.
"Don't be cross with me, darling," he said.
"I'm not cross."
"Yes, you are. You've done up your buttons wrong."
I started to reach behind me, but his hands were already there, unfastening my dress so he could redo them properly. I was irritated that my frustration should have presented itself in my wardrobe, but it would have been childish to brush his hands away. His fingers moved assuredly, but without any great haste, and I wished there were fewer buttons on the gown.
"There,"
he said after a moment, his hands dropping to my waist.
"You're quite presentable now."
"Thank you." His eyes met mine in the mirror, waiting, I supposed, for protests I did not intend to give. I certainly wouldn't beg him to accompany me. If the horse was so important, let him go to it.
"I'll probably be quite late," he said. "Garmond will no doubt require a bit of liquoring up before he'll sell."
"I may be late myself," I answered.
"Indeed? Well, try to behave yourself with Dunmore," he said dryly.
He dropped a kiss on my neck, then turned and left the room. I fought back my annoyance and the sudden desire to remain at home because of my spoilt mood, but Mrs. Barrington was expecting me. Besides, I was not going to let Milo ruin my evening. I was perfectly capable of enjoying myself without his company. I was nearly ready when I heard the bell. A moment later, Winelda came into the room carrying a large box. "Oh, this has just come for you, madam." "Thank you." I took the box and set it on the bed, then picked up the attached card. "From my dressmaker," I told Winelda, cutting the string and pulling back the lid. As the box opened, my eyes widened, and Winelda gasped loudly as I pulled out the gown and held it up. "Begging your pardon, madam," she said, "but that's ever so much more beautiful than the black satin." I felt a bit conspicuous arriving at Lord Dunmore's home in a gown of scarlet satin. It was far more extravagant than anything I would normally wear, but a masquerade called for a bit of added glamour. At least that was what my modiste had assured me in her note. Looking at the ostentatious ensemble now, I hoped I wasn't going to call unnecessary attention to myself. The gown had an intricately beaded bodice, with very short sleeves that gave way to a low-cut neckline that might have been overly revealing on a more buxom woman, and the back plunged quite low as well. The gown was fitted from bodice to hip, giving way to a flowing skirt, with chiffon inlays that fluttered when I walked, the effect of which was rather like floating on a red mist. A red beaded mask and red satin gloves completed the costume. I was swept through the doors of Dunmore House and into the cavernous entrance hall with a group of other people. As we were all masked, it was a bit difficult to tell who was who, but there were several individuals I recognised, including an illustrious author, 2 members of Parliament, and an earl. It seemed that whatever rumours abounded about the Viscount's parties, they nevertheless held appeal for the crème de la crème of society. I had heard of the opulence of Dunmore House, and I found the reports were not exaggerated. The entrance hall was a gleaming expanse of marble floors that ran from the doorway to a grand red-carpeted staircase. There was a door to the right that I assumed was some sort of sitting room, and beyond that was the entrance to a corridor that led to the other rooms on that side of the house. Tall gilt doors to the ballroom were on the left. I moved with the wave of people into the massive ballroom and was embraced by the swell of music coming from the orchestra in the corner. It was a beautiful room with gleaming parquet floors and ivory walls with gold leaf moulding. Crystal chandeliers glittered overhead, and golden sconces on the wall held candles that gave off a warm glow that electric lighting couldn't match. End of CD 1. CD 2. The room was lavishly but tastefully decorated with an abundance of floral arrangements, and I detected the scents of rose, jasmine, and gardenia, along with subtler scents hanging pleasantly in the air. I noticed many of the blooms that had been selected were out of season. It was apparent that the Viscount had spared no expense on this ball, down to the last detail, and I wondered briefly what sort of impact such excessive parties made on his bank account.
"And who might this stunning creature be?"
said a voice behind me. I turned to the approaching gentleman. He wore a half-mask that obscured his features. Nevertheless, I recognised the posture and tone of voice. It was Lord Dunmore himself, arrayed in flawless evening dress and a mask of silver and black diamonds. Even masked, I supposed it would be difficult to mistake him for anyone else. "It's a lovely party, my lord," I said, as he took my hand in his. "I see you have found me out." He smiled.
"I suppose, then, that I must confess I recognised you the moment you walked through the door. Some things cannot be hidden with a mask."
His eyes ran over me in an appraising way.
"You're a vision. Red suits you perfectly."
"Thank you. Your home is magnificent."
"You're too kind. I'm so glad you've come, but where is your husband?"
He glanced around as though Milo might be lurking somewhere behind me. "I'm afraid he was called away on urgent business."
"Oh? Well, his loss is my gain."
He held out his hand.
"Might I have the honour of this dance?"
"Of course, my lord." He escorted me to the dance floor and pulled me to him in the manner of a man who is quite accustomed to feeling a woman in his arms. He danced beautifully, and I saw several women watching him as we moved about the floor, his warm hand against the bare skin of my back.
"I was afraid you wouldn't come, given the short notice," he said. "Imagine my delight to see you walk in, outshining every woman here, no less. I'm surprised your husband lets you out alone, looking as you do."
"Mr. Ames suffers no alarm on my account."
"Indeed? Well, he's a very fortunate man."
"And what about you, Lord Dunmore?" I asked, trying to deflect his flattery. "I wonder that some charming lady has not yet stolen your heart."
"Alas, Mrs. Ames, it seems the best of them are already taken."
I smiled, and we finished the rest of the dance in a comfortable silence. The song concluded, and he escorted me back to the edge of the room, where great piles of food sat on long white cloth tables. A group of 3 women stood conversing near one of them. I might not have recognised them, but for the lovely red hair of the woman in a copper-coloured gown. It was Mrs. Douglas Hughes, and, I realised, Felicity and Marjorie Eccles. "Hello, Mrs. Ames," Mrs. Douglas Hughes said as I approached. "Hello, Mrs. Douglas Hughes. And it's Felicity and Marjorie Eccles, isn't it? You all look lovely."
"Now, what is the point of a masquerade if everyone acknowledges that they know everyone else?"
Lord Dunmore complained good-naturedly. "I think knowing people is ever so much nicer than conversing with strangers," said Felicity Eccles, her wide green eyes accentuated by the glittering turquoise mask she wore. "One knows where one stands with everyone." Her sister, attired in blue satin and a mask composed of flower petals, disagreed. "I think a masquerade is mysterious and romantic myself. Not knowing is half the fun."
"I must agree with Marjorie," Lord Dunmore said. There is something alluring about anonymity, isn't there? One might be anyone. Do anything.
An alarming suggestion, Mrs. Douglas Hughes laughed.
Where is your husband? Lord Dunmore asked Mrs. Douglas Hughes. I'm going to pull him aside for drinks and billiards. Foster, too, if I can find him in this infernal crush. I believe he's wearing a tiger's mask.
But the ball's only just begun, said Marjorie Eccles, something like disappointment in her tone.
Exactly. I should have begun drinking hours ago.
Aren't you worried your guests will miss you? I asked. He smiled.
That's why I enjoy a masquerade. No one will know whether I'm here or not. And I'll expect all of you ladies to dance with me later.
He took my hand in his.
Will you dance the midnight waltz with me, after the unmasking?
If you wish.
Good. Ah, there he is, he said, spotting a gentleman I supposed was Mr. Douglas Hughes. If you ladies will excuse me.
We watched him walk away. I hope Sandy doesn't drink too much, Mrs. Douglas Hughes sighed. He never feels well when he does. What do the gentlemen do at balls in America with alcohol being illegal? Marjorie asked. They sneak away to drink just as they do here, Mamie said with a laugh. Men, it seems, are much the same the world over. I've never known a man quite like Lord Dunmore, Marjorie Eccles said, her eyes following his form across the room. He's so handsome, isn't he? It's a pity about him, really. Well, surely he's not as bad as all that, I questioned lightly. Nothing unforgivable, I suppose, but there have been a string of showgirls and actresses, and then there's Vivian Garmond, of course. But you know about that. I'm afraid I don't, I confessed. Really? I'm surprised you haven't heard. Marjorie, perhaps you shouldn't, began Felicity. Her sister ignored her. They're quite close. I've heard he pays for her house. They also say her young son looks very like the Viscount, and he doesn't bother to deny it. I raised my brows. While a mistress was sometimes considered de rigueur among the titled classes, having it known so openly seemed to me a rather defiant step. Rumours and supposition were one thing. Openly supporting a woman and practical admittance of an illegitimate child were quite another. Oh, she claims to have a husband that died, and people make a show of believing it, but everyone knows the child is his. I suppose he feels he needn't marry her when he can likely get a younger, well-connected woman to wed him, sordid reputation or not. I digested this information silently. It made sense now, her inclusion at a dinner party where no one much wanted anything to do with her, the way her eyes followed the Viscount when he wasn't looking. If it was true, it certainly did nothing to improve my opinion of Lord Dunmore. Then again, I had learnt to take rumour with a grain of salt. I glanced around the room, wondering if Mrs. Garmond was in attendance tonight. I had the feeling that she might be somewhere in the room, watching with her sad dark eyes, while the man she loved flirted with other women. If I came across her, I was determined I should make an effort to be friendly. I certainly knew something of what it was like to live under the shadow of scandal. Of course, you may not want to marry him, Marjorie continued, with all the other rumours about him. Marjorie, don't! It seemed there was something almost desperate in Felicity Eccles' whispered reprimand, though her sister merely shrugged. This is one of my favourite waltzes, Mrs. Douglas Hughes interposed as the band struck up Lanna's Die Romantica. It seemed that she was very adept at seamless conversational detours. Yes, come, Felicity, Marjorie instructed. Let's find someone to dance with us. She led her sister away, even as a gentleman approached Mrs. Douglas Hughes and escorted her to the dance floor. I stood for a moment, watching the festivities. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely, but I saw nothing of the debauchery I had been led to expect. I will not say I was disappointed, but I was a bit perplexed that, forewarned as I had been of great wickedness, I had yet to see anything remotely scandalous. Of course, the evening was still young. Chapter 5. Despite my initial reluctance to attend, I found myself genuinely enjoying the ball as the night progressed. I danced with several gentlemen, conversed with several notable figures, and sampled some of the very good food Lord Dunmore had provided. All told, I almost managed to forget that I had been commissioned to catch a thief. Almost, but not quite. I had been keeping an eye out for Mrs. Barrington. I assumed our plan was still in force, but I had yet to spot her in the crush of the ballroom. I didn't even know what she was wearing or what type of mask she had chosen. It occurred to me that our plot was very haphazard indeed. If we had intended to accomplish anything, it would have behoved us to be a bit more organised. Nevertheless, I thought I should at least make an effort to find her. From the corner of my eye, I saw a woman I thought might be her stepping into the foyer, so I made my way through the crowds to follow her. It turned out, however, that the woman wasn't Mrs. Barrington, but a woman of similar build exiting the party. I stood still for a moment, reluctant to return at once to the heat of the ballroom. The foyer was mostly deserted and the air was much cooler there. It was then I spotted a gentleman in the orange and black striped mask of a tiger coming down the stairs. Lord Dunmore mentioned Mr. Foster had worn such a mask, and I assumed the gentlemen had finished their game of billiards. "Venturing back into the fray, Mr. Foster?" I asked with a smile. He turned to me, and I realised at once that I had made a mistake. The mask was the same, the striped face of a tiger, but the build was not quite right, and the aura of confident athleticism was entirely absent. I'm not Foster," he said a bit haltingly. "I'm James Harker." "I beg your pardon, Mr. Harker," I said. "It is I, Mrs. Ames." "Oh, Mrs. Ames." There was something like relief in his voice as he pulled off his mask, revealing his red, perspiring face. "I'm awfully glad to meet someone I know. I find I don't care for all these masked faces at all." "I thought you must be Mr. Foster. I believe he's wearing a similar mask to yours." He frowned. "Oh, I haven't seen him," he said, dabbing at his face with a handkerchief. "I've been in the library upstairs. I've mostly been trying to stay out of the way. I only came down because I have an appointment with someone. I'm not much of one for parties, but Aunt Serena said it would be rude of me not to come." "Do you happen to know where your aunt is?" I asked. "She's actually the one I've been looking for." "I'm not certain where she is now," he said, "but it would be hard to miss her. She's dressed in a peacock sort of thing." I didn't recall seeing her, but the description was clear enough. "She's wearing some new jewels as well. Sapphires, I think. My uncle must have bought them for her. He's always buying her things, you know. He dotes on her. Even his mask is blue to match her." "Yes, she mentioned that he's very generous. Thank you, Mr. Harker. I'll just keep looking." "If you happen across her, will you tell her I'm searching for her?" "Certainly, though I don't expect our paths shall cross any time soon. I expect to go back upstairs. It's much more private there." "I see." "And when my appointment's over, I think I shall leave, despite what Aunt Serena says. Dunmore won't notice anyway. He isn't interested in my being here. It's the ladies that he's interested in. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Ames." "Certainly." I watched him go back into the ballroom, a bit bemused by his artlessness. He was an unusual gentleman, to be sure. Well, if Mr. Harker planned on keeping his appointment, I supposed I should keep mine as well. I would have to wade back into the throng and locate Mrs. Barrington. I re-entered the ballroom and edged along the wall, politely declining 2 offers to dance as I went, attempting to spot Mrs. Barrington in the crowd. As the hour had grown later, the atmosphere of the party had begun to shift. The music, it seemed to me, had become faster, and there was a slightly more reckless air to the revellers than there had been at the start of the evening. I dare say that, not being even midnight, things were only beginning to warm up. In the end, it was Mrs. Barrington who found me. "Mrs. Ames!" she hissed. "Mrs. Ames, over here!" I turned and saw her standing near the French doors that led out onto the terrace. She had cracked one of them open to the cool night breeze and was fanning herself with a peacock plume fan. I made my way to her, admiring her gown of emerald and sapphire silk. There were elaborate inlays in the skirt that fluttered in the air. Somehow the flamboyant peacock attire suited her. "Good evening, Mrs. Barrington. Your dress is lovely."
Thank you, Mrs. Ames, she said, without further pleasantries, clutching my arm and leaning in conspiratorially. I've been wondering where you were. Our plan has been set into action. I had been half hoping she had forgotten, but it was very apparent that she had not. Yes, I've been looking for you, but it's so very crowded. Look at this. A brilliant sapphire bracelet appeared suddenly in her outstretched hand, like some sort of conjurer's trick. It's lovely. It's paste, she cried delightedly. Mr. Barrington had it made for me. Isn't it clever? It's almost prettier than the real ones. I'm not sure I could tell the difference. I'm quite certain the thief shall be tempted to take it. I've been flashing it about all evening. I'm sure each of the suspects has seen it by now, and I've made a show of telling the others I plan to rest in the upstairs library for a while, and that my bracelets are too tight, and I must take them off. I saw those silly Eccles girls not 20 minutes ago, and I could see perfectly well that they were ogling my jewellery. I also mentioned it to Mrs. Douglas Hughes and Mrs. Garmond in passing. I wondered if her suspects had found this all to be as obvious as I did. Accompany me to the library, dear, and we shall lay the trap. Lloyd and the other gentlemen have gone upstairs to play cards or some such nonsense, so it shall be easy enough to find them and apprise them of my location. I sighed inwardly, thinking of the futility of it all. All right, Mrs. Barrington. We made our way across the crowded ballroom and back into the foyer, where it appeared that more guests were arriving. We nodded politely at the latest arrivals and moved past them towards the stairs. A set of wide gold and crimson carpeted steps led upwards, facing the front door from across the expanse of marble flooring, and then split off into two curving staircases that wound upwards, parallel to the first set, before meeting on the first-floor landing. There was a railed gallery that overlooked the stairs and foyer, breaking up a long hallway that ran from one side of the house to the other. We took the stairs together, skirting a group of 2 men and 2 women who were sitting at the landing, engaged in some sort of earnest conversation. On the landing, we took the set of stairs to the right. It seemed Mrs. Barrington was familiar with the layout of the house, for she led me down a hallway straight ahead to the first door on the left, which was the library. It was a lovely room, with very good furniture and shelf upon shelf of leather-bound books. A fire had been lit in the fireplace and crackled warmly. It reminded me a bit of the library at Thorncrest, and was the sort of room in which I could have spent many comfortable hours. She sank into a chair away from the fire and let out a great sigh. "Oh, it's so warm downstairs," she said. "All those bodies packed so closely together. I'm not as young as I once was." She laughed boisterously as she flipped open her fan of peacock feathers and began to wave it rapidly in front of her face. "Oh, bother!" she cried suddenly. "This bracelet is forever getting caught on my dress." She pried loose the fabric that was caught at her wrist and took off the bracelet, setting it on the table beside her. "I think I shall leave it just here for the thief to find. In a few moments I'll move to sit behind that screen," she said, indicating an impressive piece of Oriental design. "I'll be ready to pounce upon the bandit when he comes. Or perhaps I'll just sit here and pretend to be asleep, then spring upon the culprit as he reaches out to take it." "What if nothing happens?" I asked, secretly hoping that neither of her alarming suggestions would prove necessary. It may be a while before anyone will build up the courage to try. "I'll wait," she said. "It feels lovely to get off my feet. These shoes are much too tight. Just come back in a while. Perhaps the culprit will have showed himself by then. If you'll just try to find the gentleman and casually mention my jewels." "I think Lord Dunmore said something about a game of billiards." "Oh, the billiards room is downstairs, my dear, but they aren't there. You recall I said they've come upstairs to play cards. I found the billiards room earlier and they'd all gone. I'm sure you shall find them in no time, however." She laid her head back in the chair and closed her eyes, and I realised that I had been dismissed to carry out my errand. I left her reclining in the chair and went again into the long wood-panelled hallway. I stopped for a moment and glanced around.
The hallway on this side of the stairwell extended far into the shadows, with several doors along either side. I had no intention of barging into rooms until I located the one in which the gentlemen were playing cards. No doubt, if I returned downstairs and asked, someone would be able to direct me to the correct room. A grandfather clock stood against the wall near the door to the library, and I noted the time. It was nearly 11:30. I would fulfill my duty and then perhaps wait an hour more. After that, I would go home. I highly doubted anything eventful would occur tonight. In retrospect, the entire plan seemed rather ridiculous. The group still sat on the landing when I reached the stairwell, and I heard their excited voices as I approached. "Isn't that Hélène Renaud that's just come in, the film star? Isn't she beautiful? I've seen all her pictures. Look at her jewels, they're magnificent." Curiosity got the better of me, and I walked towards the railing, hoping to catch a glance of the fabled actress. "Who is the gentleman with her?" the other girl asked in a low voice. "Even with the mask, he's ever so handsome." I had reached the railing by then and had a good view of the foyer below. The girl was right. The thin black mask did little to hide his good looks, or his identity. It was Milo. Chapter 6. I felt myself flush cold and then hot as I stepped back from the railing to avoid being seen, my head reeling. Milo had accompanied Hélène Renaud to Lord Dunmore's masquerade. So this was what had become of the horse he was desperate to buy. I walked back up the short flight of stairs to the shadowed hallway. Standing in the semi-darkness, I closed my eyes and drew in a deep breath, willing myself to remain calm. It would do me no good to fly into a fury. It never had. I could hear the increased murmur of voices below, and I knew the cinema star's entrance had caused a stir. No doubt she was basking in the glow of the sensation her late arrival had caused, even as she clung to my husband's arm. They made a stunning pair, I would grant them that. Milo, tall and dark, was the perfect complement to Hélène Renaud's sleek blonde beauty. I suddenly felt very tired. Too many emotions hit me all at once, and I knew only that I wanted to go home. I decided to change my strategy. Mrs. Barrington had said the gentlemen were playing cards somewhere on this floor, and I intended to locate them without going downstairs for directions. I would find Lord Dunmore, wish him a good evening, and be on my way. There were so many people in the ballroom, I could leave without ever encountering Milo. I walked down the long hall, my skirts rustling around me in the relative silence. A door suddenly opened, and Felicity Eccles emerged from it, closing it quickly behind her. She turned and nearly collided with me, barely stifling a gasp. "Oh, Mrs. Ames," she said, a bright flush creeping up her cheeks. I was just lying down for a moment. It was awfully hot in that ballroom." "Yes, just what Mrs. Barrington was saying earlier," I replied. "So many people." She nodded, almost too vigorously, and I felt she seemed more nervous than the situation warranted. "Indeed, I felt I must lie down for a moment," she said again. "Mrs. Barrington is resting in the library," I noted, feeling, in addition to the need to move the conversation along, that I might as well play my part as well as I could before exiting the party. "I was looking for Lord Dunmore. Have you seen him?" If possible, her flush brightened. "No, I don't. That is, not since earlier this evening. I think he may have gone downstairs." I nodded. "Thank you." "Oh," she said suddenly, putting a hand to her face. "I've forgotten my mask. If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Ames." She re-entered the room, shutting the door behind her. I didn't believe that Lord Dunmore was downstairs. In fact, I suspected there was a good possibility that he recently had been keeping Miss Eccles company in the room from which she had just emerged. However, it really was none of my business. It seemed that I had enough illicit liaisons to worry about in my own household. I walked farther along the long hallway, listening as I went. At last, I seemed to hear voices behind a door. I knocked and was rewarded by a call to enter. I opened the door and found Lord Dunmore, Mr. Douglas Hughes, Mr. Foster, and Mr. Barrington sitting around a table, cards in hand, their masks discarded. The empty-eyed masks looked up at me from black and silver, glittering peacock blue, gold, and tiger-striped faces. The gentlemen had turned to look at me as I opened the door, and then began to rise from their seats as I came into the room. "Please, gentlemen, don't get up," I said. "I didn't mean to intrude."
"Not at all," Lord Dunmore said, coming to usher me into the room. "We're delighted. We could use a respite from the game. Foster is entirely too good at everything he sets his hand to. Doesn't seem fair he should be a champion at tennis and a perfect billiards prodigy, but now he's trouncing us at cards as well. It's uncanny."
He smiled as he said it, but it didn't seem quite sincere. I thought Lord Dunmore seemed a man who wouldn't much like to lose.
"Mere luck," Mr. Foster said dismissively.
"Well, I am sorry for the interruption." I turned to Lord Dunmore. His hand, which had lingered on my back, fell away. "I've only come to wish you good evening. I'm afraid it's time for me to leave."
"Nonsense," he said, glancing at the clock on the wall. "It's not even midnight, and you promised me the dance after the unmasking."
I hesitated. I didn't want to appear rude, but neither did I want to stay any longer than was absolutely necessary.
"We're nearly finished with this hand. Wait at least until midnight."
There was something in his coaxing command that I could not refuse. "Very well," I assented. After all, why should I be forced to flee the party just because my husband had decided to arrive with another woman? Two could play that game. "I shall save my last dance of the evening for you, Lord Dunmore."
"Excellent."
He reached out and squeezed my arm.
"I knew you wouldn't want to disappoint me, Mrs. Ames."
I was unsure how to respond to this, so I said nothing. As the gentlemen resumed their game, I remembered suddenly that I had told Mrs. Barrington I would mention her location to the possible thief in our midst. "I've just come from speaking with your wife, Mr. Barrington. She's resting in the library because she found it crowded and hot downstairs. I believe she may even have fallen asleep."
"Serena's always getting overheated,"
he murmured, his eyes on his cards. "She showed me her lovely sapphire bracelet, but she said it was hurting her wrists and needed to take it off. Such a lovely piece."
Her
husband replied, laying down a card. Though he knew about Mrs. Barrington's ploy, he seemed singularly disinterested in taking part. I couldn't say I blamed him. "I'll just go back and check on her," I said, by way of excusing myself, having done all I could to try to induce the men to thievery. They all seemed much too engrossed in their game to think of Mrs. Barrington's jewellery.
"I'll meet you downstairs in a few moments for the unmasking?" Lord Dunmore asked.
"Very well." I exited the room and made my way down the hallway, half wishing I had insisted upon leaving. I really was rather tired, and I wanted to be home and out of this heavy dress. I supposed it wouldn't hurt me to dance one dance with Lord Dunmore, however. I was just as capable of making a spectacle of myself as Milo was, and I thought I just might enjoy it. In preparation, I located a powder room and spent a few moments refreshing my makeup before again venturing into the hall. "Hello, Mrs. Ames." I started and looked up. I had been so lost in thought that I had not heard Mrs. Douglas Hughes approaching. "Hello, Mrs. Douglas Hughes," I replied as cheerily as I could manage. "Call me Mamie, won't you? Douglas Hughes is such a mouthful." I smiled. "Certainly, if you will call me Amory." "I'd like that. I'm just looking for Sandy. It's nearly midnight, and he shall dance with me if I have to drag him down the stairs. I tried the billiards room, but someone told me they'd come upstairs for cards. The house is massive, isn't it?" She looked at the hallway ahead, and then over her shoulder at where the hallway extended beyond the gallery towards the other side of the house. "I don't have any idea where to look." "It's the room at the end of the hall." I directed her to the doorway from which I had recently emerged. "I understand Mr. Foster is trancing them soundly." She paused, and her expression was hesitant, as though there was more she wanted to say. I thought I might know what it was. "I've seen my husband has arrived," I said, to relieve her of the burden. I was glad my voice betrayed nothing of my true feelings. "Yes," she answered carefully. "He came in a few moments ago. He has the charming habit of popping up in places unannounced at the most inconvenient times." "You weren't expecting him then?" "Or her." Those last two words were implied. "No, I wasn't." "I suppose that's very awkward." "I've grown somewhat accustomed to it," I replied tonelessly. "I'm not trying to pry," she said. "I just thought that maybe you would like someone to talk to." She laughed self-consciously. "I suppose it's very American of me, but I just wanted to be sure you were all right." I smiled again, more naturally this time, charmed by her thoughtfulness. "Thank you, Mamie, I appreciate that. I'm quite all right." She nodded, sensing that I had no wish to continue along this topic at present. "I'll just go and get Sandy then." "I'll see you later, Amory?" "Yes." She continued on down the hall, and I headed towards the library. With any luck, Mrs. Barrington would still be there, resting comfortably. I hoped she was not put out with me for abandoning her little scheme to go home, but I had felt all along that it was somewhat preposterous, and I was in no mood to play along at present. I pushed open the door to the library, prepared to offer my excuses, and found Mrs. Barrington collapsed against the back of her chair, sound asleep and snoring softly. I hesitated, wondering if I should perhaps awaken her, but I decided against it. There was no reason to disturb her, especially not now, as I intended to leave at the first convenient moment. A glance at the table showed that the sapphire bracelet was no longer in sight. It seemed improbable that the thief might actually have struck in my absence, so I suppose Mrs. Barrington had tucked it away before she drifted off. Well, our little charade would have to wait for another time. I left the room, closing the door softly behind me. The hallway was deserted, the quiet broken by the muted sounds of the ball drifting up from below, swelling music, the murmur of voices, and the occasional clink of china and crystal as the guests sampled the delicacies of the lavish buffet. I glanced again at the grandfather clock and saw that it was midnight, nearly time for the unmasking. Lord Dunmore said he would meet me downstairs, so I supposed it was time to make my way back to the ballroom. I dreaded bumping into Milo, but the place was so crowded that it was unlikely. In any event, there was no need for me to go on behaving as though I were the guilty party. I reached the railing and looked over at the stairs leading down into the foyer. The group still sat there at the top of the lower staircase, conversing as eagerly as ever. There was no sign of Milo. I started down the staircase and was halfway to the landing, where the group sat, when my foot slid out from under me. I grasped at the railing, but it was too late. I could not regain my footing. My ankle twisted painfully as I tried unsuccessfully to catch myself, and I fell down the last 4 steps, ending in an ungraceful heap on the landing. My dress tangled around me like a great sea of red foam. The 4 young people who had been seated on the stairs below me stood at once, and both of the gentlemen started up towards me. "Are you hurt?" one asked. "Mrs. Ames!" Lord Dunmore had appeared at the top of the stairs from where I had just come, his face once again obscured by his black and silver mask. He was down the steps and at my side in the space of an instant, leaning down to help me up. "Are you all right?" "Yes, just clumsy, I'm afraid." I wrestled my skirt, which seemed to multiply in volume the more I moved. I was quite sure my face must be as crimson as my gown by this point, especially with so attentive an audience. At least the top half of my face was hidden behind a mask. Somehow Lord Dunmore managed to extricate me from the folds of my dress and help me to my feet. I winced as I tried to stand on my right ankle, and I gripped the banister, knowing my ankle could not support my weight. I smiled at the 2 gentlemen who still stood watching, though I rather expect it came across as more of a grimace. "Thank you for your concern. Please don't let me disturb you." Rather reluctantly, they made their way back down to their ladies, and I was relieved when the 4 of them sat again and resumed their conversation. Lord Dunmore was watching me carefully, his arms still around me, his hand at my waist. "You've hurt yourself, haven't you?" he asked. "You've gone quite white." "It's only my ankle. I'll be just fine in a moment. I told him, though the pain seemed to be getting worse the longer I stood.
Let me help you.
Yes, perhaps I had better go back up and sit down for a moment. I tried to take the first step and lurched as the pain shot through my foot. I clenched my teeth. I was prepared to sit on the bottom step when, without another word, Lord Dunmore swept me up into his arms. "Really, my lord," I said in a breathless mixture of surprise and embarrassment. "This isn't necessary."
Of course it is. You need to see a doctor.
I sighed. "I'm sure it's quite all right. If you'll just have my car sent round, I'll go home. I'm sure my ankle will be right as rain in the morning." He ignored me and continued to carry me up the stairs, and I could see the interested group on the lower staircase looking up at us until he moved beyond the railings and down the hall. He moved past the library, and then the room where I had seen Miss Eccles, and I briefly wondered what had become of her. She certainly hadn't passed us on the stairs. He stopped before a door midway down the corridor. Still holding me in his arms, he reached out and turned the knob before pushing the door open with his foot and carrying me inside. It was a beautiful bedroom, furnished with dark wood, emerald silks and flocked wallpaper. He deposited me gently on the bed and I pulled my mask off, glad to be rid of it.
Perhaps I'd better look at it,
he said, removing his mask as well. I studied him for a moment, but could discern no ulterior motive in his expression. In any event, Lord Dunmore had certainly witnessed more scandalous things than a twisted ankle. I pushed my skirts aside and he sat on the edge of the bed, taking my foot gently in his hands.
It's begun to swell, he said. Let's get rid of this shoe.
He slipped my shoe off and dropped it on the floor. I had to admit, it did feel a bit better already.
And now your stocking, he said.
Lord Dunmore? He smiled.
I assure you, Mrs. Ames, I act with pure intentions.
I raised a brow but offered no further objection. It would be extremely difficult to remove it myself, and I was certain the doctor would want it removed in any event. His hand slid up my leg, and he deftly and expertly unfastened the stocking from my garter and began to slip it off. It was at that moment that the door opened, and Milo made one of his extremely inopportune entrances. Chapter 7. Lord Dunmore reacted as though he was caught removing another man's wife's stockings every evening. Then again, perhaps he was.
"Hello, Ames."
For the space of a moment, he glanced over his shoulder at Milo, who no longer wore his mask, and then turned his attention back to me. With perfect equanimity, he finished sliding the stocking down my leg and peeled it off, careful not to jar my ankle. I shifted a bit uncomfortably and found I could not quite meet Milo's gaze as the Viscount's warm hand brushed against my bare foot.
"Hello, Dunmore," Milo replied. "This is quite the party you're having."
Lord Dunmore smoothed out the stocking and handed it to me.
"Good silk," he said with a smile, before turning his gaze back to Milo. "Yes, I hope you're enjoying your evening as much as I've been enjoying mine."
"Never a dull moment," my husband answered. His tone was friendly enough, but I could never be quite certain what he was thinking. After all, this scene did look rather bad, and Lord Dunmore seemed disinclined to offer excuses. In fact, I was not altogether sure he wasn't enjoying himself.
"Your wife's taken quite a tumble," he said.
"Indeed," Milo replied dryly. "I fell down a few stairs," I interjected. "Rather clumsy of me. It's nothing."
"I shall send for the doctor nonetheless," Lord Dunmore said, rising unhurriedly and depositing my foot carefully back on the bed. "I'll ring him from my bedroom. Keep an eye on her, will you, Ames?"
"Certainly," Milo replied, stepping out of the doorway so Lord Dunmore could pass. The Viscount departed and closed the door behind him, leaving us alone. We looked at one another. I suppose the situation warranted explanation, but I was loath to explain things to Milo when he was always so very cavalier in justifying his own highly questionable behaviour. In fact, I couldn't seem to summon up any feelings of shame, especially after the embarrassment that he had inflicted on me this evening. He walked to the bed, and his gaze fell upon Lord Dunmore's mask, where it lay discarded atop the blanket.
At least only masks and stockings have been removed thus far, he said.
As usual, it was nearly impossible for me to gauge his reaction. I had to contend with a vague look of amused speculation that gave no indication of his true feelings. I said nothing. I felt I was doing a fairly good job of hiding my own feelings, considering I was furious with him. Instead of attempting to fill the silence, I straightened my skirts around me, careful not to shift my ankle, which continued to throb steadily. It was quite swollen and beginning to turn an unflattering shade of purple.
I'll have a car brought round and send for Dr. Easton. He can see you at the flat.
Thank you, but if Lord Dunmore has rung his doctor already, I may as well see him here. I would have, in fact, preferred to see my family doctor in my own home, but at the moment I felt stubbornly disinclined to give in to Milo's suggestion.
Very well.
His eyes shifted to my ankle, and I wondered if he had doubted my story up to now.
How did you manage to fall down the stairs?
I'm not certain how it happened. I was coming down the stairs and my foot just slipped out from under me.
Very unfortunate.
Yes. What are you doing here, Milo?
I happened to step into the foyer and saw Dunmore sweep my wife off her feet and carry her up the stairs. I thought it prudent to follow.
I ignored this remark and its inherent insinuation. I meant, why did you come to the masquerade?
My business with Garmond was conducted much more quickly than I expected, and I decided to come to the masquerade after all to surprise you.
Well, you certainly did that, I retorted irritably.
Yes, so I noticed.
His eyes ran over me.
You look absolutely stunning in the gown, darling. It's not the one you were wearing when I left.
No, it's not. The more he spoke, the more averse I felt to offering any explanations. Let him make whatever assumptions he liked.
I'm sure there was not a man here who could take his eyes from you, though I'll admit I would have preferred that you end up in my bed at the end of the evening rather than Dunmore's.
Indeed. My brows rose. I thought perhaps you had made other arrangements for tonight.
Ah.
The corner of his mouth tipped up.
You saw me come in with Hélène.
Yes, the illustrious Mademoiselle Renaud, whom you barely know.
There is a perfectly simple explanation.
There always is, Milo, I said tiredly.
You don't see me causing a stir just because I happen to find Dunmore peeling off your clothes in his bed.
This isn't his bed.
A technicality.
I don't want to talk about it now, I said. I'm in rather a lot of pain and... My words were cut off by the loud sound of something very like a gunshot coming from somewhere down the hall. I started. What on earth?
Sounded rather like a gunshot to me.
Milo turned towards the door with his usual unhurried elegance as I made an almost unconscious move to get up from the bed and gasped in pain as I jarred my ankle.
Stay here, Amory, he commanded me. I'll be back in a moment.
Milo, perhaps you'd better not... But he had already reached the door and smiled back at me.
Don't fret, darling. I'm sure it's nothing. Then again, we can't be sure. Perhaps Dunmore has been caught stripping the clothes from some less understanding gentleman's wife.
I might have thrown something at him had anything useful been in reach, but he had already closed the door behind him. With a sigh, I adjusted my skirts again and carefully slid my legs off the bed until my feet rested on the floor. My twisted ankle was quite swollen at this point, and I knew it would be impossible to stand on it. I attempted it nonetheless, and just managed to catch myself before I took another tumble to the floor. Grasping the bedpost for support, I hopped quite ungracefully to the foot of the bed and then towards the door. I'm sure I made quite a sight, bounding across the room like a rabbit in a billowing red ball gown. I reached the door and, leaning against the wall for support, cracked it open and looked out into the hallway. I could hear the music and the din of voices coming up unworriedly from below, and I could only assume the partygoers had not heard the noise of the shot. Perhaps the music had muffled it. It had been difficult to tell from which direction the shot had come, but I could hear voices coming from down the corridor. I pulled the door open a bit further and leant out. Nigel Foster and Mr. Douglas Hughes stood outside the door of one of the rooms. Though my knowledge of Lord Dunmore's floor plan had grown considerably over the evening, it was not one of the rooms I recognised. It seemed to be a few doors down from the room in which the gentleman had been playing cards.
"Good Lord,"
I heard someone say from inside, and it sounded like Mr. Barrington. A moment later, my guess was confirmed as he came out of the room, followed by Milo and Lord Dunmore. They closed the door behind them, speaking in low voices. Maddeningly, I couldn't make out anything that was being said. Lord Dunmore left the group and disappeared into another of the rooms. Mr. Barrington stared straight ahead for a moment, his face slack and grey. Then he visibly drew in a breath and squared his shoulders. He went off in the direction of the library, an air of resolution about him. Milo came back down the hall a moment later, and I pulled the door open further to greet him before he reached it. "What's happened?" I demanded. He sighed. Without a word, he swept me up and carried me back to the bed, depositing me none too gently in an untidy heap upon the satin bedspread.
"You shouldn't be walking on that ankle."
"I hopped," I told him, with an impatient wave of my hand. "What was that noise about?"
"It's the Barringtons' nephew."
"James Harker?"
"Yes."
"What's happened?" He hesitated for only a moment.
"I'm afraid he's killed himself."
I had hoped, after the events at the Brightwell Hotel, never to put myself in the path of sudden and unnatural death again. Of course, I suppose I really had very little say in the matter. If one is determined to kill oneself in a public place, there is not much the bystanders can do about it. Milo didn't offer any details, and I didn't want to know, not really. He had been in that room, and I could only assume it must have been dreadful.
"Will you be all right here for a few moments, Amory?"
Milo asked, drawing me out of my reverie.
"I have something I must attend to."
Our eyes met, both of us knowing perfectly well what, or rather who, it was. "By all means," I replied, too tired to think of anything more cutting to add.
"I'll be back in a moment."
But he wasn't. Apparently, Mademoiselle Renaud was in need of greater consolation than I, for Milo had not returned by the time Lord Dunmore came back to the room. Though the Viscount carried himself with his usual confidence, his face was grave.
"You've heard, Mrs. Ames?"
"Yes, it's so terrible."
"Are you all right?"
"Yes, of course. How is Mrs. Barrington? Has she been told?"
"Mr. Barrington is with her now. She's terribly upset, naturally, but quite composed."
I felt sorry for the woman. In the short time that I had observed them together, it had become apparent to me that she was very fond of her nephew. I'm sure his unexpected death would be hard on her.
"The police should be here soon," he said. "I don't think the guests downstairs know what has happened. I suppose they'll find out soon enough, however. If you'll excuse me for a few moments, I should probably wait for the police to arrive."
"Of course. Thank you for looking in on me." He left me alone, and I knew he must be right about the other guests not knowing, for the music carried on below as though nothing had happened. People were dancing, eating and laughing, blissfully unaware of what had occurred upstairs. I envied them. A few moments later, the doctor Lord Dunmore had contacted appeared and examined my ankle. He was a stout, white-haired gentleman who went about his business with brisk efficiency.
"Nothing broken," he said when he had finished his examination. "Just a nasty sprain. You should probably stay off it for a few days and let it heal."
It was a better diagnosis than I had expected, but the thought of being bedridden was not an appealing one. He seemed to sense my feelings, for he added, "If you'll give me your address, I can have a cane sent round to you in the morning. That should help you get about when necessary." "Thank you, Doctor." He left without saying anything of the other business, though I was certain he must have spoken to Lord Dunmore. It was frustrating in the extreme to be stuck in this bedroom. I wanted to be able to help in some way, and I couldn't even walk. A moment later, Lord Dunmore knocked and came in again, this time followed by a man who could only have been a policeman. Dressed in a brown suit and a serviceable wool coat, he had a stern, humourless face. My initial impression was confirmed as Lord Dunmore made the introduction.
"Mrs. Ames, this is Inspector Harris. He's going to use the library to interview the others that were upstairs at the time, but I told him you were injured." "Good evening, madam," the inspector said, casting his dark eyes over me in a vaguely disapproving way, as though it was rude of me to lie there while being interviewed.
"Good evening."
"I'd like to ask you a few questions. You were, I understand, in this room at the time of the incident?"
"Yes."
"What time was it that you heard the shot?"
"Well, somewhere near midnight, I think."
"And had you seen Mr. Harker earlier in the evening?"
"I saw him once."
"Here? On the first floor?"
"No, on the stairwell, but it was quite some time ago."
"Did he strike you as behaving oddly?"
"Not particularly, no. I didn't know him at all well, of course." Harris nodded, as though he had suspected as much.
"Very good. I think that will be all. If there's anything else, I will let you know. Good evening."
He turned and left the room without further ado.
"Charming fellow, isn't he?" Dunmore said with a wan smile. "Forgive me for leaving you alone again, Mrs. Ames, but I suppose I had better follow him to the library. The others are all quite shaken up."
"Yes, of course," I said. He went again from the room and I was left alone with my thoughts. I couldn't understand why Mr. Harker had killed himself. I cast my mind back to our encounter. He had seemed a bit harried, perhaps uncomfortable in his surroundings, but I had no inkling that he was about to do anything drastic. In fact, he had expressed plans for the rest of the evening that seemed at definite odds with the contemplation of suicide. I suppose one never really knows what is going on in the minds of other people, but there was something about it that didn't seem right. A few moments later, his business with Mademoiselle Renaud apparently concluded, Milo came to collect me.
"I've had the car brought round," he said. "Are you ready?"
"Have you spoken to that police inspector?"
"Yes, I had nothing of interest to tell him. I'll carry you to the car."
"Very well." There really was no point in resisting. I knew perfectly well that I couldn't walk. "Get my shoe, will you?" He picked it up and put it in his pocket, ignoring the discarded stocking. Then he scooped me up and carried me from the room. Lord Dunmore met us in the hallway.
"Going so soon?"
he asked with a smile. He kept up a facade of casual affability, but his eyes looked tired. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Dunmore," I said. "I'm terribly sorry about everything."
"It is I who am sorry about all this,"
he said, taking my hand.
"I can't imagine why."
His voice trailed off, and he went on with grim cheerfulness.
"I'll drop round in a day or so to be certain your ankle is mending."
"You needn't inconvenience yourself, my lord."
"On the contrary, Mrs. Ames, I shall look forward to it immensely."
His gaze moved then to Milo, as though he had forgotten I had been resting in my husband's arms for the duration of our conversation.
"Good night, Ames," he said, patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you for coming." "Good night, Dunmore."
Milo moved down the hall. As we passed the room where James Harker had shot himself, I couldn't resist looking through the open door. The body had been covered, and it felt immensely unreal that the shapeless lump on the floor had been an affable young man conversing with me in the foyer only an hour or so before. There was a policeman on his hands and knees on the rug beside the body, closely examining the floor. It struck me as vaguely odd, although I couldn't quite make out why. I couldn't help but think there was something peculiar in all this. For one thing, it was very strange indeed that all of the guests at Mrs. Barrington's dinner should have been in such close proximity to this tragedy. In the next few days, I would pay my respects to Mrs. Barrington and perhaps see if she still harboured suspicions about the theft of her jewellery. It had crossed my mind that the recent thefts and the unfortunate death of Mr. Harker might be in some way related. A thought came to me suddenly. "Milo," I asked as he carried me down the stairs, "who else was on the first floor with us when it happened?" He paused a moment to think it over.
"When I went into the hall, Dunmore, Barrington, Foster, and Douglas Hughes were already there. That inspector also had both the Eccles sisters and Mrs. Douglas Hughes in the library."
An odd, uneasy feeling settled over me.
it was Mrs. Barrington's group of suspects, almost to the person. Chapter 8. The ball was still in full swing as Milo carried me across the foyer and out into the night. The revelry had increased to the degree that our departure generated very little notice. I suspected I was not the last woman that would be carried out before the night was over. That is, if the party was allowed to continue. Apparently, the arrival of the police had been handled with extreme discretion thus far, but something like this could only be kept quiet for so long. Milo deposited me on the back seat, and it was only then, with my body no longer pressed against his, that I realised how cold the night had become. Lord Dunmore's butler had brought out my fur, and Milo handed it to me. I draped it over myself, trying to cover my bare arms, as Milo went around to the other side of the car and got in. He sat close but not quite touching, and neither of us spoke. In addition to feeling distraught over the tragedy that had just occurred, I couldn't help but be furious about Milo's arrival with the French actress. I also suspected that Milo, beneath his calm exterior, was in something of a temper over finding Lord Dunmore removing my stockings. I could only imagine what Markham thought of our cool behaviour towards one another. What a difference one night could make. We pulled up in front of the flat, after riding the rest of the way in a silence heavy with mutual disapproval. Milo got out before Markham could open the door and came around to assist me from the car. "Perhaps if I just leant on you," I said, hoping in vain that I might be able to walk on my own.
"Nonsense," he interrupted, sweeping me up into his arms. The doorman and the lift operator both took in the scene with perfect equanimity, but I was relieved once we had reached the privacy of our flat. Winelda, I hoped, was asleep, and Parks, Milo's valet, had been given the night off. Milo frequently dispensed with Parks' services. I had always suspected it was because Milo didn't like witnesses to his misdeeds. He carried me into the dark bedroom and deposited me on the bed before he switched on the lamp. The room was decorated in black and gold, and the lamplight seemed to do little to push back the shadows. Perhaps it was just that everything seemed darker this evening.
"Shall I send for Dr. Easton?" he asked.
"I saw the doctor while you were—" My words trailed off. "He says it's only a sprain." I sat up, easing myself to the edge of the bed, and reached to unfasten my dress as the chiffon of the skirt caught beneath me and welled up around me. What had started out as a dream of a gown had turned into an incredible nuisance. I couldn't wait to be free of the wretched thing. Unfortunately, the side closures were difficult for me to undo myself. "If you'd wake Winelda for me," I said, not wanting to disturb her, but wanting even less to ask him for assistance. He ignored my request as he sat beside me on the bed, the mattress shifting under his weight, and began to unfasten the innumerable little hook closures that held the dress closed. I looked down at the top of his dark head as he leant to unhook me. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know where to begin. Things had been so much better between us as of late, but I could feel the old uncertainty beginning to creep back in. Almost before I knew it, he had gathered up the gown and slipped it over my head, tossing it in a heap on the floor. I was left sitting in my slip and one stocking.
"Does it hurt?"
he asked, glancing down at my bare and swollen ankle. "It throbs a bit," I admitted. Milo rose and poured a glass of water from the pitcher on the bedside table. Then he took 2 aspirin from the bottle in the drawer and handed them to me.
"Here you are."
"Thank you." I gingerly shifted my foot back onto the bed and sat back against the pillows, swallowing the aspirin. Milo didn't look at me as he took off his necktie and dinner jacket, tossing them across the back of a chair. He broke the silence as he removed his cufflinks.
"You know I dread above all things the conventional role of a jealous husband, but I feel I should warn you about Dunmore."
Had I not been exhausted and in pain, I might have found the irony of his admonishment to be laughable. As it was, I managed a very civil reply. "There's no need. I have no interest in Lord Dunmore."
He has an interest in you, he said mildly, and he is generally known as a man who will stop at nothing to get what he wants.
I'm more interested in what you want, Milo.
Meaning what?
Are you having an affair with Hélène Renaud? The words were out almost before I realised I was going to say them. I had not intended to be so blunt, but there it was. His eyes met mine.
No, I'm not.
I must have expressed silent scepticism, for he sat down on the edge of the mattress and continued.
I met Garmond at my club, but then we decided to go out for dinner and drinks. When I was leaving, I happened to run into Hélène. She asked where I was going and insisted upon accompanying me. She has heard about Dunmore, you see, and was anxious to meet him.
Isn't that a bit of a coincidence?
Perhaps, but it's the truth.
I leant my head against the black velvet tufted headboard and looked up at him. I had long ago recognised the flaw in my reasoning when it came to Milo. It was that I always wanted to believe him, no matter how dubious the story. This time was no different. I could feel myself relenting, despite the implausibility of his explanation.
As I told you before, he went on, as though he knew that I was on the verge of accepting this far-fetched account, I barely know the woman.
That's not what the papers will be saying tomorrow. Just when things had begun to settle down, I would once again see the cracks in my marriage flashed across the gossip columns. End of CD 2. CD 3.
I'm afraid the cause célèbre of the hour is much more likely to be the unfortunate Mr. Harker, Milo replied.
Why would he do it, do you think? I asked, my thoughts diverted for the moment.
I expect theories abound in plenty, and I assume they will be made available to the press. You shall probably read all about his secret gambling debts and other assorted sins in tomorrow's paper.
He seemed a nice young man, I said, ignoring Milo's cynicism. He rose to finish undressing.
Those are frequently the kind that get themselves into trouble and can see no alternative but to end it all. Shame and embarrassment are sometimes unbearable for respectable people. That's why it doesn't pay to worry about one's reputation.
Milo certainly followed his own credo there. He had never been embarrassed in his life. Perhaps, but it was rather a drastic thing to do at a ball. I frowned as I thought about it. It wasn't at all the sort of thing I would think Mr. Harker would do. Despite our initial and publicly embarrassing meeting, the impression I had formed of him at the ball had been one of a retiring private man. If he was inclined to end his life, I would have expected it to be done at his own residence, not in the house of a man he barely knew, and during the middle of a masquerade ball at that. Milo, do you think it odd?
No,
he said, cutting me off as he handed me a nightgown he had retrieved from my bureau.
And you shouldn't either. I know perfectly well what kind of schemes that brain of yours is concocting, and no good can come of them.
I frowned at him, but he ignored me.
I'm going to sleep in the guest bedroom so I don't bump your ankle in the night, he said, as he tied the belt of the black dressing gown he had put on over his nightclothes. Do you need anything else?
There were so many things I wanted to say, but instead I shook my head. I'm fine, thank you.
Very well. Good night, darling.
He dropped a kiss on my lips and departed the room, leaving me feeling dissatisfied and unsettled about the entire evening. The feeling of dissatisfaction had not waned as the grey light of early morning began to filter through my curtains. Despite the hour at which I had gone to bed, I found I could not go back to sleep. I lay abed for what seemed like hours, willing myself to rest, but at last I gave up and rose, pulling on a negligee over my nightgown. I hobbled from my bed to the black velvet chaise longue and propped up my foot. It was quite sore this morning, but the swelling seemed to have gone down somewhat. I hoped to be up and walking again by the next day at the latest, doctor's orders or no. I was surprised when the door opened and Milo came in carrying a tray. He was almost never awake at this hour. I wondered if this was a sign of an attempted truce on his part.
"I've intercepted Winelda and brought your breakfast," he said.
"Bless you for that. I'll tell her all about the ball later," I said, "after I've had some coffee."
"How's your ankle this morning?"
"A bit better, thank you," I answered.
"Glad to hear it."
He set the tray on the table.
"She's made you toast and jam, which, though not especially substantial, might be for the best. I'm still not sure I'd trust the girl to do more than boil water. And I thought you might be interested in this."
He handed me a copy of the Times. I had been hoping to avoid the papers, but I knew I would have to face them eventually. The events of last night were only more fodder for the gossip machines. Like it or not, I had become part of another scandal. I took the paper from Milo and unfolded it. The headline was there in bold letters, and it was worse than I had expected.
"Suicide at Lord Dunmore's ball. Dead man believed to be jewel thief."
"Jewel thief?" I exclaimed. "What on earth?"
"Read on,"
Milo said, reaching to pour coffee from the pot into my cup. I read aloud. Last evening, the ball held at the home of the Viscount Dunmore was the scene of an unexpected tragedy when Mr. James Harker, nephew of Mr. and Mrs. Lloyd Barrington, shot himself in one of Lord Dunmore's upstairs rooms. A later examination of the body revealed the presence of several sapphires, believed to be from a bracelet belonging to the deceased's aunt, Mrs. Barrington. I gasped and looked up at Milo as he complacently stirred sugar into my coffee. Mrs. Barrington's bracelet?
"It appears so. I told you the young man's sins would come to light."
My eyes scanned the article. Mrs. Barrington revealed that the bracelet appeared to be the one she had been wearing earlier in the evening. She also divulged that other items of jewellery were missing from her home, including a priceless brooch and a diamond bracelet. The combined value of the items is estimated to be in excess of £10,000.
"Well, not exactly a queen's ransom,"
Milo observed. I looked up. "But those sapphires were paste." One of Milo's dark brows lifted as he paused, my cup raised halfway to his lips.
"Indeed. You seem privy to information that the Times was not able to extract from the rather voluble Mrs. Barrington."
I flushed, realising I had revealed more than I intended. I fancy I was able to smooth out my features rather quickly, but not quickly enough to escape Milo's notice. He was, as always, irritatingly perceptive.
"Amory, have you been involving yourself in things you shouldn't again?"
"I don't know what you mean," I replied.
"Don't you?"
He challenged me with a knowing look. I was spared the effort of summing up an indignant response by the ringing of the telephone. "I wonder who that could be at this hour," I said.
"I'm sure we shall soon see."
A moment later, Winelda tapped hesitantly at the door. "Come in," I called. She cracked the door and stuck her head inside the room as she always did, her eyes averted as though afraid of finding us in the throes of passion. "Yes, Winelda? Who's calling?" I asked. "It's Mrs. Barrington, madam," she answered, her gaze still trained on the floor. My eyes met Milo's, something very like interest flickering in his. "Thank you, Winelda." I made a move to rise, but Milo was up before I could get to my feet.
"I'll speak to her, darling," he said. "You shouldn't be walking with your ankle as it is."
"Milo, I would like to speak to her." But he was already at the door, Winelda scurrying to get out of his way. He reached the telephone a moment later, and I could hear the low, pleasant murmur of his voice as he spoke. The conversation lasted for some minutes, and I suppose Mrs. Barrington was being treated to the full array of his considerable charms. I hadn't the slightest doubt she would be captivated by the time he rang off. Much to my chagrin, I could not make out what he was saying, and I suppose they would be done speaking before I could hop to the door to eavesdrop. I gritted my teeth at the utter inconvenience of it all. When he came back into the room, I could barely contain my curiosity. "Well?" I asked. "What did she say?"
She wanted to see you. Today, if at all possible. She hadn't heard, of course, that you have been injured.
"It's only a sprain. Did she say what about?"
You really must be careful of your ankle," he said, taking his seat and picking up my coffee cup, which he seemed to have commandeered. He infuriated me by taking a leisurely sip before continuing. "In any event, I've invited her to have tea with us this afternoon." I was slightly mollified. At least I wouldn't have long to wait before I discovered what it was she wanted. Milo drained the last of the coffee from the cup and rose from his chair. "I have some other matters to attend to, but I shall be back in time for tea." He leant to brush a kiss across my cheek. Then he was gone, and I leant back against the divan, more exhausted, if possible, than I had been a few moments before. I managed to pull myself together quite nicely by tea time. A somewhat fitful nap, a hot bath, and a smart new dress of indigo silk did much to improve both my appearance and my disposition. Using the wretched cane the doctor had sent, I was able to get around well enough to oversee Winelda's preparation of the tea things. We had just finished setting the table when the buzzer sounded. "She has arrived punctually," Milo said, coming into the room. He had come home moments before, looking characteristically well turned out in a charcoal grey suit. A moment later, Winelda showed Mrs. Barrington into the room and left us alone. I think the girl was afraid she would spill tea on someone if she tried to serve, and I rather expected she was right. She really was a sweet little thing, but I was not at all certain she was cut out for service. Mrs. Barrington was dressed in a subtle navy ensemble, and her features were sombre, but the air of resilience hadn't left her. I thought I detected a sense of determination about her, and I wondered what it was that she had come to say. "Mrs. Barrington," I said, extending my hand to her, "I'm so sorry about your nephew." "Thank you. It's been rather a shock." She said it in an automatic way, as though there were other things on her mind. While her tone was a bit more subdued than normal, I still detected the now familiar underlying strength. Whatever her reason for coming, she had not come here to weep over James Harker. That much was certain. Milo had stood when she entered and moved to greet her. "Hello, Mrs. Barrington. Allow me to offer my condolences." "Thank you." "How do you take your tea, Mrs. Barrington?" I asked, as Milo pulled out her chair and she sat. We settled for a moment into the comfortable routine of tea time. There was something very soothing about the familiar ritual, and the soft clinking of china and silver filled in the empty spaces in the conversation. "I suppose you are wondering why I've come," she said, after emptying her cup. She set the cup and saucer on the table before her and squared her shoulders as though preparing for some taxing activity. "Well," I said carefully, "I was a bit curious when Milo told me you wanted to come today." "So soon after James's death?" Her perceptive gaze trained on me. "But I expect you know that's why I'm here." I was still as puzzled as ever on that score. I really had no idea why she had come. I glanced at Milo, but his features were pleasantly impassive, as though we were discussing the weather. "I supposed it had something to do with the missing jewellery about which you had spoken to me," I said at last. "No, it isn't that," she said. "Not exactly. Though, goodness knows, I wish I had never bothered about the jewels. If I had never bothered about it, James might still be alive. Of course, there is no way of knowing that for sure, and one mustn't dwell on the if-onlys, must one?" No, I suppose not," I answered vaguely. I wasn't quite sure what she was getting at. I wondered if she suspected her nephew had killed himself over guilt for stealing her things. It was what the papers had implied, but that did not mean it was true. Mrs. Barrington was a kind woman. If Mr. Harker had confessed, I had no doubt she would have forgiven him in an instant. No, I was certain there was more to James Harker's suicide than the theft of a few of Mrs. Barrington's jewels. "What is it about your nephew's death that brought you here?" Milo asked.
It was a rather straightforward question, but Mrs. Barrington didn't appear to mind. In fact, she seemed to relax ever so slightly.
"Have you seen the papers?" she asked.
"I've been reading the Times," I said, before adding hesitantly, "They said that you recognise the jewels found in your nephew's pocket."
"Yes, I told the press that the jewels were mine and that the other things were missing," she said. "They would have found out in any event. It saved time, and it served my purpose to do so."
My eyes flickered to Milo's. We were both wondering, I think, where this bizarre conversation was leading. "Perhaps he had a good reason for taking them," I ventured, when she didn't continue.
"James didn't steal my things, Mrs. Ames."
I hesitated, choosing my words carefully. I know it's a horrible thought, especially given the circumstances, but—
"Well, you don't understand," she said abruptly,
and I could almost picture her impatiently swatting my erroneous assumptions aside.
"He knew that the sapphires were paste. I confided my plan in him before the ball."
I was silent a moment while I considered what this information meant.
"Then he would have had no reason to steal them," Milo said.
He made no attempt to hide the interest in his voice.
"Exactly. And there is more. The jewels were not all there. You remember the bracelet, Mrs. Ames?"
I nodded. It had been a very distinctive piece.
"It contained 22 stones in total. Only 4 were found in James's pocket, and there were a few more scattered about the floor."
"Did the police recover the rest?" Milo asked.
"No, they searched the room but didn't find them."
"Then that means," I said, the implication of her words startlingly clear.
"Yes, now you see why I've come," she said. "Poor James didn't kill himself. He was murdered."
Chapter 9. "Murdered," I repeated, though somehow I was not really surprised. It had been in the back of my mind since last night that something was amiss in all of this, and it seemed now that my suspicions were confirmed. I hazarded another glance at Milo. His countenance was completely unruffled. There was a watchful look in his eyes that went beyond his customary indifference.
"Yes," Mrs. Barrington said, "the theft of my jewels and James's death are obviously connected. I just haven't determined why or how."
I poured myself another cup of tea as I allowed the implications of what she was saying to settle around me. As far-fetched as it might seem, the events appeared too closely connected to be mere coincidence.
"The police are aware of your concerns, of course?" Milo asked,
as though it was perfectly natural to announce at tea-time that one's relative had been recently murdered.
"Yes, I spoke with them again today. They said they are content to let the rumour of suicide stand for the time being. I suppose it will give them more time to muster forces or whatever it is that they do. Poor James. I'm sure he would be mortified to have everyone think he would do such a thing, though anyone who knew him is bound to disbelieve it. And, of course, if it will help to catch his killer, I suppose the end justifies the means."
She looked at me as if expecting me to concur. "But why come to us?" I asked, finding my words at last.
"Don't you understand, Mrs. Ames? I need you now more than ever." She turned to look at Milo. "And you too, of course, Mr. Ames. Your help will be invaluable."
"But surely the police—" I began.
She shook her head. "The police will do what they can, of course, but they cannot go where you go, Mrs. Ames. They haven't the influence in our sphere that you do. You know that people of our set won't be open with policemen, but they will be open with you. You were able to do it before on the South Coast. I'm asking you to do it again now."
I don't think—" Milo was watching me, and I wished that he would say something.
"Please," Mrs. Barrington said before I could refuse. "If you think there's anything you can do to help, I should be deeply indebted to you."
How could I refuse her? "All right, Mrs. Barrington," I conceded, albeit with grave reservations. I'll do what I can.
Bless you, she said, rising from her seat. I rose with her, and this time she did embrace me, pressing me tightly against her ample bosom. She released me and turned to Milo, whom I suspected she would have enjoyed embracing as well, and settled for squeezing his hands warmly. I shall be busy with arrangements. The police say we may be unable to bury James until next Monday, a week from today. Will you come and have tea with me next Wednesday?
Yes, that should be all right.
Excellent. A week should be ample time for you to gather evidence. I shall see you then.
And with that, she swept out of the room and was gone before I could have Winelda show her out. After the front door had closed, I turned to look at Milo, who had resumed his seat and was placidly eating a watercress sandwich. "What do you make of that?" I asked him.
"Very interesting,"
he said, though one certainly couldn't have determined his interest from his tone. "I don't know what to think," I said, still looking at the door through which Mrs. Barrington had departed. "I'm not certain how I feel about being involved in another murder investigation."
"You like it,"
Milo said. "I beg your pardon?"
"You like the idea of plunging head first into this tangle. In fact, I'd hazard a guess that you're thrilled at the prospect."
I was incensed at this assumption, whether or not it was true. "Whatever gave you such an absurd idea?"
"When you poured your tea after she told you about the murder, your hands were perfectly steady. It didn't upset you in the slightest."
"That's nonsense." He sat back in his chair and scrutinized me.
"And now your eyes are unnaturally bright, like liquid silver."
"Oh, don't be ridiculous," I huffed.
"Come now, darling, you may as well admit it."
The buzzer rang again, sparing me the necessity of having to answer his ludicrous accusations. "Mrs. Barrington must have thought of something else," I said. However, it was not Mrs. Barrington who entered the room behind Winelda, but an enormous basket of red roses, from under which the delivery boy was attempting to refrain from knocking into anything of value. "Just set them there," I told him, surprised. Winelda steered him to a corner. The bouquet was nearly as tall as the boy himself. Milo tipped him, and Winelda ushered him out before hurrying back into the room. "Oh, aren't they lovely, madam?" she said with delight. "The most beautiful thing I've ever seen." "Yes, they're very lovely," I said, as I made my way carefully to the flowers and plucked out the card.
"My humblest apologies and sincerest wishes for your speedy recovery. The night was an utter failure, but I promise to make it up to you. Dunmore."
"From the Viscount," I said. "Oh, how very thoughtful of him," Winelda cried. "He's such a gentleman, isn't he, madam?"
"Gentleman is not the word I would use," Milo remarked over his teacup.
"He wishes me a speedy recovery."
"Yes, I'm sure he does."
Ignoring his tone, I turned to Winelda. "Will you get some water for them?" "Yes, madam." She went to the kitchen, and I turned back to Milo. Of course he would sneer at the flowers. Not only did he have general objections to Lord Dunmore, but extravagant floral arrangements weren't much in Milo's style. I, on the other hand, thought it was quite a sweet gesture. I didn't share Milo's concerns. Lord Dunmore was something of a flirt, perhaps, but there was nothing serious in his attentions. He certainly had no cause to believe that I would be receptive to them. "Well?" I prompted Milo. He had said surprisingly little about Mrs. Barrington's revelations, and I was curious to know what was going on behind that impassive face of his. He looked up at me.
"Well, what? Shall I applaud Lord Dunmore's taste in roses?"
"I don't give a fig about the roses," I told him crossly. "What do you think we should do about Mrs. Barrington?" He rose, tossing his napkin onto the table.
"I think you're going to do just as you please, no matter what I say. There is at least one positive thing about the situation."
"And what's that?"
"I was in the room with you when the murder occurred this time. You can't possibly accuse me."
He was smiling, but I sometimes wondered if that rift had been completely mended. Things had been tense and uncertain at the Brightwell, but the plain fact remained that for a few mad moments I had believed him capable of murder. Aren't you curious about James Harker's death? I asked.
Vaguely, he admitted. That doesn't mean I think we should go wading into matters that do not concern us.
He was steadily moving towards the dining room door as we spoke. Where are you going?
I have to meet up with Garmond again to finish settling matters about my horse. And then I've a dinner engagement with a few friends. You don't mind, do you?
No, not at all, I said, refusing to acknowledge the disappointment washing over me. Have a nice evening. Milo left, and I did not allow myself to think about where he might really be going. I was not so naive as to accept his carefully reported plans for the evening at face value. I felt again the sensation that things were beginning to fall apart at the seams, that the happiness we had constructed so carefully over the past 2 months was beginning to crumble. I hobbled mournfully into the sitting room, but found I was not to have the luxury of solitude in which to pity myself. Winelda followed me and began dusting things in a very conspicuous way. She had been waiting all day with thinly veiled impatience for me to relate the events of Lord Dunmore's ball. I was sure that bits and pieces had come her way throughout the day, and she wanted a full report, which I had been thus far too harried to give. Now, as I sat in one of a pair of ivory-coloured leather chairs before the fireplace, she was making her presence known by cleaning everything near me as energetically as possible. When she nearly knocked over the Lalique vase on the mantel, I thought it time to put an end to her domestic charade. "Would you like to hear about the ball, Winelda?" "Oh, yes," she said, dropping the duster and perching on the chair opposite me with startling speed. "I've been ever so curious, though I didn't like to say so." "Yes," I replied, "I thought you might be." I gave her a condensed version of events with just enough of the grim details to satisfy her appetite for the macabre. Though she tried to hide it, I knew that her tastes leaned towards the sensational, for I often found her scandal sheets hidden about the premises. "That's ever so strange," she said when I had concluded. She had settled back in the chair by this point and was frowning as she contemplated my tale. "It doesn't seem quite like a gentleman to do away with himself at another gentleman's ball, does it, madam?" This was, in essence, the same thing I had thought myself. "It was quite a shock," I said vaguely. "And just think, you were just down the corridor from the scene of a tragic death," she went on, something disturbingly like envy in her tone. "If I had been able to walk, I might have been able to be of more use," I said, refusing to acknowledge, even to myself, that my aid might have been more akin to snooping. "I'm ever so sorry you fell down the stairs," she said. "It must have been frightfully embarrassing." "Thank you, Winelda. Yes, it was very unpleasant all round, though mercifully there weren't many people to witness it." I thought suddenly of the 4 young people who had been seated on the stairs. I wondered if any of them had heard the shot that had killed James Harker. If so, one of them might have seen something of use. I wondered if that inspector had spoken to them. I thought back to the humourless expression of Inspector Harris and surmised that he was not an overly imaginative sort of person. "Perhaps if I were to— Oh, that reminds me, madam," Winelda said, drawing me from my traitorous thoughts. "One of your shoes seems to be missing. I was putting your things away before tea and forgot to mention it." "I believe Mr. Ames put it in the pocket of his dinner jacket." "I'll just fetch it so that I can put them together in the closet. Things will be tidier that way, and then you can finish telling me all about it." She disappeared out of the room before I could say that I had told her all there was to tell. She was back a moment later with the offending shoe in her hand. "I found it in Mr. Ames's pocket, just as you said. How was it that you fell, madam?" "I don't know what happened. My foot just slipped out from under me." "I suppose he'd had the floors waxed for the ball." She flipped the shoe over, examining it. "Was something broken, madam?" "No, just a sprain. Oh, begging your pardon, I meant something glass." "I don't think so. Why do you ask?" "There seems to be a piece of coloured glass lodged on the bottom of your shoe. Perhaps that was what made you slip." She picked at something lodged between the sole and the heel. I frowned. "A piece of— May I see it?" She dropped it in my hand. I opened my palm and looked down at what appeared to be a sapphire, glinting softly in the warm, flickering light of the fireplace. Chapter 10. I knew the prudent thing would be to telephone the police at once. This was undoubtedly a valuable piece of evidence and should be brought to their attention. However, I needed time to think. I wasn't ready to surrender my tiny piece of the puzzle just yet. I held the sapphire up, letting the light play through the facets. I was no gemologist, but this looked very like the paste sapphires from Mrs. Barrington's missing bracelet. I had slipped on it while on the stairs. How exactly had it come to be there? It had been there before the murder, which meant that the jewels had been removed from the bracelet before James Harker had been killed. Had he removed the stones for some reason? Or had someone else done it? I could think of no reason why anyone would have wanted to remove the stones from the setting in the first place. It was all exceedingly bizarre. The buzzer rang and my thoughts were drawn to the present, when, a moment later, Winelda came into the room. "There's a Mr. Jones here to see you, madam," she announced formally. "Mr. Jones?" I repeated searchingly, dropping the sapphire into my pocket. "I don't—" The gentleman in question stepped into the doorway beside her. "Detective Inspector Jones," I said, rising from my chair, my surprise evident in my voice.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Ames.
For a moment I was quite unsure what to make of this most unexpected guest. The inspector had been in charge of investigating the murder I had become so unfortunately entangled in at the Brightwell Hotel. When I had left the seaside, I had rather thought I would not be renewing our acquaintance any time soon. Then again, perhaps he had come to London on business and had dropped by to wish me a friendly hello. Somehow, in light of all that had happened, that seemed unlikely. I suddenly remembered my manners. "Come in, won't you?" He came into the room, pulling off his hat, his dark eyes moving about in his customary observant fashion. He was what one might call nondescript in appearance, with dark hair tinged with grey and pleasant features. But there was something arresting about him that made one take notice. I motioned to the chair across from me, but he didn't sit until I did. "Would you care for some tea?" I asked.
That won't be necessary, Mrs. Ames. His replies, while perfectly polite, did not hide the fact that there was something formal in his manner. It brought to mind unpleasant memories of when I had known him in his official capacity. Truth be told, though we had eventually cultivated a somewhat cordial working relationship, he had been rather stern with me on more than one occasion about interfering in official police business. It occurred to me that the timing of his arrival, one night after I had been at the scene of another unexpected death, might not be entirely coincidental. "What brings you to London, Inspector?" I asked. "I understand you were at the scene of another murder last night."
One could never accuse Detective Inspector Jones of being anything less than direct. It was one word in particular, however, that caught my attention. "A murder?" I repeated, feigning surprise. "They said it was suicide." He looked at me as though he knew perfectly well that I was being disingenuous.
"That is what we've told the press."
I frowned as he included himself in the actions of the police. "We? Are you— I'm sorry, but I thought you belonged to the East Sussex Police."
"I've transferred to Scotland Yard," he said, "as of last month."
"I see." He offered no further explanation, and I was not entirely sure whether I should be pleased or alarmed at this news. Inspector Jones and I had parted on friendly terms, but I rather suspected he would begin his customary frowning at my having been found at the scene of another murder. Not that I could help it. It certainly wasn't my fault people went about getting themselves killed wherever I happened to be. "I was given to understand," I began, "that is, Inspector Harris—"
"Was good enough to turn the case over to me," he interrupted smoothly. "He is not with the Criminal Investigation Department, you see. When it became known that it was a murder, it was transferred to the CID.
"I see," I said again, though I was not entirely sure I did see. Inspector Jones was an extremely competent policeman and would, I was sure, prove an asset to the Metropolitan Police. None of this, however, explained his visit. Why exactly had he come to me?
When I heard that you were at hand when the murder happened, I was particularly interested.
It is rather an unfortunate coincidence, I admitted warily.
Or a fortunate one, depending on how you look at it.
I waited. If there was one thing I knew about Inspector Jones, it was that he was not going to reveal anything until he was ready to do so. It was a particularly maddening trait of his.
When I saw your name among the list of guests, I asked specifically to be assigned to this case. You may be surprised to hear it, Mrs. Ames, but I've actually come to ask for your help.
My brows rose. Indeed? You're right, Inspector. I'm quite surprised.
We have not released the fact that it was a murder to the general public as of yet, but it is only a matter of time before the truth becomes known. The inquest will be in a few days. Once the verdict is decided, there will be no keeping it quiet. In fact, rumours are already beginning to spread. Inspector Harris, in a moment of investigative zealousness, after he realised the jewels were part of a missing bracelet, decided to have everyone on the floor at the time of the murder searched for the presence of the rest of the jewels.
That must have been after we left, I said. I thought of the jewel in my shoe, but decided to wait to reveal it until I knew more of why he had come.
It raised no small alarm, I'm sure I need not tell you. Nearly everyone there at the time now suspects foul play, and I haven't the slightest doubt that the news will spread like wildfire.
And what is it that you would like me to do? I asked. I was still a bit wary, as though I was treading on thin ice above unknown waters. He looked at me steadily.
To begin with, I would like to know what you know.
What makes you think I know anything? A hint of a smile flickered across his mouth.
You're much too modest, Mrs. Ames. My sources tell me that you were wading into a mystery before the murder took place.
So that was it. He might have said so to begin with. You've spoken with Mr. Harker's aunt, Mrs. Barrington, I assume?
Yes, I spoke to her shortly before I came to see you. Mrs. Barrington had a good deal to say on the subject. From the first, she has insisted that it was murder. She also tells me that she had enlisted your aid to catch a jewel thief, and she thinks that the two incidents are connected.
Perhaps I should start at the beginning, I said.
That is usually best.
I told him of Mrs. Barrington's request at her dinner party and the subsequent events at the ball, including Mrs. Barrington's plan to catch the thief.
She wanted to lay a trap at Lord Dunmore's ball, he mused.
He hesitated a moment and then asked,
Was that your idea, Mrs. Ames?
Certainly not, I replied, incensed. I thought the entire thing very ill-advised. He looked at me with what might be described as scepticism. She fell asleep in the library, I told him. There wasn't much time between my leaving her and the murder, so someone had a short window of opportunity to take the bracelet.
And presumably to murder Mr. Harker.
Unless Mr. Harker had taken the bracelet and then, for some reason, decided to end his life a short time later. You are certain, I suppose, that it couldn't have been suicide? I asked.
I'm afraid there's no question of that. Mr. Harker was killed with a single bullet wound to the head at very close range. From the state of things, it was not immediately apparent, but upon further examination, the medical examiner is quite sure.
I winced a bit at his careful avoidance of the unpleasant details, but he continued in his usual professional manner.
The angle at which the bullet entered his head is not consistent with the self-inflicted wound. In fact, it seems as though he may have been surprised and shot from behind before he could turn completely around to face his assailant.
Someone had killed him while his back was turned. Then it was a very deliberate murder, I said.
Yes, I'm afraid there can be no doubt.
My mind spun at these implications. And how is it that I can help? He leant forward a bit in his seat, his steady eyes resting on mine.
I know I have had issue with your, shall we say, methods in the past, I think, however, that in this situation your social expertise will prove ideal. I don't want you to do anything foolish, of course, but if you should happen to be in touch with any of the other guests and should learn anything of interest, you will contact me?
I paused a moment to let this sink in. I could scarcely credit that Inspector Jones was willingly asking for my involvement in the matter. Well, if he thought I could be of use, that was good enough for me. I had intended to involve myself in any event. I'll be happy to do whatever I can, Inspector Jones. He smiled.
I thought you might say that, Mrs. Ames.
What happened to the gun? I asked suddenly. It was still in the room, I suppose, if it was originally thought to be a suicide.
Yes, I'm not certain the killer intended it to look like suicide, but the gun was left at the scene.
If the killer wanted to make Mr. Harker's death look like suicide, it would account for the gemstones in his pocket. Perhaps they were put there to reinforce the idea of Mr. Harker's guilt.
I'm not convinced. If the killer intended to make it look like suicide, he did a rather careless job of it. In any event, we're still attempting to determine to whom the gun belonged.
Perhaps it belonged to Lord Dunmore, I suggested.
He says no.
I wondered if Lord Dunmore would have admitted it if the gun was indeed his. I had known my share of titled gentlemen, and it seemed that all of them had a great deal of assorted weaponry lying about their homes. That was certainly something to be considered. I understand there were jewels discovered in Mr. Harker's pocket, I charged ahead. I wanted to glean as much information as possible, while the inspector was inclined to share.
Yes, 4 small gemstones. 3 more were found on the floor near the body. Mrs. Barrington believes they came from her bracelet, but we have yet to find the setting or the rest of the stones.
If he took it from his aunt, he must have done it shortly before he was killed, I said. It's strange that he should have taken them, since he was aware that the sapphires were paste.
Yes, Mrs. Barrington tells me that Mr. Harker was aware of her plan to catch the thief. If that is the case, I'm at a loss as to why the gems should have been found in his pocket.
While we were talking about gemstones, I supposed I had better reveal my own little clue. There is something I should like to show you, I said. Inspector Jones looked at me in a way that might have been interpreted as a suspicious, "Indeed." Look at this. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the sapphire, handing it to him. I could tell he knew at once what it was.
Already in the thick of things, I see,
he said, though I was certain that his dry tone held traces of amusement. He rolled the sapphire around the palm of his hand with his thumb, examining it.
Just how did you happen to come by this, Mrs. Ames?
My maid found it lodged in my shoe only a short while ago. It caused me to slip on the staircase and twist my ankle. And there's something else, a rather telling fact. I was in one of the bedrooms with Milo, waiting for the doctor, when we heard the shot. I couldn't get up to see who was moving about. However, Milo noted who was there, and I realised that everyone who had attended Mrs. Barrington's dinner party was on the first floor at the time of the murder. All except Mrs. Garmond.
Mrs. Vivian Garmond was, in fact, among those upstairs when the murder took place, he said.
This was a surprise. I never saw her.
She was in one of the bedrooms.
While his tone was perfectly neutral, I gathered my own inferences from this bit of information. I couldn't resist raising my eyebrows. Between Mrs. Garmond, Felicity Eccles, and myself, Lord Dunmore had been keeping quite a lot of women in bedrooms. Rather tidy, all of the suspected jewel thieves being together on the same floor, I said.
Yes, isn't it?
There were 2 men and 2 women seated on the stairs, I said, remembering the group. They may have observed something.
Yes, I've spoken with them. They've confirmed that after you fell, no one except for your husband came up or down the stairs. So that narrows the field of suspects considerably.
I thought it very clever of him to have already discovered the witnesses. He really was a terribly efficient policeman. Someone could have taken the servants' stairs, I suggested. It's an enormous house. Anyone from the ball may have slipped past.
Possible, but not likely. I've spoken to the staff. There were extra servants engaged for the ball, and they all did a great deal of moving about. It would have been difficult for anyone to have gone upstairs without detection.
Then it does seem it must be one of Mrs. Barrington's original suspects, but surely it can be narrowed further. All the gentlemen were together when I saw them last. Can they confirm each other's whereabouts?
He smiled ruefully. As luck would have it, Mrs. Ames, the game had broken up shortly before the murder, and the gentlemen had dispersed.
Nothing can ever be simple, can it? I observed.
Very seldom when murder is concerned.
I tried to recall the layout of the house. Where was everyone when it happened? He pulled the familiar notebook from his pocket and consulted it.
Lord Dunmore said he had gone to ring the doctor for you.
I nodded. Yes, he went out shortly before the shot sounded. Inspector Jones looked at me intently.
Long enough for him to have fired it?
I considered. Suppose so. He said nothing, turning back to the notebook.
Mr. Douglas Hughes and his wife remained together in the card room. Mr. Nigel Foster had gone out to smoke on the balcony.
Then the Douglas Hugheses would have seen him if he had come back into the room and left.
Not necessarily. The balcony stretches the length of the 3 rooms and overlooks the little courtyard below. There are doors to 2 of the other rooms on that side of the house, one of which was the room where the murder took place. However, both doors appear to have been bolted from the inside.
What about Mr. Barrington?
He had wandered off in search of his wife, but hadn't reached the library by the time the shot sounded.
Mrs. Barrington was in the library, and you said Mrs. Garmond was in one of the bedrooms. What about the Eccles sisters? He consulted his notes.
Miss Felicity Eccles was lying down with a headache. Marjorie Eccles was powdering her nose in the bathroom.
So it seems everyone was alone at the time of the murder, save Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes.
Provided they really were together, yes.
So anyone might have done it, I said with a sigh.
Precisely. And as far as I can tell, no one had much of a motive. That's where you come in, Mrs. Ames. People may be inclined to talk to you. Perhaps you can discover some connections that it would be more difficult for me to find.
I nodded. People do tend to talk. I'll see what I can find out.
Did you notice anything suspicious at the ball?
I cast my mind back. I have been trying to think, but there was nothing that really stood out to me. Unless... I suddenly remembered something that had somehow escaped me until now. I saw Mr. Harker only once, on the staircase. I stopped. Why hadn't I thought of it before? He was wearing the same mask as Mr. Foster. A tiger's mask. This seemed to interest the inspector.
Mr. Foster was not wearing a mask when I spoke with him.
No, I believe he discarded it when he was playing cards. All the gentlemen had. Do you think someone might have killed James Harker by mistake?
It's certainly something to take into consideration. I shall look into it.
There's one more thing, I told him. Mr. Harker told me he had an appointment with someone that night. He didn't say with whom, but it might be worth finding out.
Yes, I'd say so. You've been most helpful already, Mrs. Ames, he said, rising from his seat. I think that will be all for now. Don't trouble yourself getting up. I can show myself out. I'll check in with you in the next few days. As I said, if you can glean a bit of society gossip, it may prove useful. But don't do anything foolish.
Of course not, I replied. He stopped at the doorway and turned back.
By the way, how is Mr. Ames these days?
I hesitated. He's much the same as usual, I replied. He seemed to consider that.
I see,
he said, and then he was gone. I felt sure that he had indeed seen just what I meant. When he was gone, I sat for a moment lost in thought. This latest turn of events was quite unexpected. I would never have imagined that he would come to me for help, but I was very glad that he had. Perhaps, as Milo had pointed out, the murder was really none of my business. Nevertheless, there was something about the ability to prove useful, to make a difference, that I found terribly appealing. I hadn't known James Harker well at all, but he hadn't deserved to die in that terrible way. If nothing else, I felt it my duty to do whatever I could to see that a murderer did not go free. Chapter 11. "I'm ever so glad he's gone," said Winelda, coming back into the room and interrupting my reverie. "I'm all on edge whenever there's a policeman about. Not that I've ever done anything really wrong, but they do have a way of making one feel as though one might be guilty of something, don't they?" "I have felt that way on occasion," I agreed with a smile. "But Inspector Jones is quite nearly a friend of mine." "Oh," said Winelda, clearly impressed. "I didn't mean to say anything improper. I assure you, he has made me feel on edge myself on more than one occasion. However, this time he actually came to ask for my assistance." "Yes, I heard." She stopped, flushing bright red. "That is, when I was passing the doorway. It seemed that I might have happened to overhear—" I waved away her explanations. I knew perfectly well that it was very difficult for Winelda not to listen to interesting things that happened to be said in her vicinity. I couldn't exactly blame her. A great deal of very interesting things seemed to be happening in the Ames residence as of late. "Was it really murder?" she asked. "It seems so. Of course, you mustn't say anything to anyone." "Oh, no, madam, I won't breathe a word. But I've been thinking. It's very queer about that stone being in your shoe. It does seem that whoever dropped it must have been very careless. That is, if I had a sapphire, I would be very careful not to just drop it in any old place, wouldn't you, madam? That is, you do have sapphires, and I've never seen you fling them about with no thought as to where they might end up." "No, Winelda, you're quite right." The same thought had occurred to me, though perhaps a little less verbosely. It was odd that a jewel, the procurement of which had somehow led to a man's death, should be so easily misplaced. Then again, it was perfectly possible that either Mr. Harker or his killer had dropped the stone in haste. It seemed that all of this related back to the jewels. I felt that if we could make some sense of the theft, we would be on our way to solving the murder. Mr. Harker had been found with 4 stones in his pocket, and a few stones were scattered nearby. It seemed, then, that he must have had possession of the bracelet at some point in the evening. If so, how had the stones come loose? Another idea came to me. Perhaps Mr. Harker had taken his aunt's bracelet, intending to try to catch the thief on his own. The encounter might have gone badly. Perhaps there had been a struggle, and the thief had murdered Mr. Harker. It was a bit melodramatic, perhaps, but certainly not outside the realm of possibility. It was also possible that someone knew he had the bracelet, and, not knowing it was paste, had killed him to get it. How horrifying that he might have been murdered for paste jewels. The problem was that there were so many unknowns. This was going to be quite a task. I sighed. Sometimes it was very hard trying to be a detective. I spent a quiet evening at home and was still sitting before the fire with a cup of tea when Milo arrived. It was 1:45, and I was just beginning to wonder if he might not make it back when I heard a key in the lock. The front door opened and I waited. He must have seen the light. For a moment later, he was in the doorway leaning against the frame. Apparently he had changed at his club, for he had gone out in a day suit and come home in evening clothes. "Hello, darling," he said. "You're up late." "I've been thinking." "Oh, dear," he said dryly. "I hesitate to ask. Of what have you been thinking?" "Things," I said vaguely. I was not feeling especially charitable towards him, and my response was not intended to encourage conversation. I half expected him to continue on to the bedroom, but he came into the room and took a seat on the sofa. "It was a dull evening without you." "Oh?" I took a sip of tea, my gaze on the fire. "I wish you had been along. For you're much better company than Frederick Garmond. He's an utter bore. You might have made the evening bearable." I recognised the subtle flexing of his charm, the maddening way he had of winning me over when I was cross with him. Even more irritating than this familiar tactic was the fact that I could feel it working. I fought against the inclination to be pleased with his comment. "Did everything come off all right with the horse?" I asked, with as little interest in my tone as I could manage.
"Yes, I'm going to Bedfordshire in the morning to collect it and bring it to Thorncrest."
In the morning. It crossed my mind that he could very well have sent someone else to do it. Geoffrey, the groom at Thorncrest, might have gone to Bedfordshire, but Milo was always very particular about his horses. "Do you expect to be gone long?" I asked, wiping at a tea stain on my white china saucer.
"Not very. A few days, or perhaps a week. I want to see him settled."
"Yes, of course." It struck me that our conversation was suddenly oddly formal, and I felt somehow powerless to rectify it. Since the ball, we had not quite regained our equilibrium. Being married to Milo sometimes felt very like walking a tightrope. I always had the impression that one small step in the wrong direction could prove disastrous. Milo took a cigarette from the box on the table. He lit it and settled back in his seat, his eyes on my face.
"Why don't you tell me what's on your mind, my lovely?"
I glanced at him, half surprised at his interest. For some absurd reason, I suddenly wanted to go and sit beside him and lean my head on his shoulder, as though everything was easy between us. Instead, I sighed, my mind a jumble of problems, personal and otherwise. I wouldn't know where to begin.
Well, that sounds ominous.
"Detective Inspector Jones came to see me tonight," I said suddenly, deciding to ignore, at least for the time being, my growing concerns about our relationship and focus on the more pressing matter at hand. Only the barest flicker of interest showed in Milo's expression.
"Touring a big city, is he? It was nice of him to drop by."
I wondered if Milo suspected, as I had, that there was more to the inspector's visit than that. "He's transferred to Scotland Yard, in fact, and has been assigned to the Harker case." Milo's brows rose slightly.
"How very cosy all this is becoming."
"Yes, that's what I've thought. And there's more. He's asked for my help."
"Has he indeed? I suppose I needn't ask what your answer was."
"I told him I would do whatever I could, of course." The corner of Milo's mouth tipped up.
Of course."
He was amused but not much interested. So far, he had paid very little attention to Mr. Harker's murder. Somehow, I had the impression that there was something else on his mind, that our conversation did not have his complete attention. I wished, as I had countless times before, that I could read his thoughts. He was so very closed sometimes. I tried to draw him out. "Don't you think it's strange that the list of people on the first floor when the murder occurred were the same people at Mrs. Barrington's dinner party, one of whom she suspects of being a jewel thief?"
"Perhaps it's just a coincidence. People naturally tend to flock in familiar groups. We'd all been together at the Barringtons. It isn't so very strange that we should find ourselves grouped together again. Garmond and I dined tonight with Ivers and Billings from our club because we'd had drinks together yesterday. It's not so uncommon."
I shook my head. "There's more to it than that. There's something I can't put my finger on." The thought came to me suddenly. "Is Mr. Garmond related in any way to Vivian Garmond?" I asked, making the connection between the two names that I should have made long ago.
"Dunmore's mistress? Distantly, perhaps. I've never asked him."
"You knew she was his mistress?" I asked, surprised.
"My dear, everyone knows it."
"You didn't mention it to me." He shrugged.
"I didn't think it noteworthy. Besides, what has she to do with any of this?"
"Perhaps nothing," I admitted.
"And what else did you and the good inspector discuss?"
I remembered tonight that Mr. Harker and Mr. Foster were wearing nearly the same mask. What if it was Mr. Foster that someone meant to kill? Milo seemed to consider this. "Perhaps the killer murdered the wrong man by mistake," I suggested.
"Well, killing the wrong man would be rather a colossal mistake," he said.
"Just think of it. I said, warming to the tale. The killer might have had a vendetta against Mr. Foster, snuck up behind him and killed him.
I suppose it's possible, he conceded without enthusiasm. Nevertheless, I think it far more likely that James Harker was the intended victim. After all, one can't go round haphazardly killing people. Were I going to kill someone, I would make sure that I was killing the right person. It would be quite a nuisance to have all that planning count for naught.
Leave it to Milo to think of a mistaken murder in terms of the inconvenience it would cause, rather than the moral implications. I was not entirely convinced that my theory about killing the wrong man should be discarded, but I let it pass for the moment. Milo did have a point. It seemed quite unlikely. Besides, if the killer had murdered the wrong man by mistake, it didn't account for the gemstones found in Mr. Harker's pocket. What we have yet to determine, I said to Milo, is why anyone would want the jewels so desperately in the first place. Granted, someone might steal something if it was lying about in Mrs. Barrington's house. It might have proved too tempting to resist. But who would want them or need them badly enough to kill for them? It just seems so senseless. After all, none of us are exactly in need of money.
That we know of, he corrected.
It was a valid observation. What did I really know about the financial situations of anyone involved? Lord Dunmore, the Douglas Hugheses and Nigel Foster certainly didn't appear to need the money. That left only the Eccles sisters and Mrs. Garmond as more obvious candidates. I would have to find out more about them. I sighed. Oh, it's all so complicated. I will have to see what I can discover. He ground out his cigarette and stood.
You make an adorable bloodhound, my sweet, but I don't know that snooping about is a good idea.
I must say, I found his reticence surprising. Though he would never admit it, I was certain that he had enjoyed the thrill of the chase as much as I had when we were looking into the affair at the Brightwell. Why should things be any different this time? Why ever not? I asked.
Because, if you'll recall, you nearly got yourself killed last time. I should hate for you to get yourself into trouble while I'm away.
I bit back the urge to reply that he had never been much concerned about me during his absences before. Instead, I smiled with what I hoped was deceptive sweetness. Don't worry your pretty little head over me. I shall be just fine. Chapter 12. Whatever grand schemes I might have been concocting, the following days turned out to be frustratingly dull. I had forgotten the severe limitations placed upon me by my inability to walk properly. Despite my impatience, I knew I needed to give my sore ankle time to heal if I was going to devote my full energies to catching a killer. Milo had set out for Bedfordshire the morning after Inspector Jones's visit, and I was left to limp about the house with only Winelda for company. I spent a good deal of time sifting through her stash of scandal sheets, looking for any clues that might have been dredged up by the unwitting press. It would be helpful, I reasoned, to learn what I could about the suspects. By the time the week had passed, I knew more than I ever wished to, but none of it seemed at all important. End of CD 3. CD 4. As might have been suspected, there was very little to read about James Harker. He had appeared occasionally in the society columns as the guest of some notable person or other at various social events. He was often in the company of the Eccles sisters, and I had seen photographs of him with Marjorie and Felicity appearing alternately on his arm. On the whole, his behaviour seemed particularly unobjectionable, and I felt another stab of sadness that his life should have been ended so unexpectedly and so violently. The tales of Lord Dunmore's misdeeds, of course, abounded in plenty. My purposeful avoidance of gossip had kept me in ignorance of most of them, and I was a bit surprised at the stunning variety of his rumoured transgressions. Granted, they were interspersed with enough notices of various charitable contributions to prevent his reputation from slipping from tarnished to completely irredeemable. I was surprised that there was very little mention of Mrs. Garmond, at least in the recently published articles that Winelda had on hand. Perhaps they had parted ways. It was quite possible that he had tired of her, or that she had grown tired of his behaviour. It was certainly trying to see the man you love appearing again and again in connection with other women. "Oh, here's one on Mr. Nigel Foster, madam," Winelda said, rousing me from my unpleasant reveries. She handed the paper over to me. She had been gleefully scouring page after page, pouncing upon titbits of news that related to anyone involved in the case. It wasn't much of a notice. Tennis star Nigel Foster, who has been out of the country for several months on tour, missing Wimbledon after his failure to win last year, left his racket at home yesterday to attend a yachting race in the company of the Barringtons. "Well, Winelda," I said with a sigh, tossing the issue away, "I'm afraid we've reached the end of our stack." "Would you like me to go out and buy some more?" she asked hopefully. I stood stretching my stiff neck. I had been sitting in one position for entirely too long. "I think we've had enough for now. My head is swimming." "Oh, I think perhaps there's an issue in my room that I haven't read yet," she said. "I'll fetch it." The telephone rang and Winelda made a move in that direction, but I waved her away. "I'll get it," I said, already moving towards the foyer. At least I was finally able to walk without the assistance of my cane. I hoped I never had to see the wretched thing again. "Hello?" I said, wondering who might be calling. I would not allow myself to hope that it might be Milo, for he rarely ever phoned when he was away. "Hello, Amory?" "Yes, it's Mamie Douglas Hughes." "Oh, hello," I said, glad somehow to hear the friendly American voice on the other end of the line. "How are you?" "I'm very well, thank you. I'm calling to see how your ankle's mending." "It's much better, thank you. I'm getting around without my cane now." "I'm so glad. Then, on to my second reason for calling. I know it's short notice, but I was hoping you'd be able to join me for tea this afternoon." "I'd love to," I replied immediately. I was sorely in need of a change of scenery, and this also presented a perfect opportunity to interact with another guest who had been at the death party, as the papers were wont to call it, with their typical lack of imagination. The papers had initially reported that Mr. Harker had killed himself, and the speculation as to why had been varied and absurd, with hints that there had been some sort of torrid romance gone awry. After the inquest found that Mr. Harker had been murdered, however, the suggestions had become even more preposterous. My favourite of the theories put forth by the press was that there was a madman jewel thief loose in London, whose true objective had been the theft of the illustrious Dunmore diamond, and who had killed Mr. Harker by mistake. I had heard no more from either Mrs. Barrington or Inspector Jones. Mrs. Barrington had, I was sure, been attending to the details of her nephew's funeral, and I could only suppose that Inspector Jones was waiting for me to discover something useful. Thus far, I had been unable to determine the best course of action for gaining information directly from the sources, and so Mamie's invitation had come at just the right moment. I had had enough of research. I craved action. "Wonderful," she said. 4 o'clock? I look forward to it." We rang off, and I returned to the sitting room, where Winelda was leaning over what I assumed was the magazine she had retrieved from her room. She closed it guiltily as I came in, and stood quickly, trying very hard to look casual, despite the fact that she seemed to have gone pale. She was a sweet girl, but there was not a subtle bone in her body. There was something she was trying to keep from me, and I could only suppose it was about Milo. No doubt she had come across some lurid account of his having appeared at the ball with Hélène Renaud. The buzzer rang before I had time to question her. "I'll get it, Winelda," I called, walking once again towards the foyer. I had no idea who might be calling. I pulled open the door to be faced with perhaps the last person I had expected. "Lord Dunmore," I said, concealing my surprise. I had sent a note thanking him for the flowers, and had not heard from him since.
"Hello, Mrs. Ames,"
he said, removing his hat. I issued the invitation automatically. "Come in, won't you?" I stepped back, and he came into the foyer, casting a brief glance at the black and white marble floors and grey striped papered walls before turning his attention back to me.
I hope I'm not intruding.
Not at all.
How's your ankle? On the mend?
Yes, it's much better, thank you. I wondered why he was really here, but I did not have long to wait.
I was passing by and thought perhaps you'd like to go for a drive with me.
Passing by, was he?
It's a lovely day, he continued. I heard that your husband has gone away, and I thought perhaps you could use some company.
News certainly travelled quickly. I wondered who had told him that Milo had gone to Bedfordshire.
We could drive out to the country, he went on. I know several very nice scenic spots. Then perhaps lunch and...
He shrugged as his voice trailed off, leaving his meaning to hang in the air between us. Lunch and whatever happened to come afterwards. I found myself surprised at his directness. I had been warned that the Viscount moved swiftly and without hesitation, but I had not expected anything of this sort. Thank you, Lord Dunmore, but I don't think that will be possible.
Have you another engagement?
Yes, I answered. As a matter of fact, I have.
What about tomorrow?
I hesitated, not wanting to be rude but wishing my disinterest to be clear. While I appreciate the offer, I don't think that would be a good idea.
Well, surely you don't object to my company?
He smiled as if the question was absurd, and there was something strangely appealing about his utter lack of self-consciousness. I am certain that you are excellent company, my lord, but I am sure you are aware how it would look if we were seen driving about together.
I thought you didn't read the gossip columns.
That doesn't mean I wish to be maligned in them.
Maligned? His brows rose. For taking a simple drive with me?
We were both very aware that he was offering more than a drive, yet we both went on politely ignoring the fact. I am married, after all, I said at last, making note of what should have been the most obvious point.
But not happily, I hear.
I stiffened slightly at the inference. Even if that was true, it wouldn't make any difference. His mouth tipped up at the corner.
It does to most women.
I am not most women, my lord, I answered coolly. He smiled suddenly, quite a warm smile that seemed to evaporate whatever tension had been rising.
No, I can see you are not. I apologise if I've caused offence.
Not at all, I said, as though I received such propositions every day. I appreciate your invitation, but I'm afraid I must still decline it. He nodded his acceptance good-naturedly.
I hope to see you again, at any rate. You'll come to my ball this weekend, won't you?
You don't mean your next ball will go on as planned? Perhaps it was rude of me to ask, but I was surprised he intended to go ahead with his ball when a murder had been committed at the last one. He seemed amused by my question.
I suppose the proper thing might have been to call it off, but considerable planning has gone into it, and cancelling things is tedious. Don't you think so?
I suppose so, I conceded. Not that tedium was an acceptable excuse for tactlessness.
Then you'll come?
I hesitated.
I promise to behave myself.
His eyes twinkled as he spoke, and I understood perfectly well that Lord Dunmore was never any more well-behaved than was strictly necessary. I shall try to be there. All things considered, I certainly didn't intend to miss it, but I didn't want to appear too enthusiastic.
Good.
He walked towards the door then, and I followed him. He put on his hat and turned to me, extending his hand. I took it, and he squeezed mine gently.
You're really quite a remarkable woman, Mrs. Ames, he said. That husband of yours doesn't deserve you.
Thank you, I said, for lack of something better to say.
I look forward to our next meeting. Good day.
He turned then and left. I closed the door behind him, still not entirely sure what had just happened. Chapter 13. The Douglas Hughes residence was located in Grosvenor Square, a large yet charming house of pale stone with dozens of gleaming windows. I rang the bell and was a bit surprised when Mamie herself opened the door. "Hello, Amory," she said with a smile. "Please, come in." I entered the foyer and saw a frowning butler standing slightly behind her. "It's all right, Henson," she said, closing the door behind me. "I was just passing through and thought I might as well get the door."
"Very good, madam,"
he said stiffly, his disapproval fairly wafting at us as he walked away. "He gets very angry with me," she said, leading me into a comfortable parlour decorated in a sleek, modern style. "Though he's much too proper to say anything. I'm not used to butlers. Sandy tells me that I will grow accustomed to it, but so far I have been nothing but a nuisance to poor Henson and the rest of the staff. I'm forever doing things for myself that they don't think I should be doing. I imagine they're all fed up with me." "Oh, I sincerely doubt it," I said with a smile. I imagined the staff was enchanted with Mrs. Douglas Hughes. She had that rare combination of elegance and genuine warmth, which, combined with her American informality, made her a charming conversationalist. "I have adapted very readily to tea time, though," she said, pouring the steaming liquid into a cup emblazoned with the Douglas Hughes monogram. I took my cup and saucer from her. "How long have you lived in England?" 2 years now. It really is a wonderful place. Different from New York, of course, but also the same in many ways. Have you been to America?" "Yes, although it's been quite some time. My cousin Laurel is on a steamship bound for there now. She's going to visit a family friend who lives in Manhattan." "How very nice. It's always more pleasant to visit places where one has acquaintances." She paused for a moment before going on. "If I'm honest, I will say that it has not been as easy for me to make friends here as I had hoped. Of course, there are social acquaintances, but it's not the same. As soon as we met, I felt immediately as though we were going to be friends." I smiled, only a bit caught off guard by her frankness. "Well, thank you. I should like that." She smiled brightly, and I found it hard to believe that people would not wish to befriend her. It was true that many of our social circle might look down upon Mamie's social origins, her nationality, or possibly both. However, I had felt the same instinctual regard that she had felt for me, and I hoped that we would indeed become friends. My only truly close friend was Laurel, and I felt her absence all the more now that I had no one with whom to discuss all of my most recent contretemps. "You were a dancer in America, I believe?" I asked. I had heard the various accounts of her past, but I was curious as to what the real story was. "Yes, I danced in several revues on Broadway. Not a chorus girl, you understand. My partner and I would do dance routines. Waltzes, the foxtrot, the Charleston, a bit of tap dancing, that sort of thing. I'm also a great admirer of ballet, but it hasn't much taken hold in the States yet. Dancing was my greatest love, until I met Sandy." I smiled. "How did you come to meet him?" "He was in New York for some sort of political thing, and the gentleman came to one of the revues. He sent a note to my dressing room afterwards. I didn't often go out with men from the audience, but something about his sweet, formal little note caught my attention. He took me to dinner, and the rest is history." She smiled fondly, and I could detect no trace of sadness in the relinquishment of her profession. "You seem very happy," I commented. "Oh, we are. Of course, Sandy is away with his work more often than I like, and he's so secretive about it sometimes. Government conspiracies and all that, I suppose. But on the whole, we have been extremely happy." "Do you still dance?" I asked. "Oh, no," she said. "I don't have much of an opportunity for that now. Of course, at balls and things I enjoy it, but as for dancing professionally, I find I don't miss it much. There are so many other things to occupy my time. With Sandy's role in the Foreign Office, we're forever attending different functions. He says he gleans public perception of current events when he attends social occasions. I think that was why he insisted we attend Lord Dunmore's ball. It's not really the sort of thing he would have enjoyed otherwise. He finds the idea of masks and disguises and such to be silly, and I was a bit surprised he wanted to go. It was terrible about Mr. Harker's death, wasn't it? I said, pouncing upon the opening she had given me. Yes, she answered. It was just awful. I could scarcely believe it when they told me what happened. And now to hear that it was murder, it's almost too much to believe. I was in one of the bedrooms waiting for the doctor when the shot sounded, I told her. Were you still upstairs? According to Inspector Jones, she had been in a room with her husband, but I wanted to hear her account firsthand. She nodded. Sandy and I were in the room where the men had been playing cards before they all wandered off. We were discussing a bit of political gossip when the shot sounded. It flashed across my mind that there may have been an assassination, and now it seems I was not far wrong. Perhaps that is why there continues to be something about that night that bothers me. It was so dreadfully unexpected, I said, to prod her along. Yes, but it wasn't just that, she continued, a thoughtful expression on her face. There's something else, something that someone said that night that made me think... She smiled suddenly, looking a bit embarrassed. It's quite possible that my mind is playing tricks on me after everything that happened. What do you mean? I pressed her. I didn't want to appear too inquisitive. Then again, a mysterious death was bound to be a subject of interest, and there was no reason why I should not appear intrigued. I don't know exactly. Her brow furrowed as she thought. It was just when I heard that they found those jewels in his pocket, it made me feel that I had seen or heard something earlier in the evening that made me wonder. She laughed. I'm probably imagining things. Sandy tells me I have a typically American imagination. The Hollywood influence, he calls it. I longed to question her further, but I didn't want to tip my hand, as the Americans said. Though I felt instinctively that I could trust Mamie Douglas Hughes, I knew that my involvement in the mystery of James Harker's death was probably best kept quiet for the present. If an opportunity came to confide in Mamie at a later time, I would certainly do so. For now, I thought it best to tread carefully. I suppose it was quite a shock to everyone who had recently dined at the Barringtons' home, I said, to know we had just dined with Mr. Harker, and now he is dead. Yes, I'm so sorry for poor Mrs. Barrington. We're often in company with the Barringtons because Sandy and Mr. Barrington are very chummy. They like talking politics for hours on end. I didn't know Mr. Harker well, only from the dinner parties. He always seemed very nice, even if he was a bit awkward. I feel sorry for Felicity, too. This stopped me. Felicity Eccles? Yes, I never heard anything, of course, but I think she was a bit sweet on Mr. Harker. I didn't know, I said. It was just an impression I got. Of course, I doubt there was anything really going on between them. Felicity's so quiet. She's a sweet thing. But Marjorie's a bit frightening, isn't she? I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean that she's very brash. She reminds me of some of the girls I knew from the review, flashy and confident. She runs with a rowdy crowd, I believe, and she drags poor Felicity along with her. I think Mr. Harker would accompany them out sometimes as well. That's why I had the impression that he and Felicity might have been an item. This was an interesting bit of news. I wanted to ask her more, but Mr. Douglas Hughes suddenly appeared in the doorway. Ah, here you are, darling, he said. And Mrs. Ames, I'm delighted to see you. Good afternoon, Mr. Douglas Hughes. Amory and I are having a delightful time, Mamie said. We're going to be great friends. He smiled affectionately at his wife. I'm delighted to hear it. You must watch out for her, Mrs. Ames, he said, turning to me. She has the charming habit of completely winning people over when she sets her mind to it. Oh, Sandy's always teasing me, she said laughingly. He claims he fell in love with me against his will. I had the firmest intentions of remaining a bachelor, wholly dedicated to my work, Mr. Douglas Hughes told me. However, one evening in Mamie's company and I was hopelessly smitten. She quickly brought me to heel. I tried to imagine the words smitten or brought to heel ever being even remotely applicable to Milo, and failed utterly. She laughed and reached up to touch his hand on her shoulder. You shouldn't say such things in front of people. I felt a little pang at the way they looked at one another. It was obvious that they were very much in love. "You must excuse us, Mrs. Ames," he said. "I'm afraid Mamie's scandalous American behaviour is rubbing off on me." I smiled, admiring the ease of their exchanges and their affection for one another. Had Milo and I ever been that way? It suddenly seemed very difficult to remember. "Will you drink tea with us?" she asked him. "I'm afraid I haven't much time. I have an appointment with Sir John." Mamie wrinkled her nose at the mention of the Foreign Secretary. "You'd have a better time with us, although we're being a bit morbid. We were talking about poor Mr. Harker's death." "Indeed. That was quite a tragedy." He said this almost tonelessly, and I couldn't help but feel that there was suddenly a slight change in his manner, as though it was a topic he wished to avoid. Naturally, this made me want to pursue it. "I didn't know Mr. Harker well," I said, "but he seemed a pleasant gentleman. His murder was so shocking a thing to happen in such a public place."
"Yes, I think we were all a great deal surprised, although I'm sure the culprit will be apprehended shortly," he answered blandly, thwarting my attempts to draw him into the conversation. "I'm afraid I've got to be off. Don't wait dinner for me, my dear. Mrs. Ames, it was lovely to see you again."
"It was nice to see you as well, Mr. Douglas Hughes." He excused himself, and I found I was a bit disappointed. I suspected that careful, neutral replies were no doubt the stock-in-trade of Mr. Douglas Hughes's profession, so his reserve was not necessarily unusual. Nevertheless, it seemed that he was especially disinclined to discuss Mr. Harker's death. Perhaps he knew more than he was willing to say. Mamie changed the subject then, and there was little I could do to change it back without appearing either suspicious or morbidly curious. We talked about pleasanter things, and I thought that we would indeed be good friends. At last I rose to leave, and Mamie walked me to the door. "Sandy and I are having dinner with some friends on Thursday night at Restaurant Boulestin," she said. "It's become one of my favourite places. If you feel like coming, we'd be delighted to have you." I wondered if any of the other guests might be on the list of suspects. There would be the potential for me to learn more about what had happened on the night of the ball. However, there was really no way that I could ask who else would be attending. "Thank you. I shall try to be there." "Wonderful. You don't need to call me or anything. It's nothing formal. Just come if you feel like it. We'll make room at our table." I left the Douglas Hughes home a while later, lost in thought. What had I learnt today? It hadn't been much. However, it was interesting to know that Felicity Eccles might have been involved with James Harker. The papers had suggested a lover's quarrel. It seemed far-fetched, but I couldn't rule it out. I would need to find out more about the relationship between Miss Eccles and Mr. Harker. I also wondered what it was that Mrs. Douglas Hughes felt she had observed. I would have to bring it up again casually the next time we met. The flat was quiet when I returned home that evening after some shopping and a light dinner. It was Winelda's night off, and I realised suddenly that I had become unaccustomed to silence. She was growing on me. I changed into a blue silk nightdress with a sheer ivory negligee thrown over it, then went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea. I intended to pass a quiet evening reading before the fire. I needed a distraction from my marriage and the murder, if only for an hour or two. I set out a cup and saucer on the worktop and took the tea tin down from the shelf. As I opened the tin, the lid slipped from my grasp, fell to the floor, and rolled across the room and behind the dustbin. I leant to retrieve it, and something caught my eye. There was a gossip magazine shoved in the dustbin, its cover half obscured by some crumpled parchment paper. I frowned. It was unlike Winelda to throw her scandal sheets away. After all, it was her accumulated collection that had proved so useful to us this afternoon. Why might she have wanted to dispose of it? I could only suppose it was the article about Milo and that Renault woman. It was sweet of her to want to shield me. I picked up the magazine and thumbed through it, curious. I suspected a picture had been taken of the two of them when they arrived together at Lord Dunmore's ball, and I wanted to get a better look at her than the one I had had from the top of the stairs. I couldn't help but be a bit curious about my husband's rumoured inamorata after all. I turned the page and stopped cold. I could literally feel the blood draining from my face before it rushed through it again in a fierce wave of heat. The photograph had not been taken at Lord Dunmore's house. The magazine was new, dated the day Milo had left for Frederick Garmon's estate. It was indeed a picture of Milo and Alain Renaud, but I was quite unable to get a good look at her face, as I had intended, for it was obscured by his. Her arms were thrown around his neck, and they were kissing. I'm not entirely sure how long I stood there staring at it. The photograph had been captured while they were in the back seat of an automobile. It was difficult to make anything out, really, except for the fact that they were clearly enjoying one another's company. Her fur-draped arms were round his shoulders, and she was leaning into his embrace, her mouth pressed against his. After a moment, I had to concede that Winelda had had the right idea. I crumpled it up and put it back in the dustbin. I noticed, as I did so, that my hands were shaking. Whether from shock or the intense fury I was attempting to contain, I didn't know. I drew in a deep breath and forced myself to remain calm. It was by no means the first time this had happened. There had been other women in other photographs, but I could not escape the fact that none had been as blatant as this. There was no way to explain a kiss away. I fought down an immense wave of sadness. There would be time enough to deal with this when Milo returned home. Until then, I would push it away to some far corner of my mind and not think about it. It was a skill I had mastered over the years. With supreme effort, I calmly finished making my tea and took it to the parlour. My eyes fell on the photograph on the mantel of Milo and I on our wedding day. I looked so very young, so radiantly happy. Milo looked as elegant as always, but he looked happy too. Looking at the photograph, I would have sworn that we were very much in love. I sighed. Our wedding day seemed so very long ago. I had truly believed then that we would be happy together for all the days of our lives. Did I still believe it? I just wasn't sure anymore. I fought the urge to pick up our wedding photograph and hurl it across the room. Instead, I sat and drank my tea. Chapter 14. I slept very poorly, but I was determined to put on a good show for Winelda. It didn't seem to have worked, however, for she took one look at me and cheerfully suggested a bit of rouge to improve my colour. My makeup duly applied and a cheerful dress of rose-coloured crepe selected, I set out to determine my first order of business for the day. I certainly didn't intend to sit at home moping as though my world had come to an end. I was hurt and deeply angry, but giving rein to either of those emotions was not going to be useful at present. There was still a mystery to be solved, and I needed to see what other information I could glean. I had spoken with Mrs. Douglas Hughes, and, though quite unsatisfactorily, with her husband. It would be more difficult for me to arrange a meeting with the other suspects. Typically, crossing paths with the women would be easier to accomplish, though in this case I could think of no good means of doing so. The Eccles sisters I didn't know at all well. I had not been acquainted with them before Mrs. Barrington's dinner party, and I could think of no excuse for contacting them now. I could think of even less of a reason to contact Mrs. Garmond. As for the gentlemen, I had very little means of putting myself in their paths in an inconspicuous way. This served as yet another reason for me to be angry with Milo. Were he not traipsing about the country, making a spectacle of himself with his mistress, he might have proved himself useful. What I needed was another source. Someone who was disconnected from the murder itself, but might still have information that would be useful. I thought suddenly of Yvonne Rowland. I dismissed the idea at once, but I couldn't seem to shake it completely. An extremely wealthy widow, she charged through polite society with terrible speed, gathering up information like a squirrel gathering nuts. Though I had never ascertained the particulars, She had some type of connection with the gossip columns, and I wondered if there might possibly be anything that she could tell me. I hadn't the slightest doubt that she had been following the story in the papers. I pondered the hazards of contacting her. With my own situation being what it was, I suspected it would be difficult to keep her from prying into my personal affairs. Then again, she would probably know things about the guests of Lord Dunmore's ball that would be nearly impossible for me to find out myself. I decided to take the risk. After all, I knew her game and would go in prepared to beat her at it. At 4 o'clock, I was ushered into Mrs. Rowland's parlour. She had been delighted to hear from me and had insisted I come to tea that very afternoon. She lived in a large but comfortable house she had bought for herself after the death of her most recent husband. She went through husbands at a somewhat alarming rate, but it had never been known to dampen her considerable zeal for society life. A harried-looking maid had shown me to the parlour and disappeared as soon as she had announced me. I had expected shelves of bric-a-brac, an abundance of aspidistra, and at least 3 cats. I was correct in 2 of 3 surmises. The parlour was decorated very much in the Victorian style, with dark flowered wallpaper, heavy golden drapes, lush plants in porcelain pots, and a great deal of ornate furniture crowding the room. There were no cats, however. Instead, I found the lady holding court for the 2 Pomeranians and a fat Pekingese lying before her on silk cushions on the rug. The trio of animals began yipping at me in harmony as I entered. "Hush!" she said, and the dogs were immediately silenced. I was rather impressed with their obedience. Then again, I did not find it surprising that the forceful Mrs. Rowland should have the same effect on animals as she did on people. "Mrs. Ames," she said, rising to meet me, extending a hand that fairly glittered with assorted rings of all descriptions. "I'm delighted that you've come to see me. It's been much too long. After the events at the Brightwell, you know, I have been thinking how we simply must have tea. In fact, I had just thought this very morning that I should phone you. I've been wanting to see you, my dear. I feel that we have so much to discuss." I felt a vague sensation of unease, as though I had been drawn into a spider's web unawares. "And then you rang me up, and now here you are. It must be fate. I'm delighted." "Thank you for having me, Mrs. Rowland," I said, as I took the seat she indicated. An impressive piece with a heavy wooden frame and garish embroidered upholstery. Mrs. Rowland herself was no less impressive. She was as much known in society for her ostentatious ensembles as she was for being a notorious quidnunc. And today was no exception. Her henna-red hair was swept into an intricate coiffure that served to highlight a gold-beaded headpiece Cleopatra might have envied. If ancient Egypt had inspired her headdress, she must have taken her wardrobe cues from the Greeks, for she was dressed in a long, elaborately draped gown of puce, the folds of which brushed one of the dogs as she swept past and set it to barking again. "Ferdinand, be quiet," she commanded as she settled herself back into her chair. "You must excuse my little ones, Mrs. Ames. They're very excitable. Have you any dogs?" "We've some hounds at Thorncrest. Hunters, not house dogs." "Sugar or milk?" she asked, leaning over the silver tea service on the table. "2 sugars, please." The beads of her many bracelets clanked against the pot as she poured. "Are you fond of dogs?" she asked, handing me my cup. "Yes, I suppose I am. We had a mastiff when I was a child. He was called Archibald, and we were the greatest of friends." "You should get a sweet little dog, Mrs. Ames. I find them to be a great comfort." She said this with a significant look, and I knew that we had already come to the topic I had been hoping to avoid. I felt again the sensation that she had invited me here to question me and not the other way around. "I'm sure with your husband away as often as he is, you find yourself quite lonely sometimes." It was not a very subtle hint, but I felt disinclined to elaborate on the situation. It was not that I wanted to shield Milo, but neither did I want our personal difficulties to be any more on public display than they already were. Perhaps the puppy would be nice one day. "Of course, dear, But you needn't put on a brave face with me. We're old friends, aren't we? After all, I'm no stranger to philandering husbands. My first husband was a handsome devil, just like Mr. Ames, though perhaps not quite as handsome. He broke my heart more times than I can remember, and many's the time I thought I couldn't take it another moment. But love's not a thing you can turn on and off with a switch, is it? I loved him until that unfortunate accident carried him off. I was beginning to think that I had overestimated my abilities, and that coming here was a very bad idea indeed. I know young people don't like to talk about their problems, she said sweetly, misinterpreting my bewildered silence for embarrassment. But if you need a sympathetic ear, you have only to ask. And I'm the soul of discretion, my dear. Thank you, I said politely in the face of this tremendous untruth. I know there have been quite a lot of things printed about my husband lately, but you know how the papers exaggerate things. Hélène Renaud is a beautiful woman, naturally, but she's lacking something. She hasn't got your elegance, for one thing. Of course, men don't take much note of such things. It seems that all it takes is the whiff of French perfume and a few garbled syllables to draw them like bees to honey. She shook her head. It's a pity. But I shouldn't worry much, Mrs. Ames. In the end, I should be very much surprised if she holds his interest for long. After all, your husband is quite mad about you. That much was quite plain to me at the Brightwell. And your other young man, Gil Trent, what has become of him since that wretched hotel business? She was referring to my former fiancé, who had also been involved in the events at the Brightwell Hotel. I had a letter from him a few weeks back, I told her. He's quite well. Splendid! You wouldn't have suited him in the long run, I don't suppose, but one must hope he will find happiness with someone else. Do you know Mrs. Vivian Garmond? I asked abruptly, as it had become apparent there was no possible means of politely shifting the conversation in sight. Poor Mrs. Garmond, Mrs. Rowland tut-tutted, diverted from her monologue on my marriage. Now that Lord Dunmore is a different matter. He is a scoundrel. He's handsome enough, I suppose, but I don't see why it is that women go weak at the knees over him. Vivian Garmond should have known better. She's a clever girl from a good family, but I suppose even clever girls can lose their heads. You know her, then? I knew the family. Overton is their name. She went abroad a few years ago, Turkey or Greece or some such place, and came back a widow with an infant son. She placed definite sceptical emphasis on the word widow. Coincidentally, she continued, Lord Dunmore had been abroad at about the same time and came back shortly after she did. They immediately took up with one another, so it's commonly assumed he got her into trouble and refused to marry her. Everyone realises what's going on, of course, but she maintains the pretence that her husband was killed and people go on pretending to believe it. However, I, of my own knowledge, have never been able to ascertain exactly when and where her husband seems to have died. After all, that's the sort of thing one remembers. I remember all of my poor husband's deaths. I blinked and managed a sympathetic smile. Yes, Mrs. Rowland, I'm sure you do. Surely there must be some record of a Mr. Garmond dying. She shrugged. I suppose one could find out, if one really cared to. I'm not much acquainted with the Garmonds myself. After all, if they've welcomed her into the family, who am I to discourage them? Of course, I don't know why they care to claim her. The way she runs after Dunmore, despite the parade of women going through his bed. She stopped for breath, and I wondered if I could insert another question into the conversation. She beat me to it, however. But here am I, running on about Lord Dunmore, and you've become acquainted with him yourself. You were at his ball when that murder happened, weren't you? There was a sudden sharp look in her gaze, as though she was a predator closing in. Yes, I answered casually. But I had injured my ankle and wasn't there when it occurred. I'm afraid I could be of no help at all. Poor dear, she said, and I didn't know whether she meant my injury or the fact that I'd been excluded from the excitement. I suppose it was someone after the jewels? She asked, trying to draw me out. I'm afraid I really don't know, I said honestly. and she frowned as though I had disappointed her. Poor Serena must be very upset. I haven't called on her yet, as I imagine she's busy with the preparations. I wasn't aware you knew Mrs. Barrington. I imagined the two of them together and determined they would be a force to be reckoned with indeed. Serena was distantly related to my second husband. We have stayed in contact since his death, though we don't see each other much. I believe Mr. Harker's death has been very hard on her, I said, and on Mr. Barrington. Perhaps. I don't know him well, but I believe he was never terribly fond of his nephew. Well, it was very sad all round, I said, trying to steer the conversation back on course. I was discussing it with Mrs. Douglas Hughes only yesterday. As I had hoped, this set her off again. Mrs. Douglas Hughes is a fine woman, she said. One expects Americans to be a certain way, doesn't one? But she's not. She's quite a refined, lovely girl. I don't know if I'd been doing the matching that I'd have aligned her with Sanderson Douglas Hughes. He's a gentleman, of course, but I don't know how much time he can devote to her when he is so very devoted to his work. Must be difficult for a man to concern himself with domestic life when he's always got his nose in foreign affairs. Mr. and Mrs. Douglas Hughes seem quite happy together, I put in. Yes, well, I hope so. One wonders if such a creative sort of person can be happy with a solemn gentleman, but opposites have attracted before this, haven't they? She didn't seem to need my confirmation, for she charged ahead, picking up steam. This isn't his first brush with a mysterious death, I believe. I seem to recall that there was some foreign fellow a while back that was supposed to be working with Mr. Douglas Hughes in some capacity, but died rather unexpectedly. I suppose those things happen when one involves oneself in government. Those Eccles girls were there too, weren't they? I'm not surprised, for it seems that wherever there's trouble, Marjorie Eccles isn't far behind. I've heard she was after James Harker, though goodness knows why she should want such a dolt. May he rest in peace. I was given to understand that it was Felicity who cared for Mr. Harker. I managed to interject. That may very well be. I should think that would only encourage Marjorie. I supposed I might as well go through the list of suspects while she was in full disclosure mode, so I jumped to the next of them. I was pleased to have met Mr. Nigel Foster, as I have long been an admirer of his. She hesitated, as if searching her rumour reservoir, and I wondered if the gossip mill had actually ceased to grind. She recovered quickly, however. I don't know much about Mr. Foster, she admitted. Sporting events have never much been my forte. He's a handsome young man. I believe there was a girl a while back. Something about an engagement, I think, but she was in an accident, and then they broke it off. The girl moved to California or some such absurd place. I see. I didn't recall reading any such thing, but Winelda's gossip magazines had only extended back a few months. So many interesting people in attendance at the ball. If only I had been there, she lamented. She picked up a cookie and bit into it contemplatively. I wasn't invited, of course, but half the people that attend his parties have not received invitations, so I shouldn't have let that stop me. Perhaps I'll attend the next one. I understand he throws them in rapid succession. The family's always been given to excess. His father was a libertine as well. I suppose he's still going to have the one this weekend? Yes, I believe he plans for it to go on as scheduled. I thought so. Lord Dunmore is not one to let tragedy put a stop to his fun. Well, perhaps I shall make an appearance. Have you seen the diamond? She asked suddenly. The Dunmore diamond? No, I haven't. It's a necklace that belonged to his great-grandmother, a monstrous diamond from India, I think. What good it's doing locked away, I don't know. I saw it once, on Lord Dunmore's mother. Poor dear, she was much too plain to do it justice. Oh, she said, bringing her cup to her lips and taking it away again. Somehow my tea's managed to go cold. I can't imagine how I let that happen. I left Mrs. Rowland's house a bit exhausted, and not until she had secured a promise from me that I would consider taking a puppy from the next litter of Wilhelmina, the fat Pekingese. My own reputation had escaped relatively unscathed, and I had gained some very useful background information. For one thing, it seemed that the cloud that hung over Mrs. Garmon's past was darker than I had suspected. I thought back to what Mrs. Barrington said about James Harker's always saying things he shouldn't. Was it possible he might have known something about the elusive Mr. Garmond? Then again, everyone commonly assumed the child was Dunmore's. Would evidence to the contrary be worth killing for? Perhaps. People clung very hard to the masks they wore. The masks, I wondered again. Had it been coincidence that Mr. Harker and Mr. Foster had worn the same mask? I was sure that Inspector Jones would have investigated that avenue by now. I felt vaguely irritated that he had not yet been in touch. I would have to telephone him tomorrow and find out what he had learnt. I reached home and promptly gave Winelda another night off. I had a lot of thinking to do, and I thought it would best be done in silence. She was willing enough, as 2 of her friends had invited her to the cinema, but when it was time for her to leave, she hesitated. "You're certain you'll be all right, madam?" she asked a bit worriedly. "I won't leave if you'd rather I didn't." "Yes, thank you, Winelda. I'm going to rest for a while. I'm quite tired." My nights of poor sleep were catching up with me. I lay down when she had gone, intending to close my eyes for just a little while. I was surprised when I woke up in a darkened bedroom. I had slept later than I intended. I rose and went to make myself a cup of tea. Winelda had left dinner for me, but I found I wasn't very hungry. Instead, I made myself some toast and took it with my tea into the parlour. As I nibbled on my toast, I mulled over what I knew, which didn't appear to be much. No one seemed to have a very clear motive for murder. It all seemed to come back to the theft of the jewels, but I still had a hard time believing that any of the suspects would have been desperate enough to commit murder for a bracelet. It had to be more than that. There was something that was missing, some part of the mystery that had not yet come to light. But what? I didn't know where to look next. I was pulled from my musings as I heard the front door open. "Is that you, Winelda?" I called. She was back earlier than I had expected.
"Not even close,"
said Milo, coming into the room. I felt myself tense at his unexpected appearance. I hadn't prepared myself for his arrival and felt strangely at a loss. I set my teacup down and, to my annoyance, it rattled slightly in the saucer. If he noticed anything amiss, or if he was feeling any guilt, he gave absolutely no indication of it.
"I got the brute settled faster than I'd imagined. He's a magnificent animal, but I think he'll rival Xerxes in terms of surly temperament. I left him in Geoffrey's capable hands. We'll have to go back to Thorncrest for a weekend soon."
He came to where I sat and leant to kiss me, but my voice stopped him. "I can smell her perfume on your coat, Milo." His eyes met mine, and I could see then that he knew that I knew. The cloying scent of rose hung in the air, as palpable as my anger. I stood, unable to bear the pretense of civility any longer. "I'm going to bed. Good night."
"Amory,
good night." I left the room without looking back, and Milo didn't come after me. Chapter 15. Once again, I couldn't sleep, and I felt much worse in the morning than when I had gone to bed. The mirror clearly reflected the effects of my miserable night. I looked pale and drawn, and I suspected that no amount of makeup was going to help. Nevertheless, I bathed and dressed in a becoming black briere suit. Then I walked resolutely from my room, ready to meet Milo, should it even prove necessary. I didn't want to face him, but there was a very good possibility he was still in bed, or perhaps even gone from the flat. I assumed he had slept in the guest room, but for all I knew, he had gone back to Mademoiselle Renaud. In any event, I didn't intend to hide from him. I sat down at the table and poured myself a cup of coffee, gratified to see that my hands were perfectly steady. I had absolutely no appetite, but I didn't want Winelda to know that I was upset. I was fairly certain she could sense something was amiss, however, for she went about on tenterhooks and refrained from her normal morning chatter. Milo came into the room a few minutes after I did and sat across from me. Neither of us spoke, and the tension was heavy in the air. Despite his habitual nonchalance, I could tell that he was treading carefully, trying to gauge my mood.
"Amory,"
he began at last. I shook my head slowly, not looking up from my coffee. I didn't want to talk to him. Not here and not now. It wasn't only the possibility that Winelda might overhear, I simply didn't feel ready. He didn't press me, and for that I was grateful. I picked at my food, pretending to eat it while my mind raced in 1,000 directions. What could I say to him? What was there to say? It was perfectly clear where we stood. The only thing to be determined was where things would go from here.
"Will you go for a walk with me?" he asked at last.
I supposed he had seen through my pretense of eating breakfast, for all I had really done was move my food about the plate. I looked up at him for the first time since he had come into the room. His gaze was steady, calm. I wished desperately that he didn't always look so very sure of himself. I hesitated as I considered his request. A few moments of staring at my breakfast plate had still not prepared me for the conversation ahead, but I supposed it was better to get it over with. At least a walk would give us privacy. I wondered if he thought I would be less inclined to make a scene in public. He needn't have worried. I didn't intend to make things difficult. "I'll get my coat," I said. I put on a cloche and fetched a light coat and gloves from the bedroom and cast one last glance at myself in the mirror. I looked much more composed than I felt, and I was glad of it. Milo was waiting for me in the foyer. He helped me into my coat and we went out into the hallway, down the lift, and out of the building in silence. We stepped out into the cool morning air. It was a lovely day, complete with a light breeze and chirping birds. The kind of day that was perfect for lovers out walking. I suddenly wished the weather was not quite so nice. I suspected that grey skies would be more suited to the scene we were about to act. There was a little park not far from the flat, and we started in that direction without conferring. It occurred to me how strange it was that we should be so in harmony in some things and so completely discordant in others. Milo seemed to be waiting for me to speak, giving me time to decide what I wanted to say. This thoughtful courtesy, coming at a time like this, was somehow almost painful. "I don't know why I'm surprised," I said at last, breaking the silence. My voice sounded stronger than I had expected, and I was relieved. "I shouldn't be. Perhaps I should have expected it. But the plain fact remains that I was shocked to see that photograph."
"Yes, I was afraid of that. I had hoped to warn you before you saw it."
"That would have been kind of you," I said icily. "But then again, I suppose it's usual for the wife to be the last to know."
"It's not what it looks like, if that's any consolation."
I let out an incredulous laugh, my hands clenching in the pockets of my coat. "Oh, come now, Milo. Is that the best you can do?"
"It's perfectly clear that now is not the time for explanations. You wouldn't believe me if I gave them to you."
I gave him a brittle smile. "Yes, you're right. I see no conceivable way this could be explained away, though I'm sure you've had time to formulate a lovely story."
"It isn't what you think."
"Everyone knows perfectly well what it is," I answered calmly. "Half of London is talking about it. There's no need for you to deny it to me."
"I'm not having an affair with Hélène Renaud."
There was something very like patience in his tone that set me on edge. It was as though he thought I was the one who was behaving irrationally. I stopped and turned to face him. This walk had been a bad idea. I wasn't ready to maintain my composure in the face of his lies. "I don't want to talk about this now, Milo. I need some time to think."
"What does that mean exactly?" he asked.
I looked up at him. "It means I'd rather you stay at your club or at the Ritz or go back to Thorncrest. I don't care where. He could stay with Hélène Renaud if he was so inclined, anywhere but with me at the flat."
"Amory,"
he sighed. "Please, Milo, The words came out as a whisper, and I drew in a breath before continuing in a steadier voice. Let's not make things any more difficult than they already are. His eyes moved across my face, and I forced myself to meet the searching blue gaze unflinchingly. I needed him to see that I meant it. This wasn't going to be brushed off as easily as all of his past escapades. It was time he realised that I was not going to turn a blind eye forever. There was always a final straw.
Very well, he said at last. I'll go now and send Parks later for my things.
I think that would be best. And still we stood there looking at one another. There was a wall between us, and I wondered if perhaps it was insurmountable. It all seemed so very hopeless at the moment.
Shall I telephone you in a day or two? He asked.
His tone was polite, and I could read nothing in it. As usual, he revealed only what he wanted me to know, and nothing more. Yes, I said, that should be fine. He reached out and took my hand in his. He held it for just a moment before squeezing it. Then he let it go and turned and walked away unhurriedly without looking back. I watched him for a moment and then continued walking towards the park. I tried and failed to sort through the whirlwind of emotions I was experiencing. I didn't know whether anger or sadness was foremost among them. I only knew that in our conversation there had been no remorse, only excuses. Time and time again I had accepted his explanations, believed him because I wanted what he said to be true. Well, I wasn't going to do it this time. I couldn't. I reached the border of the park and sat down heavily on a bench. I felt like I should cry, but in truth I was too weary for that. Things had been building to this moment for a long time, and now that it was finally here, I felt only a numb sort of acceptance. It was as though I had known that our happiness the last 2 months had been too good to last. It was all such a wretched, infuriating mess. And perhaps the most maddening thing of all was that despite everything, I was still terribly in love with him. When I felt sufficiently composed, I walked back towards the flat. There would be plenty of time for thinking things over when I had fully collected myself. Sitting alone in the park, airing out my emotions for all to see, would not solve anything. I had nearly reached the flat's entrance when I spotted a familiar figure emerging from it. Detective Inspector Jones. Given my somewhat flustered emotional state, I will admit that the thought of turning and dodging around the building to avoid him occurred to me. However, by the time it had, I had been spotted. I had wanted to speak to him at any rate. I suppose now was as good a time as any. Sulking about my rapidly deteriorating marriage certainly wasn't going to solve James Harker's murder. I waved and walked towards him, hoping the effects of my tumultuous morning weren't apparent on my face, though I rather suspected that was hoping for too much.
Hello, Mrs. Ames. I've just come from your flat. Your maid told me that you were out.
I've been for a walk in the park. How are you, Inspector?
I'm quite well, Mrs. Ames,
he replied pleasantly, his eyes resting on my face in that unnervingly perceptive way of his.
How are you?
There was, I thought, more than common courtesy in the question, but I brushed it aside. I'm fine, thank you, Inspector. As a matter of fact, I was just thinking over a couple of matters and wanted to discuss them with you. Won't you come back upstairs? Though I was not exactly feeling up to company in my present state, perhaps it would help me to get my mind off things. We rode up in the lift together, and once in my flat, Winelda took his hat and coat with an impressively becoming decorum, considering her views on policemen. The fact that the inspector allowed himself to be divested of his outside garments seemed to indicate a shift in our relationship. Some of his officious formality had eased ever so slightly. Furthermore, he accepted a cup of black tea from the pot Winelda brought into the parlour. I could not help but feel that we were now practically old friends.
Mr. Ames has gone out?
He asked, when we had settled into our seats. There was something searching in his gaze that made me suspect he knew more than he let on. I wondered if it was possible he had encountered Milo on his way back from our walk. I decided to be direct. One could only hide things from a detective for so long, after all. Have you seen the photograph that has been circulating? He did me the justice of not feigning ignorance.
I have.
Yes, I thought you might have.
Not much escaped Inspector Jones.
I've asked him to stay elsewhere for the time being. I have a good deal to think over.
I see.
I didn't elaborate, and he mercifully let the subject drop. End of CD 4. CD 5.
What was it that you wanted to talk to me about, Mrs. Ames?
I was glad for the change in topic and charged readily ahead. For one thing, I wanted to ask if you had looked into the possibility that Mr. Harker might have been killed by mistake. After all, it's not outside the realm of possibility that someone might have wanted to kill Mr. Foster. Did you investigate the similarities of their masks?
I spoke with Mr. Foster. He seemed unaware that Mr. Harker was wearing the same mask on the night of the incident.
It was not entirely surprising. The house had been crowded with guests. Mr. Foster might not even have crossed paths with Mr. Harker. That doesn't, of course, preclude the fact that someone might have mistaken one man for the other, I persisted.
That seems unlikely. You see, we have positively identified the gun as belonging to Mr. Harker. His valet informed us that Mr. Harker had removed it from the drawer where it was normally kept and put it in his pocket before leaving for the ball.
This was another development I had not foreseen. Mr. Harker was shot with his own gun, I said slowly.
Yes.
But why would Mr. Harker bring a gun to Lord Dunmore's ball?
I can only assume he thought he might have occasion to use it.
Then he was expecting trouble. But what was Mr. Harker doing in that bedroom with jewels from the bracelet? I asked, more of myself than of Inspector Jones, and then an idea occurred to me. Were you able to determine who he was meeting that night?
I'm afraid not. I questioned all the guests, including his aunt and uncle, and they all told me they had no knowledge of Mr. Harker's whereabouts in the hour preceding the murder.
Nevertheless, he told me specifically that he was looking for someone. It seems now that that meeting had turned out to be deadly. Perhaps he knew who had been stealing Mrs. Barrington's jewels, decided to confront the thief, and arranged a meeting in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Perhaps things went wrong and the thief killed him.
It didn't quite explain how the killer might have shot Mr. Harker from behind with Mr. Harker's own gun, but I felt that I was at least getting somewhere.
Inspector Jones seemed less impressed with my theory than I had been.
It's possible, but it still leaves several unanswered questions.
I resisted the urge to note that it answered more questions than had thus far been addressed by the police.
As we have ascertained, James Harker was shot from behind, Inspector Jones said, astutely finding the weak point in my theory. That seems to indicate he was surprised.
He could have set his gun aside and turned his back for a moment. The killer might have taken advantage of the opportunity and killed him with it.
Perhaps,
he conceded. I had the sudden feeling that there was something he wasn't saying. There's more, isn't there? There's something you aren't telling me. He smiled.
Surely you are aware by now, Mrs. Ames, that I cannot tell you everything I know. After all, you're not working in an official capacity.
As his irksome officiousness once again raised its ugly head, I noticed that he had not yet so much as sipped his tea. No doubt he had taken a cup simply to appease my desire to be hospitable, but it did not mean that this was a social call. It was you who came to me, Inspector, I reminded him coolly. His smile broadened at my sudden hauteur, and I wondered if it was possible that he was teasing me.
Indeed I did come to you, Mrs. Ames. You're a very perceptive woman, and I find our conversations most enlightening.
I wish I found things enlightening. It was all such a jumble. People had been everywhere, running about in masks. Really, it seemed a setting tailor-made for murder. It all comes back to the jewels, I said, as a theory began to take shape in my mind. Mrs. Barrington's paste sapphire bracelet went missing while she slept in the library. Suppose the meeting had nothing to do with the murder. Well then, perhaps James Harker saw the thief come out of the library and confronted him. A struggle might have ensued in which the bracelet broke, scattering the jewels across the hallway floor. The thief and Mr. Harker might have gathered them up hastily, missing the one that I later slipped on when going down the stairs. I was warming to my imagined account now, and Inspector Jones let me continue uninterrupted, his expression betraying nothing. That would also account for the jewels found in Mr. Harker's pocket. Perhaps Mr. Harker then suggested that they step into one of the bedrooms to discuss the matter. Perhaps he even put aside the gun he had brought along as a sign of a truce, not knowing the thief would decide to use it against him. I stopped, quite pleased with my speculations.
An admirable theory, Mrs. Ames, Inspector Jones replied. However, there is one flaw in it.
Oh? And what is that?
You theorise that they struggled over Mrs. Barrington's paste bracelet, and that resulted in the loose stone on the steps. Well, I came today to let you in on a little secret. The jewel you found in your shoe was not paste. It was a genuine sapphire.
Chapter 16. But that can't be, I exclaimed.
I'm afraid it is, he replied calmly.
I don't understand. Mrs. Barrington specifically told me that they were paste.
It seems they were. Mr. Barrington has confirmed that he brought the bracelet to a jeweller and had a paste replica made. Perhaps the bracelet was taken as you theorised. However, at some point during the evening, someone dropped a genuine sapphire in the hallway or on the stairs.
But no one else has reported anything missing.
No.
Oh, this is maddening, I exclaimed. What are the stones in Mr. Harker's pocket?
They were paste.
As was typical of Inspector Jones, he related one astounding piece of information after another without batting an eye. I wondered briefly if he ever found himself flummoxed, but I highly doubted it. Were the paste gems from the bracelet? I asked.
I've questioned Mrs. Barrington about it, but she can't be sure. It seems likely, but if so, neither the setting nor the other paste jewels have been discovered.
I let out an exasperated sigh. It seemed that every time I began to make sense of things, something occurred to turn my theories topsy-turvy. You've certainly given me a lot to think about, Inspector, I mused. Much more than I needed at present.
Yes, and I've taken up enough of your time, Mrs. Ames. Thank you for the tea.
He took a perfunctory sip and then set the cup on the table before rising from his seat. Winelda appeared from around the corner where she had apparently been lurking and gave the inspector his hat and coat.
I'll be in touch.
Good afternoon, Inspector. He left, and I sipped my cold tea as I pondered these newest revelations. Inspector Jones had confidently ruled out a case of mistaken identity, and I was inclined to agree with him. Though I hated to admit it, Milo had made a point when he noted that killing the wrong man, based on the mask he wore, would be a very careless thing to do. Mr. Foster and James Harker had a similar build, perhaps, but that was where the similarities ended. I found it hard to believe that anyone, given a moment to observe Mr. Harker, might have mistaken him for the tennis star. Besides, the killer had used Mr. Harker's gun, so he, or she, must have known on whom they were using it. There was, of course, another option, that Mr. Harker had been killed because of something that he knew. He might have been privy to information someone was afraid he would share. It was perhaps unlikely, given the growing mystery surrounding Mrs. Barrington's jewels. Nevertheless, it was something to take into account. I sighed again, deeply. It all seemed very like trying to untangle a spider's web. Winelda reminded me that I had an engagement with Mrs. Barrington that afternoon. I had forgotten all about that, I admitted, rubbing a hand tiredly across my eyes. So much had happened since I had agreed to have tea with her. "Shall I telephone her and tell her you're ill, madam?" she asked, watching me anxiously. She really was a very sweet girl, and a perceptive one. Despite my best attempts at maintaining a carefree front, I knew that she was aware that everything was not all right. "No," I said at last. "Thank you, Winelda, but perhaps it will be good for me to get out for a while." In truth, I was also glad to avoid being alone. Once things had settled down and I was left alone in the quietness of the flat, I knew I would be forced to make some sort of decision about my marriage. It was much easier to keep pushing it to the back of my mind, like some unpleasant chore to be dealt with later. I arrived at the Barringtons' home and was shown to one of the smaller sitting rooms, where Mrs. Barrington awaited me. Despite the fact that she had asked me to come, she seemed distracted and a bit surprised to see me.
"Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Ames."
"How are you, Mrs. Barrington?"
"As well as can be expected. Can I offer you tea or perhaps some coffee?"
"Thank you, no, I don't wish to impose. I know that things are difficult for you right now."
"Yes,"
she said, sorrow flashing across her features.
"I never thought to have lived to see James laid to rest beside his poor parents."
"I'm sorry." I knew that beneath her strong exterior she was mourning her nephew deeply. She waved her hand, visibly drawing in a breath and squaring her shoulders.
"We needn't talk about that now. Have you learned anything new?"
Inspector Jones had not told me to keep the information about the gemstones to myself, but I was naturally inclined to be cautious when sharing information. I thought it would be prudent not to reveal the truth about the sapphire that had been discovered on the stairs. I was certain Inspector Jones would question her again about her bracelet when the time was right. "Nothing that seems to mean anything at the moment," I answered. "It seems, however, that everything comes back to the jewels. You told me it was an emerald ring, diamond bracelet, and the Eiffel Tower pin that went missing, correct?"
"Yes, and of course the sapphire bracelet at the ball, though that was paste."
"Mrs. Barrington, have you any idea how your nephew got hold of the paste sapphires in his pocket?" She shook her head.
"I've pondered that for hours, Mrs. Ames. James was aware of my plan to try to flush out the thief, so my only theory is that he might have taken the bracelet from the table in the library while I slept with the intention of luring the thief somehow. Why the stones should have been loose in his pocket and where the setting might have gone, I haven't the faintest idea." She had drawn much the same conclusions as I had. "Can you describe the other pieces for me?" I asked. It seemed as though a description of the missing items might prove useful. "Certainly," she said. "The emerald ring was square-cut in a gold setting. The bracelet was made of square stone set in silver. I think I've a photograph."
She stood walking to a nearby table where several photographs were displayed in frames.
"Yes, here it is."
She brought over a photograph of her and her husband. A diamond bracelet was clearly visible on her wrist, and I made a mental impression of its design.
"I've described the Eiffel Tower pin to you already, I believe," she said, returning the photograph to its place.
"Yes," I said. "Thank you, Mrs. Barrington. I'm hoping that somehow we will be able to recover that piece at least, since it has sentimental value."
"I don't have much hope that it will ever turn up," she said sadly. "Mr. Barrington said he will buy me another one, but that wouldn't be the same."
"Let's not give up just yet."
"You're quite right, dear," she said with a smile. "I have a great deal of faith in your abilities."
I only hoped her faith would prove to be justified.
"Serena, I'm going out for a while."
Mr. Barrington had come into the room and stopped when he saw me.
"Oh, hello, Mrs. Ames."
His face looked drawn and tired, but he smiled warmly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Barrington."
"Going out, Lloyd?" Mrs. Barrington asked. "Yes, I'm meeting Nigel Foster for a drink at our club. He rang up to offer his condolences and suggested a drink. You don't mind, do you?" "No, not at all. It will be good for you to get out of the house for a bit. Mrs. Ames and I are discussing the murder and how the jewels might have come to be in James's pocket."
He hesitated and didn't, I thought, look much pleased with this bit of news. I wondered how comfortable he was with my involvement in the matter. After all, a murder in the family was a private affair. It was likely he didn't care to have the details paraded about for outsiders to see. Now might not be the best time for questions, but I didn't know when I would have another opportunity to ask. "I know it's difficult," I said quickly, "but I think there must be something that we're missing that will help us discover who might have done it. It's only a matter of going through what we know and putting all the pieces together." He passed a hand across his face.
"Yes, of course. I'm sure you're right. It's just been so dreadful."
He took a seat in a chair across from me. "Have you any theory as to what might have happened, or who might have done it?"
"I don't know, Mrs. Ames," he said tiredly. "I've turned it over in my mind, but it just doesn't seem to make sense. It seems that it must have been he who was stealing my wife's jewellery. Perhaps he didn't remember they were paste. He was forgetful at times."
"Oh, Lloyd, you know James would never do such a thing."
"I wouldn't think so," he conceded. "Then again, he must have taken the bracelet that night. There's no other way the jewels could have ended up in his pocket."
"If he took it, then why wasn't the setting found on his body?" she challenged.
He sighed.
I don't know anything anymore, Serena."
I felt very much out of place in the midst of this private conversation, but neither of them seemed to mind that I was there. In fact, it was almost as though they had forgotten me for the moment.
"James must have discovered the thief,"
Mrs. Barrington told him firmly.
"He took my paste jewels in order to carry out the trap and was killed for it. That's the only thing that makes any sense."
I had the distinct feeling that Mr. Barrington was sceptical of his wife's theories. I wondered if he secretly had suspicions of his own about what Mr. Harker might have been doing with the bracelet. "I passed Mr. Harker on the stairs that evening," I told them. "He said he had an appointment with someone. Have you any idea who it might have been?" Mrs. Barrington shook her head.
"I haven't the faintest idea. James didn't much care for balls and things, but he said he was going to come along anyway. Perhaps that's why he decided to attend."
"What about his mask?" I asked suddenly. "Do you know why he chose a tiger?" She frowned.
"Well, now that you mention it, I was a bit surprised by his choice, but James often had little whims."
Mr. Foster also wore a tiger mask. I mentioned this casually, but I saw that both of them looked a bit surprised at the connection.
"Do you suppose it might have been Mr. Foster that someone meant to kill?"
Mrs. Barrington asked.
"Well, let's not get carried away, Serena," her husband cautioned her.
"It was Lord Dunmore's ball. Perhaps he had something to do with it."
She was desperate, searching for answers, but I knew that answers must be supported by facts. I thought of Lord Dunmore's calm, confident manner and found it hard to believe that he would ever condescend to something as vulgar as common theft. "It does seem unlikely that he should steal anything," I said carefully.
"Yes, you're right," she replied, suddenly deflating. "After all, what should he want with my things when he has the Dunmore diamond? It's just so maddening. Which of them could it have been? What we need is a chance to observe everyone. If there was only some way... In fact, I think I may have an idea."
"Oh?" I questioned cautiously. Mrs. Barrington seemed inclined to rope me into harebrained schemes I tended to regret later.
"Lord Dunmore is going on with his ball this weekend, isn't he? If I know him at all, he won't let James's death interfere. He loves nothing more than a good scandal. With a mysterious death at his last ball, everyone in London will want to be invited. It would be just the sort of thing he enjoys. Well, if we can get all of the suspects back into the same place in similar circumstances, we're bound to discover something. Perhaps we can even lay another trap. In fact, perhaps we can get Lord Dunmore to help us."
"Serena,"
Mr. Barrington sighed. She waved away his protest.
"Well, let me think a moment. I have it!"
She clapped her hands together in triumph, causing me to blink. I have it! The Dunmore diamond!
This was not going to be a good idea. I could tell that at once.
Good Lord, Serena, Mr. Barrington said. Have you gone mad?
She ignored him. What if he made a show of it at the ball? The thief wouldn't be able to resist. But, Mrs. Barrington, I reasoned, I don't think this is a professional jewel thief we're dealing with. The thief took things when it was convenient, not things of this magnitude. Well, even if that's so, what if he brought it out and mentioned to all of the suspects that he was going to leave it in a certain place? The thief wouldn't be able to resist trying to steal it. I thought this unwise in the extreme, but somehow I could not completely dismiss the idea out of hand.
What if Dunmore is the killer? Mr. Barrington asked. More, I thought, to discourage her than because he thought it probable.
She was undaunted, however.
Well, even if it happens that Lord Dunmore is the killer, we've already established that he wouldn't have needed to kill James for the jewels. If he murdered him for something else, perhaps in the carrying out of our plot, he will tip his hand.
She had a point, but I could not quite agree wholeheartedly with her plan just yet.
With everything that's happened, do you think Lord Dunmore would be inclined to do such a thing? I asked.
Certainly. He's reckless and he enjoys doing scandalous things. He just needs a bit of prodding, someone to put the idea into his mind.
There was no doubt in my mind just who she had in mind. Mrs. Barrington was growing more enthusiastic by the moment.
Perhaps if you were to talk with him, Mrs. Ames, he fancies you. If you...
Serena,
Mr. Barrington interrupted.
You can't ask Mrs. Ames to...
Oh, I didn't mean anything improper, Lloyd. But perhaps it would work.
The idea, though somewhat unorthodox, had its merits. I had no doubt that she was right about the Viscount. I thought he would love the opportunity to once again be the talk of London. But there was still the question of how such a thing could be used to our advantage. Even if he could be convinced to do such a thing, how will that help us?
We can trace his steps, Mrs. Ames. We can trace the steps of the killer. We'll be looking more closely this time, watching the people who are there. If someone thought it was worth killing James for my bracelet, then he or she may be desperate enough to strike again. We will just need a bigger prize. And the Dunmore diamond ought to do very nicely.
Chapter 17. And so it was that, against my better judgment, I found myself standing at Lord Dunmore's front door the following afternoon. I had debated the idea all night, and throughout the morning as I went about various errands. One errand of a particularly sensitive nature had been rather unpleasant, and I was glad for the distraction the mystery provided. There would be time enough to consider the implications of that particular errand at a later time. In the end, I decided that it couldn't hurt to call on Lord Dunmore and try to gauge his receptiveness to the idea. Though I thought that perhaps it was a foolhardy thing to do, I couldn't argue with the efficiency of it. If there was a way to get all the suspects back into the same place and to present them with an opportunity they couldn't resist, we might be able to catch the thief and thus reveal the identity of the killer. I arrived unannounced, as Lord Dunmore had done when he dropped by the flat. I was not even certain he would be home, but I thought perhaps it would be best to make my visit appear impromptu. The butler showed me to a magnificently decorated sitting room that was across the foyer from the ballroom, and I had not had time to seat myself in an exquisite Louis XIV chair when the Viscount made his entrance. He was impeccably dressed and groomed, as always, and there was an energy that came into the room with him. I thought again how easily women might find themselves captivated by his charms.
Mrs. Ames, I'm delighted to see you.
He came forward and caught my hands in his, squeezing them warmly before indicating that I should be seated.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
He asked, taking the seat across from me. I had been caught up in Mrs. Barrington's rather contagious schemes, but now, sitting before Lord Dunmore, the entire thing seemed preposterous.
It was beyond me how on earth I might convince him to parade his family's heirloom about when someone had been murdered for something much less valuable at the last ball. "You'll think me quite mad if I tell you," I said at last. He smiled, and it was a very charming smile.
"I find madness to be much more interesting than sanity, Mrs. Ames. You have captured my attention."
Perhaps I should start at the beginning. I visited Mrs. Barrington yesterday, and we were talking about poor Mr. Harker's death. Was it my imagination, or did something in his expression change ever so slightly? Whatever emotion had been at the surface, he had managed to disguise it before it could make itself completely known.
"And how is Mrs. Barrington faring?"
"Fairly well," I said. "She was quite fond of her nephew, so all this has been very hard on her. I think perhaps that is why she has come up with a rather strange idea." He was wary now, I could sense it. Though his features maintained a perfectly pleasant expression, something in his posture had changed ever so slightly. Whatever else he might be, Lord Dunmore was not a stupid man. I was going to have to be careful.
"What kind of idea?" he asked, a watchful expression on his face.
Though I didn't know him well, I had rather suspected that he was the sort of man who could best be guided by subtle suggestion rather than direct requests. But I had decided to be straightforward. I wasn't sure it had paid off. I thought it unlikely I would succeed in convincing him, but I supposed I might as well go ahead with our slipshod plan while I was here. "Mrs. Barrington thinks we may be able to convince the thief to strike again if you put the Dunmore diamond on display." It seemed that whatever he had been expecting me to say, this was not it. My answer appeared to actually relieve his mind in some way.
"Does she indeed? I think that sounds a bit far-fetched."
"I thought the same," I told him. "But she's a bit eccentric, isn't she? She seems to think that the thief might be willing to try again. Of course, if she happens to be right, I would hate to put either you or the Dunmore diamond in danger." The word danger seemed to have the opposite effect than I had intended.
"It is an interesting idea," he said. "I'll think it over. After all, there may be nothing to it, and there would be no harm in satisfying her whim."
I was a bit surprised. "Thank you. I'll tell her you're considering it."
"And is that the only reason you've come, Mrs. Ames?" he asked.
He had relaxed into his chair, but there was an intensity in his gaze that I might have found unnerving were I not hoping to play on his apparent interest in me as a means to an end. If I could form a friendship with him, I might be able to learn something. I hesitated, allowing uncertainty to pass across my face. "Not the only reason, I suppose." He waited, a vaguely expectant look on his handsome features. "I felt perhaps that I was a bit rude to you when you called at my flat," I admitted at last. In truth, I thought I had spoken to him just as he deserved, but he was more likely to prove helpful if I was a bit more polite.
"I'm afraid I expressed myself badly," he said. "It wasn't my intention to offend you. It's just that I somehow find it difficult to mind my manners when in your company, Mrs. Ames."
He really was very good. Somehow he had wrapped an apology for his forward behaviour in another advance. If I hadn't lived with Milo for nearly 6 years, I might have been taken in by his false repentance. As it was, I was well versed on the use of charm in lieu of sincerity. Well, now that we have cleared that up, perhaps we can be friends. I hoped I wasn't giving him the wrong impression, but I felt it was important to keep him on my side if I was to catch a killer.
"If we're to be friends, I wish you'd call me Alexander," he said. "It rolls off the tongue a bit more easily than Lord Dunmore."
I suppose there was no harm in it, so I nodded my assent. "If you'll call me Amory?"
"I should love to."
"Well," I said, rising to my feet, "I suppose I've taken up enough of your time."
"Nonsense. I would gladly spend a good deal more time with you."
I was sure he was perfectly aware of how outrageously flirtatious he was being, but I chose to behave as though he were only being polite. "You're too kind." He accompanied me out of the sitting room and back into the marble-floored foyer. Our footsteps echoed in the empty house. It seemed so much different, colder, without the people flowing in and out and the murmur of voices. I was very aware of Lord Dunmore's presence beside me. Something about the way he walked close by my side, yet just far enough away to avoid crowding me, bespoke more than friendly interest. It seemed, however, that the house was not quite empty after all, for just as we reached the middle of the foyer, I saw someone come around the corner of the landing on the staircase. I was surprised to see that it was Mr. Douglas Hughes. I thought that he hesitated for a fraction of a second, and then, when he realised he had been seen, made his way down the rest of the stairs.
"Hello, Mrs. Ames."
He greeted me warmly enough, though I had the impression he was not especially happy to see me. Or, more accurately, that I had seen him. I did wonder what he was doing here. "Good afternoon, Mr. Douglas Hughes." I realised suddenly that my own presence here might be construed as questionable, so I added, "I just dropped by for a few moments to speak with Lord Dunmore." My excuse for being here did not induce him to offer his own. It was possible he was merely paying a social call on Lord Dunmore, though somehow I doubted it.
"Mamie tells me you'll be dining with us tonight," he said.
"Yes, I plan to be there."
"Good, good. I look forward to seeing you then."
He glanced at Lord Dunmore.
"No luck upstairs. Is it all right if I check the ballroom once more?" "Certainly, I'll join you there in a moment."
Mr. Douglas Hughes turned to me and smiled.
"Until this evening, Mrs. Ames."
I watched him go, and turned back to Lord Dunmore a bit expectantly.
"It seems his wife dropped an earring at the ball. He told her that he'd come and look for it. She was afraid the servants wouldn't find it."
This explanation gave me pause, and I tried to determine why. We reached the door, and I turned and extended my hand. "Thank you for seeing me, Lord Dunmore." He took my hand and held it.
"Alexander," he corrected. "And it was my pleasure, I assure you. I'll certainly consider Mrs. Barrington's suggestion. In fact, I have a proposition for you."
"Oh?" I asked warily.
"Have dinner with me tomorrow night, and I'll give you my answer."
I hesitated. On one hand, it would be an excellent opportunity to find out more about his whereabouts on the night of the murder. On the other, I suspected that too much time in his company could only lead to trouble. Though I thought I had made my disinterest in anything more than friendship quite clear, I was fairly certain that my scruples would not deter him much. "I don't know if that would be a good idea," I said at last, sliding my hand from his grasp.
"Why not?"
"For one thing, there's bound to be talk if we're seen together."
"What if there is? After all, sometimes it's best to fight fire with fire."
I knew that he was referring to Milo and Alain Renaud, but I didn't wish to discuss that, not now and not with him. Besides, just because Milo had been behaving badly didn't mean I felt any inclination to do the same. "One fire is quite enough at present," I replied.
"Well, we needn't go out in public if you'd rather not. I have an excellent cook. We could have a quiet dinner here."
Everything he said was perfectly proper and polite, but there was an undertone to his words, something in his body language that let me know the invitation was for more than dinner. "I don't think that would be a good idea either," I replied. There was something thoroughly unwholesome about Lord Dunmore, and I thought it would be best not to give him any undue encouragement. He smiled again, a knowing smile.
"Perhaps a compromise, then? I know a nice quiet place where we're not likely to be seen."
Some part of me was signalling that I needed to tread carefully, but I felt that I could scarcely refuse if I wanted him to agree to the scheme Mrs. Barrington and I had concocted. "That might be all right," I said at last.
"Excellent. Shall I pick you up?"
I hesitated for only a fraction of a second before I nodded. "That would be lovely."
"Until tomorrow, then,"
he said with a smile.
"I shall look forward to it immensely."
I left the house and walked towards where Markham was waiting with the car. A frown furrowed my brow as I considered all that had just happened. There was something troubling me, and it wasn't only that I had just made a dinner engagement with a notorious rogue. What really bothered me was that Mr. Douglas Hughes had claimed that Mamie had lost an earring and that he had come to search for it. I had cast my mind back to the ball, and I was certain. Mamie Douglas Hughes hadn't been wearing earrings. I was hoping for a few quiet moments when I got home to try to settle my thoughts. Alas, it was not to be. "Mr. Ames is here, madam," said Winelda, rushing at me with a somewhat wide-eyed, panicked expression on her face as I came in the door. The poor girl obviously thought I was going to fly into hysterics at the presence of my husband. "Is he?" I replied calmly, removing my coat, hat, and gloves. I had not expected him, and I was not certain I was ready to see him. Nevertheless, there was nothing to be done about that now. "Yes, madam. He's been waiting in the parlour for 30 minutes. "Then I suppose I'd better not keep him." I turned resolutely towards the parlour, irritated that he had arrived without warning. I was only glad that I had been out and he had been forced to wait. Milo hated waiting. He was thumbing through a book, but he put it aside and stood as I came into the room. He was dressed in a light grey suit and, for some absurd reason, looked even more handsome than usual. Perhaps it was a side effect of his newfound amour. I felt vaguely ill as the image of Hélène Renaud in his embrace flashed through my mind.
"Hello, darling," he said, completely at ease.
"Hello."
"How are you?"
"I'm fine. You needn't stand on ceremony, Milo. Sit down." He sat, his eyes on my face, as I chose a chair on the opposite side of the room. As usual, I could determine nothing of what he was thinking from his posture or expression. It seemed the same could not be said of me.
"You're looking a bit peaked, Amory."
"Thank you," I replied wryly. "You always say the loveliest things."
"Are you feeling well?"
"I'm feeling fine, thank you." I did not bother to hide my annoyance. "Have you come to inquire after my health, or is there some other reason you're here?"
"I've come to ask you to have dinner with me," he answered, unfazed by my terseness.
I studied him, a bit surprised by this request. "Why?"
"For the pleasure of your company."
"I should have thought you had more pleasant company with which to occupy your time."
"Hélène's gone back to Paris, if that's what you're wondering."
"I wasn't wondering," I snapped. His saying her name in that casual way upset me more than I liked to admit.
"She went back the night that photograph was taken. I haven't seen her since, nor do I care if I ever set eyes on her again."
It was too little too late. The damage had been done. One couldn't undo an affair by breaking it off. "I don't want to talk about her, Milo. Her whereabouts are of no interest to me."
"They're of no interest to me either," he replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. "You'll agree, however, that we need to talk."
"Yes, but I told you I would let you know when I was ready. You said you would telephone me." There was something in his expression that made me wary, and I soon found out that my instinct had been correct. The conversation had not gone well thus far, and so he decided to change tactics.
"I've found out something rather interesting that may have a connection to James Harker's murder."
He had my attention immediately, and I hated him for it. "What is it?" I asked, with barely a hint of curiosity in my tone. His mouth tipped up at the corner, and I knew I had been had.
"Come now, darling, you aren't going to feign disinterest. Not with me."
"Well, what did you learn?" I demanded, irritated that he had seen through my ruse of indifference.
"I'll tell you," he said, rising from his seat, "at dinner."
"Milo!
I'll pick you up at 8.
One dark brow was raised in what felt distinctly like a challenge. I wavered. I was sorely tempted to tell Milo and his information to go to the devil. Then again, I was terribly curious. There was no telling what he might have learnt, or how important it might be to the investigation. "Very well, if you insist," I agreed ungraciously. He smiled, and my irritation deepened at the flutter it caused in my stomach.
"Your enthusiasm flatters me," he said dryly. "I'll see you tonight."
And he left, without further ado. Chapter 18. I was feeling restless, but I took a cup of tea in the parlour and tried to settle my nerves. It was very like Milo to try to catch me off guard, and I was determined that it would not happen this time. Whatever he had to say at dinner, I was not going to allow myself to be wooed by pretty speeches or even by excellent clues. I was determined to remain unimpressed by whatever it was that he was going to tell me. After all, what could he possibly have learnt? I tried to think of whom he might have encountered, who would know something that might relate to Mr. Harker's murder. The thought came to me suddenly. Frederick Garmond. Milo had recently purchased his horse, so it would be easy enough to contact him and lead the conversation along to the shocking murder of James Harker at Lord Dunmore's ball. If Mr. Garmond was distantly related to Vivian Garmond's deceased husband, perhaps Milo had learnt something about her past. Well, if he was going to tell me something about Mrs. Garmond, perhaps I could beat him to the punch. Perhaps I should try to speak to Mrs. Garmond on my own. I was vaguely aware that this newfound competitive streak might not be an exceptionally flattering trait. But I didn't much care at the moment. I was determined to trump him if I could. But how to speak with Mrs. Garmond? I wished there was some way I could contact her without calling attention to the fact that I suspected she might be involved with murder. Then again, I could really think of no good reason why she might have murdered James Harker. Perhaps the direct approach would be best. "Winelda," I said, "will you ring the operator and see if you can telephone Mrs. Vivian Garmond? I'd like to speak to her." "Oh, she won't be at home, madam," Winelda said. "She's gone hat shopping this afternoon." I stared at her. "How on earth do you know that?" "A friend of mine is the cousin of a girl who's rooming with the girl who works for Mrs. Garmond. We're all maids, you see, so it's the sort of thing that interests us. I saw my friend at the market today, and she mentioned in a roundabout way that Mrs. Garmond always has the loveliest hats, and she was going shopping for a new one this afternoon." "Good heavens," I breathed. "Winelda, do you mean to tell me that information on Mrs. Garmond's whereabouts has travelled the distance of 4 maids in the space of one morning?" "Oh, word gets around, madam," she said impressively. It was certainly something worth noting. I could only imagine the sort of things that had gotten around about Milo and me. She seemed to interpret my thoughts, for she added quickly, "Not that I'm much of one to gossip, Mrs. Ames. Mostly I just listen to what the others have to say." I was suddenly struck with how useful a source of information Winelda's connections might prove to be. "What else have you heard about Mrs. Garmond?" "Well," Winelda said, "I don't like to spread tales about, but they do say that she is not receiving company from a certain gentleman as often as she has been in the past." "Lord Dunmore, you mean?" Winelda nodded. Apparently, my knowledge of the situation was enough to open her informational floodgates. "Lily, that's my friend, says that Jenny, her roommate, says that Gladys, that's Mrs. Garmond's maid, is concerned about Mrs. Garmond as of late. Gladys says she seems more than usually sad, and she's been cutting back on the household expenses, though Gladys said that she's been trying not to make it obvious." "And yet she has the money to go hat shopping," I observed. "Oh, well, as to that, a new hat does wonders for cheering a woman up," she told me sagely. "You're quite right, Winelda," I said contemplatively. "In fact, I think I may be in need of a new hat myself." I had never visited Madame Lefleur's hat shop before. In fact, I suspected my milliner would be affronted in the extreme to know I had even set foot in a competing establishment. Nevertheless, Madame Lefleur's was familiar to me, and I could tell at once that it catered to a selective clientele. The interior was elegantly decorated with thick carpet, rose-coloured silk-papered walls, and rows of beveled mirrors that reflected the light of the glittering crystal chandeliers. At a glance, it seemed that the merchandise, displayed on assorted stands, shelves, and haughty mannequin heads, was also very high quality. The materials were expensive, the embellishments artfully arranged, and the styles the height of fashion. I was impressed. There were only a few women in the shop at present, and none of them took notice of me as I entered. Winelda's sources had been correct, for I saw that Mrs. Garmond was with one of the salesgirls along the wall, sitting on a stool of ivory satin. I tried to appear as though I didn't notice her as one of the other women came my way. "How may I help you, madam?" she asked. "I'm just looking for a nice new hat." "Certainly. Are you looking to have something designed for you, or would you like to purchase something pre-made?" I glanced around at the rather extensive inventory. "I'm certain I can find something ready-made. You seem to have a very nice selection." "Thank you, madam. I'm sure we'll have something that will suit you very well," she said. "Anything in particular?" "Something modern, I think," I said. I had no real need for a hat, but Winelda was right about the therapeutic effects of buying one. "I have nothing particular in mind, though I have a lovely red wool suit for autumn that could benefit from a new hat." She stepped back and studied my face for a long moment, her head tilted to the side. "You have very lovely features," she pronounced at last. "You'll need something set back from the face to frame it. I think I have just the thing. Excuse me for a moment, I'll be back directly." "Thank you." She walked away and began looking over the hats that rested on a shelf on the other side of the room. Her absence gave me the opportunity to try to work my way over to Mrs. Garmond. I walked slowly along, looking at some of the creations on display. The designs were very modern, and, despite my ulterior motives for coming, I found myself looking forward to seeing what the salesgirl would bring me. I stopped not far from Mrs. Garmond, picking up a hat in a startling shade of canary yellow. I suspected it would look ghastly with my skin tone, but I picked it up and put it on, walking towards the mirror next to the one where Mrs. Garmond sat. She glanced my way as I approached. "Oh," I said, feigning surprise. "Hello, Mrs. Garmond." "Hello, Mrs. Ames." Though I wouldn't have said exactly that she was happy to see me, it didn't seem as though she was uncomfortable with my sudden arrival. "That's a lovely hat," I said, indicating the one she was wearing, which was of deep garnet felt with braid detailing along the brim. She turned back to the mirror and studied it. "I do like it," she said. It was an elegant hat, and I suspected it was likely to be expensive. If she was no longer relying on Lord Dunmore for financial support, she must have been able to keep herself in style in some other way. The saleslady came back to me and held up a black felt hat with a narrow brim and netting and feathers that sat at a jaunty angle. I was not at all certain it would suit me, but I removed the yellow hat and took it from her. I set it on my head and surveyed myself in the mirror. I had to admit it was a flattering style. "Stunning," she said, with what sounded like finality. "It's perfect for you." It seemed as though I was going to have very little say in the matter. I turned my head to study it from another angle. It was rather a lovely little hat, and I thought it would complement my suit very well. Just because I had come to glean information did not mean I couldn't take advantage of the locale. "I'll take it," I said. "Excellent. I'll wrap it for you. Is there anything else?" "I think I'll look around a bit, if I may." "Certainly. You've only to call me if you need me." "Thank you." She took my hat away, and I glanced around at the others on display. The more I looked, the more I began to like. I picked up a navy blue, close-fitting hat with a netted veil. "How have you been faring since the ball?" I asked Mrs. Garmond as I put on the hat. She had made no attempt at conversation since I had greeted her, and I knew drawing her out would likely be difficult. She turned with what could only be described as a guarded expression. "I've been fine. Why do you ask?" "I was rather shaken up by Mr. Harker's death," I said casually, arranging the netting on my hat, my eyes on the mirror. "I can't seem to stop thinking about it." "Oh, yes," she said, as though she had forgotten about it. "That was dreadful. So shocking." I wondered what else had occurred at the ball to make murder of secondary interest. "Who do you think might have done it?" I asked bluntly. There was the faintest pause before her cool eyes met mine. "I'm sure I have no idea." It seemed she was not going to be a font of theories. "I was actually upstairs when it happened," I went on. "I had twisted my ankle, you see, and was resting in one of the bedrooms." She turned and looked at me then, her gaze suddenly shrewd. It occurred to me to wonder for the first time if she might have been annoyed by the attention Lord Dunmore had paid me at the ball. I hadn't noticed her anywhere there, but that didn't mean she hadn't noticed me. "I hope your ankle is feeling better," she said, though it seemed a response made more from politeness than sincerity. I was not making any headway in this conversation. It seemed that the more we spoke, the more aloof she became. "Oh, it's much better, thank you. It was a lovely ball before that." I picked up another hat, one made of forest green felt with leaf detailing. "Alexander always throws lovely parties." There was something in her pointed use of Lord Dunmore's Christian name and the acknowledgement of their history that suddenly made me suspect that her coolness might be grounded in uncertainty over my interest in him. Her next statement confirmed it. "You've been seeing rather a lot of him lately, so I hear." So that was the way it was. She suspected that I was encroaching on her territory. I wondered just where she had heard that bit of inaccurate information. "Not really, no," I said. "I barely know him, in fact." Her eyes seemed to study my face in the mirror, as though she was trying to gauge my truthfulness in it. I thought about the dinner at Mrs. Barrington's and the night of the ball. I had seen very little interaction between the two of them. I wondered if they were simply keeping their relationship as discreet as possible. Somehow, given what I knew of Lord Dunmore, I thought that unlikely. It seemed to me that the two of them must have had a falling out. Perhaps she worried that he would move on rather than return to her. Well, she needn't concern herself on my account. Even if Lord Dunmore had set his sights on me, I had no interest in a flirtation. I wondered if there was any way I could get her to talk about what had caused them to drift apart, but given her frigid demeanour, it seemed unlikely in the extreme. I would have to ask Winelda, to ask Lily, to ask Jenny, to ask Gladys what might have transpired. "Someone mentioned they'd seen him at your flat," she said. Her tone was too casual, and I knew she was wondering what I would say. "He dropped by in passing to see how my ankle was mending." I didn't know if she believed me, but she seemed to have thawed ever so slightly when she spoke again. "To tell the truth, I think he was more affected by the events of the ball than he likes to admit." "I can imagine," I replied, wondering what she meant by this. I had detected very little sign of it in his manner yesterday. Then again, Mrs. Garmond knew him much better than I. He wouldn't have been likely to share such things with me. "I saw him this morning," she continued, "and he mentioned how troubled he was by everything that has happened." She'd seen him this morning, had she? Perhaps things were not as strained between them as I had believed. I wondered if he had mentioned that I had called and that we had a dinner engagement for the following evening. It might have accounted for her coolness towards me. "I still find it hard to believe that such a thing happened under all of our noses. Did you hear the shot?" I asked. It seemed to me that she hesitated ever so slightly before she answered. "No, I was in the ballroom at the time and the music was too loud." That was curious. Inspector Jones had told me that she was in one of the bedrooms when the murder had happened. For some reason, she had chosen to tell me a deliberate lie. Perhaps it was because the truth might have proved embarrassing for some reason, but there was always the chance that her lie was meant to cover something more sinister. I picked up another hat. This one, a strangely shaped brim that would be sure to draw attention, and perhaps not the positive kind. I put it on. "I had only just met Mr. Harker at the Barringtons' dinner party. Did you know him well?" Again, it seemed as though she hesitated. "Not very well, no. We came into contact not infrequently at social occasions, but we were not what I would call friends." There was something in her manner that gave me the impression she was keeping something back. I had not as yet made any connection between the two of them, but I wondered if there was something she was hiding. It was apparent I was not going to learn much more from the reticent Mrs. Garmond. I searched my mind for some other point of common interest. "I have been pleased to make the acquaintance of Mr. Foster. I have long enjoyed watching him play." She dropped the hat pin she was holding and bent to pick it up, answering me as she did so. "I'm not very fond of tennis." I barely heard her reply, however, for I had noticed that the collar of her blouse slipped down, and I could make out dark marks along her collarbone. Bruises. I looked away as she sat back up, so she would not see that I had noticed. I studied a crimson beret with much more attention than it merited. "I think that would suit you," she said, rising and gathering up her handbag and gloves. "You do look lovely in red. Good afternoon, Mrs. Ames." "Good afternoon." I finalised my purchases with the salesgirl and gave her the address of the flat for them to be delivered. I left the shop, not quite sure what I had accomplished. I had learnt very little from Mrs. Garmond, though it was interesting that she had lied to me about her whereabouts at the time of the murder. I wondered if her lie had anything to do with the bruises. It was possible she had injured herself in some way, but the bruises had looked very much like marks left by fingers. Perhaps she and Lord Dunmore were not on friendly terms after all. If there was anything more she knew, I didn't think I would be able to get it out of her. I supposed I would just have to wait and see what sort of information Milo had been able to gather. I was forced to admit that it had not been an entirely successful trip from an investigative standpoint. On a positive note, however, I had acquired 5 new hats. Chapter 19. A few hours later, I stood before the mirror surveying myself with dissatisfaction. I was hard-pressed to determine what to wear to dinner with my husband. On the one hand, I felt that I should try to look as well as possible in order to keep up appearances. On the other hand, I didn't want him to think I'd gone to any particular trouble on his account. I purposefully avoided wearing blue, as Milo had always preferred me in it. The gown I had settled on was of forest green silk that looked well with my fair skin and gave a hint of colour to my grey eyes. It fitted me very nicely, but it was not particularly enticing, and I decided it would do well enough. I wanted to give Milo no encouragement, for I did not have high hopes that our evening would end well. In fact, I knew perfectly well how things would go. He would try to explain away his behaviour, and I would long to believe it, despite the evidence. I knew, however, that if I gave in, we would be back to where we started, with no true resolution of our problems. This made me